Hello. I'm here for imp merch and raise hell. Oh my gosh, I need to make more imp merch. In fact, I've got a t-shirt design. Like, all I have are like the charms and then Stream Elements shirts. And as much as I like Stream Elements, you can tell that the quality of the shirts is a little cheaper. I like their stickers more. In fact, I do have stickers. My mom actually bought one of mine. Which was very sweet. She has it on her iPad. She also has like a Star Platinum sticker because she loves Star Platinum. But I have another shirt I want to make, but I want to be able to make sure that it's a good quality, so I might have to look at like a local printer. Also, imp plushes were brought up and my mom was like, well, she was like, I could try to make an amigurumi pattern. I was like, well, yeah, you could. Right now she's working on my Jolene. Oh no, she has mostly finished the Jolene poncho. She's thinking of adding the weird little square thing she has on her pants to it. And she's making me a hat that looks like Jolene's hair, which is really cute, actually. Yes, hello, Asterisks. Hello, Noel. Hello, Alberio. Hello, Emperor. Defco for polyester cotton material for shirts. Yeah, I'm thinking of like, I also have to print a shirt for my mom. Like a design I was doing for her birthday, and it's just, I want to be able to find something local that maybe I can print in bulk, but that feels good, you know? I would like to support a local business. Well, also, tomorrow, I'm starting a kind of sort of job. I'm gonna be babysitting an actual baby. Like, 4 to 5 days a week. Just a little bit in the morning / early afternoon, kind of depends on the day. We'll be doing that. It's gonna play well, so I'm excited about that. I'm excited because she's adorable, and also that gives me practice for just... I've never been able to like take care of a baby before, so it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. At least I hope. So yeah, I'm excited. And that just gives me like extra money up on the side. You sit on them, baby. I'm not sitting on her. She's tiny and delicate and adorable. I would never. But yeah, this introduced them to Uncle Death at a young age for the best results. Well, I mean, my Uncle Death plush is missing a foot. I need to sew it back on. It just slipped off. Connection I made recently, Jolene's outfit low-key reminds me of Mel B's outfit in the Wannabe video. Yeah. When we're a little more finished with the thing, with the hoodie and the hat, I would like to take a bunch of pictures of it, because it's gonna be a cute outfit. I'm thinking of wearing it for Halloween, because it's gonna be cold out, so when I'm sitting outside next to the fire, you know, handing out candy, I'll just be nice and bundled up. Sock sucking those toes so hard. What? What are you talking about? There's some jerk. I always feel bad saying your name. Infinite Butts 420. This music reminds me of Diablo music. It is music from the game Golden Light, which one day I will finish. I promise. I promise. That's why the foot fell off. I'm not a duende. You don't go after toes. So this is, I guess, gonna be a weirder stream. I kind of wanted something like chill. Yeah, this week I kind of wanted to do some just like chill streams, I guess. Especially considering, again, I'm gonna have to get used to, you know, babysitting. Gnomes go for toes. Apparently duendes do. There are some varieties of duendes. I've learned that from Joel Vinesauce. Toes. Me. Toes. So yeah, this is gonna be like a little more unusual of a stream, I guess. I was kind of just talking to my mom, like, oh yeah, I should do some streams where I'm just, you know, just hang out, talk, and I was like, should I just have a stream one day where I kind of go on about my dumb hyperfixations, like various things, because I am autistic. Like that is a thing, and I genuinely have hyperfixations, and this is one I'm always embarrassed about, because I was like, probably sounds really dumb to be like, hey, I'm into like theme park stuff. I like watching videos of things. And I think some of it stems from like when I was little, I would kind of watch home videos, and I would be like fascinated by the Disneyland trips when I was like really a baby. Which actually I do have some footage where I'm like, ooh, I should show you just like Disneyland 1993. I like watching people stream, share stuff they're into. It's interesting. Hello, Albatross Soup. I would like to do art history streams at some point. I say that every time, but one day I will. I need to brush up and like study more. Like, I want to do an actual like proper borderline academic stream, not just like surface level stuff whenever I do that. Okay, I want to actually educate people. Do you see the new announcements for Disney parks? Not all, I guess. One thing, Disney World is having that big ol' villain expansion freaking finally. I used to feel the same way because I'm on the spectrum as well. Embrace your fixations. Yeah. I try to be open about things like that, you know. Just because, I guess, I don't know. It's nice when you hear other people deal with the same stuff, I guess, you know? So I kind of just want to like go through some ride stuff, maybe like watch some Defunct Land. I'm gonna basically have videos, but I'm also gonna be playing RCT2. Apparently Twitch integration doesn't work anymore, otherwise I would have done that. Hello, I wanna jest. I would have done that, but I didn't. Because apparently it's not a thing anymore, at least currently, which makes me sad. Yeah, I set up the stream. Look how fancy it looks. I've got that. Got the full screen version if we need it. Got the RCD2. No, RCT. T. Look at that. We got our options. Also, I got Boner back there. That was my Second Life avatar I was so proud of. I was so proud of him. And now I just don't play Second Life anymore. I'm too lazy to open it. Problem is, I don't do anything weird in Second Life. I just like running around and making funny avatars. If only Twitch allowed Second Life too. I always had a plan that I was gonna basically say like, hey, I'm streaming Silent Hill, and instead I would just be on the Second Life Silent Hill map that's like weirdly combat oriented. It's very strange. Very strange, very charming because of that. So I was like, oh, I should totally do this. Is this the one with the Twitch integration where we can get to be the guest? Apparently that doesn't work anymore, sadly. I did look around about it. How many death coasters will we build today? All of them. Otherwise, I 100% would have done Twitch integration. I wanted to put people as my guests. Maybe one day it'll be back. Love the death coaster. I was agonizing whether or not I wanted to do this or get back to Planet Coaster, but I was like, you know what? I've never streamed OpenRCT2, and also I think that one might be a little less intensive, so... Being a sim in a pool with no ladder park. Exactly. Let's see how many idiots we can moiterize. Yeah, I've got it all set up so we can just switch between these if we need. But this first video is silly, and I absolutely... Oh, let me shut off. That was some No More Heroes 3 music. Technically by Red Orca, but you know. They just took one of their songs and then just made it instrumental. Yeah, gotta DM you about something soon. Nothing bad. Just trying to plan a birthday week collab. Yeah, go for it. The more guests we cause, the more guests arrive. Exactly. We're just making more room for people. It's like, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. So to get into like the feel, you know, the vibe and everything, I was like, ooh, we should start with this short video that I really like called the Centrifuge Brain Project. I'm making sure to keep, you know, the titles in the, you know, visible just in case you wanna go check it out. I forgot how to place.
Maybe this makes a little more sense.
What?
Well, actually.
Okay, this one is crazy. So, if you're familiar with riff tracks, you might know about, there is one thing that I covered, which was Santa and the Ice Cream Bunny. Awful, horrible, horrible movie. Two versions of it exist. One of them that has like a Thumbelina story, another one that has like Jack and the Beanstalk for some reason. Like, I don't know why they have these, but I guess it was supposed to be like promotion for the theme park Pirates World, which, as far as I understand, Disney eventually bought that land, and now it's part of like Disney World. But that park looks nasty. Like when you're watching the movie, there's this one part where this horrible creature, the ice cream bunny, is like driving his little car, and it's just, you see these big old puddles of like distilled water. It looks so nasty. So nasty. When is the ice cream bunny fight pitch? If, you know, like this was a good movie, there would be like a crossover. That's like Mexican Santa Claus movie is insane. I love it.
When you think of movie-making theme parks in Florida, it is impossible to not think of Walt Disney World or perhaps Universal Studios. Years before either of those opened their doors, there was another. Ahead of its time in Dania was a place of pirates, rock and roll, and some of the worst movies ever made. I can't emphasize the worst part enough. I mean, pure nightmares. Pirates World's history is way, way weirder than you would imagine.
Where are these paths? Like, what am I looking at on this map? Disgusting. Man, I love One Piece. Oh. How do I erase? How do I erase things?
C.T. Robertson worked in the oil and real estate business in Wichita Falls, Texas, before moving to Fort Lauderdale, Florida in 1963, where he purchased an insurance company in Orlando.
No!
He had another dream, combining an amusement park and movie studio. To make his new idea a reality, Robertson would buy land
this looks
on
great
Sheridan
so
Street
far.
in
This looks
Dania.
great.
The location was chosen due to the proximity to the Robertsons' home and the fact that it wasn't too far from the major cities of Fort Lauderdale and Miami, the tourist hotspots in the state. The first part of his dream would be to create his amusement park. Robertson would hire somebody with Hollywood experience to design it. Originally, the amusement park for Dania was to be designed by Paul Grossi. Due to concerns with the attraction's budget, he instead decided to stay in Hollywood at MGM and work on a movie. Luckily, the perfect person was already lined up in place as the park's general manager who could replace him. Bob Minnick began working with his aunt and uncle on the
We're just
Circle
adding like
D ranch
dirt
at
paths
Disneyland.
because these are
Disneyland and Walt
peasants.
influenced
They're
Bob
used to it.
to become
They're used
a
to
designer
mud.
of parks himself, and over the
Feel
years,
the maze,
he
remember to
began
make
working
one
at Six
square maze.
Flags,
Yes.
where he would be introduced to Randall Dool. Together, they would work on designs for the New York World's Fair Texas Pavilion, conceptual designs for over
let's
Georgia,
do the
as well as
little
helping
tiny
Dool
baby
design
maze for
parts
idiots.
of the Universal Studios
I need to get
tour,
back into
Cedar
like the,
Point, and Busch Gardens, California.
remember how to
After
do all
gaining
this
all
nonsense.
this experience, for the first time,
First,
he
we
would
do
take the
need,
lead
like,
role
some,
in designing
maybe,
Florida's
FUD?
newest exciting
Some, like,
tourist
FUD?
attraction, Pirate World. In
Where's
1966,
the
the
Ferris
major
wheel?
new amusement park coming to Florida was announced.
Trebuchet ride.
Pirates would be
Knock
returning
these
to the
people
Gold
out
Coast
of the
of
park.
Florida in the spring of 1967.
peasants.
Planned to cover 30 acres, and with a 35-acre parking lot, it was estimated to cost
Tourist.
$4 million and had lofty hopes to attract 1 million people per year. Pirates
Gosh,
World
this
would be
is a
planned
lot
to be
to
one of the
look at.
largest themed amusement centers in the United States, with 5 distinct areas representing locales
Research
which
and
once harbored
development.
notorious pirates. The 5 areas would be the Spanish Main, featuring Caribbean ports, where Jean Lafitte held sway, the China Seas,
The One Piece
Jamaica's
stuff in,
Port Royale, and
Universal
Africa's Barbary
Studios
Coast.
Japan has
Bob Minnick
nothing
and
on
his team
this.
said they spent hours researching pirate lore and history to make an authentic recreation of famous
How do
ports,
I
buildings, and ships.
build
These
this
would just be the
nonsense?
original plans. Along with the amusement park, which took up 30 acres of the 100 purchased, they hope to eventually build that movie studio next door, a large stadium to host the Pittsburgh Pirate baseball team during spring
Look at it,
training,
big-
a luxury motel, and golf course.
Oh, it's one of those
Bringing a
trees
sports
right
team
over
to
there. Okay,
Dania
okay,
became
okay.
one of the priorities for the project.
I was like, what
Money
is
for the
that?
project came from multiple private investors
Water.
who came from all over the US, including Ryder Neff, one of the owners
What?
of Cedar Point, and another being Daytonian John Kemper, who had said multiple times he hoped to become the Walt Disney of Florida. One of the first things the park wanted to do was get a ship for the attraction, and in 1966 they attempted to move a movie U ship seen in films
What?
such as White
Hey.
Cargo to the upcoming park. Instead,
How do
it was
I-
accidentally sunk when trying to be transported and sent to the dump. The whole situation was one of the first lawsuits of many that the
Ferris
park
wheel's
would
broken
be
down.
involved in over
Whatever.
the years. Bob Minnick, inspired by Disneyland,
How do I
insisted that
put
his
my
new
water
park
here?
would be fun for all
Help.
ages,
Help
themed,
me.
and most importantly,
No, I don't
clean.
wanna do
He
that.
said it would not have the honky-tonk atmosphere that doomed so many amusement parks after World War
Fine,
II.
I guess we're just
The
not
amusement
having
park will be
water
back to a
ever.
bang and offer 550 jobs to locals. They put a focus on hiring clean-cut college kids to run the place, with an emphasis on courtesy and politeness. The local city of Dania backed the project right away, expecting to collect $15,000
Yeah,
in
this
taxes
is-
from the
this is
attraction
looking
in the
great
first
so far.
year. They
This
had
is
created
looking
a deal
great.
that meant every visitor would pay 5 cents per person
This looks,
towards the city.
great.
The support of the city would start out wow, but
want a
that
moat.
wouldn't last very long. As construction began, as soon as word got out that the tourist attraction was coming, Pirates World's first troubles began when Hollywood Inc., who own hundreds of residential lots in the area, sued the attraction threatening
How
proper zoning.
is
They
this
stated
that I'm
they
looking
feared their
at?
value would be affected by carnival-style attractions. They
This,
said that
this
they would
looks
do
great.
anything possible to stop it being built. It didn't really matter, and the city had already made the deal, so nothing came from it. By January
I'm just testing things out.
1967,
I want
as
water.
opening approached, the call was sent out that Pirates World wanted college students. They could come to work as clean-cut,
Yeah.
family-friendly pirates at the new wholesome park. Costing $7 million to build, much more than originally planned, Pirates World was set to open on April 7th, 1967.
Footpath in the way.
Many
I-
said that
I thought-
Florida would now have its own version of Disneyland to bring tourists to. Pirates World would be the 4th largest amusement park in the country when complete. Unlike Disneyland's pay-per-ride, Pirates World would have a one-price entry
No,
of
I need to-
$3.50 per adult and $2.50 for children.
Quit to
and
menu.
everything inside would be
Don't save.
included to ride,
I
enjoy,
want a
or
clean
see the
park,
shows.
okay?
The only things that weren't included were food and
Extras.
souvenirs, though visitors were welcome to bring their own, and tip-in would not be allowed. Just a few days before opening, Pirates World was said to be delayed indefinitely by the city's utility commission. All rides would have to be re-inspected due to an issue over the sewer line connection for the park. And
Prison
it was said to have been
Island.
laid without a permit. Again, these issues were fixed quickly, and the opening went ahead as planned on time.
Summoning me might be back later. Okay.
1967. Those who previewed the new amusement park left impressed.
Sorry, I'm like
this
looking
was more
through
of an
stuff.
A+ grade park than a high C's park. They were all hooked.
Electric
it was a place
Field
full
sounds
of
very
treasure
promising.
That made people visiting feel more like a pirate than leaving irate. Doesn't really rhyme, but irate, pirate, yeah, it works. Most of the rides found at the park will be purchased from other locations. The most popular and recognizable attractions will be the 23-story-high Crow's Nest Tower, which had been popular at the New York World's Fair.
Okay,
Other
I
attractions
check
purchased from the New York
controls.
World's Fair included the Banyan Tree Slide, the Log Flume, and more. The Swiss
there any way
Skyway
to
took
check
passengers
controls?
over the park, and the original Coney Island steeplechase would be relocated to Pirates World. In addition to the rides, there would be a family theatre, marching bands, and street demonstrations by bands of pirates, along with a petting zoo and a carousel which had been relocated from Cleveland. The park featured another roller coaster, Wild Beetle Race, a wild mouse. The reviews often stated that it was 100% worth the adult admission cost, with all attractions included, something that not even Disneyland was yet doing, and it was seen
Get
as
this
an
outta
incredible
here.
gimmick. It was popular right away,
Oh, no.
and the city earned $1,500 from the 5-cent head
I'll
tax within the
accept
first
that
days
right
of
there.
opening. The park was happy and the city was happy, and in the first month of operation, only on weekends, 20,000 people had visited. The zoning issues were mostly all fixed, and the future looked bright for Florida's new theme park. Even the mostly all-student employees loved working at the park, earning $1.50
Get this outta
per
here. I
hour,
want this outta
calling it
here.
a
I want
place
the-
where you
get-
were a family,
Shoot.
not just employees.
Wait a
on
minute, how
first
do I-
name basis? Bob Minnick's
Verticality, how do I
Disneyland
do-
influence could be seen throughout.
Hold
Broward
on.
was becoming the tourist capital of
I
the
don't want
state.
that. I don't want a
Ocean
map.
World, Pioneer City, and now Pirates World. The opening year of Pirates World was a huge success. Other than a few car break-ins, it became the place to visit and even work. It was often called Florida's most beautiful
How?
new attraction. By the end of its first
You know what,
year,
I'm gonna
Pirates
look
World
this
had
up.
its
I'm
first
stuck.
issues with the city. After a successful first month and excitement over the head tax, it had not been paid for 3 months and was overdue. The park agreed to reluctantly
Oy.
pay them and have its books audited. For the park's second year in 1968, Pirate World added Pirate Adventure Land, a highly themed village with swinging bridges, things to climb, and a boat ride down the river passing a fire-eating dragon. In this new $300,000 addition, Bob was putting his Disneyland knowledge to use once again, though it would be Bob's time soon to move on and leave the park, creating his own design and architectural firm that will go on to create hundreds of themed entertainment projects around the world.
How long until this
Before
park
we keep
develops into
going,
drug
I have a
haven
question
cannibalism?
for you.
Hey,
Do you know
spoilers.
the Ice Cream Bunny?
Ice cream bunny's
Well,
wonderful.
Get ready to have some nightmares.
Few options. How do I increase?
In June 1968, the second part of the plan for Pirates World would commence. Recreation Corporation of America, the owners of Pirate World, would break ground on a $1 million motion picture
I need
studio
to-
called Film World that not only would make movies, but be open for the public to tour as a second phase of turning Pirates World into Florida's largest tourist attraction. The Sky Ride would even be extended to get to the film.
I want this gone.
Created in conjunction with
thing.
Empire Studios.
Get this
and designed
gone.
by
Get-
its studio
I don't
founder,
want
Luke
this
Mobley.
floating.
The new studio was set to
Help me.
produce 5 films a year.
Help
Empire
me.
Studios was founded by Luke with plans to turn the Sunshine State into a second movie-making paradise like Hollywood. Film studios were flocking to the state for its beautiful beaches and weather, and movies like Flipper were more popular than ever. Mobley had formed his studio in Davie after working on sets for other studios, building
this
his
outta here.
first in 1966. He
None
had
of this
opened it to the
charming
public, given
nonsense.
tours,
We don't
added a
want that.
restaurant, and allowed
Get it outta
tourists
here.
to see the movie-making business for the first time in Florida.
This can stay.
And they were planned to do the same with a brand new hexagon stage built at Pirates World. With 5 films set to be made at the new studio, quality cinema this was not. The low-budget films
Yeah,
would
these
not
are
only
awful. These
hopefully
are
make a
awful
profit, but
movies.
allowed those visiting the park to get an insight into the world of movie making. Film World's
Hold
first
on.
feature film at
Just-
Pirates World will be titled
That's a
The
little
Grove and star
Siri.
Rita Hayworth, later being renamed to The Naked Zoo, and filmed in locations around South Florida before the sound stages were fully completed. Also, during 1969, the park began to host outdoor concerts, advertising clean air, easy parking, and a night of dancing. The park continued to expand its amusement park offerings and even announced a merger with Crystal Beach Amusement Park Company, located in Canada,
I need
just
to know.
over the border from Buffalo. The future and expanding was at the forefront of Recreation Corporation's plans, and while the Crystal Beach deal did fall through, they had plans
Having
to
trouble
even build
getting
their
this
own
out
park
here.
in Buffalo eventually.
Get this! This is gone! Get it out of here! It's floating! Did you grow up with the original Zoo Tycoon games on floppy? I didn't have anything like that. I just had edutainment. Like a
The
dweebus.
clean-cut family amusement park was
Fine,
changing,
I
and rock
I don't wanna be
concerts
here.
were growing at the amusement park. What
How
started
can I
as a
just get, like,
competition
a
for local
clean,
bands had expanded
like,
to nationwide acts. and the
nothing in
locals
this
and the
park.
city
I just
were not
want-
happy about it. Jefferson Airplane members were even
I
arrested
just want
for
an
being
empty-
abusive and disorderly
empty lot.
when the sound system was cut off during their show due to complaints of it being too loud from local residents. Arrests and drug use was becoming more
Like, I
and
don't-
more
I don't-
common. Film World's official opening
this crap.
was set for the summer of 1969, both leasing its facilities for film creation
How
and
do I
creating their
get-
own feature productions. With the most high-tech filming studio in Florida ready to go, they had plans to create multiple movies. The movies made at Pirates World were... well, let me just show you.
Oh, please. I didn't want to be a
That's the
spinster by my own
Thumbelina
choosing.
movie.
What I need is a little.
If I was Thumbelina,
You are smaller than we are. You must be some kind of a bug. I will ask the advice of my friend. She
I
says
want,
she
I
is a
want
human
like an
being,
empty
but I think she is
field
fine.
instead of
She is
this.
some kind of a bug.
Recreation Corporation had an aim with its home-created movies that they would be suitable
Karaoke,
for the
no.
entire family, but insisted that they would only aim to make movies for children aged 2 to 12. To create these movies, they would bring in Barry
Build your own
Mahon,
Six Flags
producer,
park. Okay,
writer,
there we go.
director,
There
known
we
for
go.
movies
I was like,
such as
how do
Rocket
I-
Attack USA, Sex Killer, and The Wonderful Land of Oz. Though, dig a little deeper, and you will see known for movies such as Rocket Attack USA, Sex Killer, and The Wonderful Land of Oz.
Sex killer? You're not even gonna show the title to the. Okay, fine.
Though, dig a little deeper, and you will see that he mostly made softcore 60s
Place 7
pornography
flags on the
films,
ground and
in
outdo
fact,
all the
spent
parks.
much of the 60s
Into
doing
the
that.
pit.
Why was he hard to make children's movies at a pirate theme park movie studio in Florida? Once you see the movies that came from it, maybe this makes a little more sense. Well, actually,
Is
no.
this like a
it's still
turd?
just weird.
Oh, it's
but he had
pretzel
actually produced a
style.
ton
Okay.
of children's TV shows. What makes the story even stranger, however, is that Barry was a pilot in the war and taken prisoner. It was him who the movie The Great Escape was loosely based on, with him being played by Steve McQueen. Barry Mahon worked on the film and was previously the personal pilot and manager of Errol Flynn. Perhaps that is where he got inspired to work at a pirate world.
Nope.
Unlikely.
Tell me about Musical Mutiny.
Why, honey, Musical Mutiny is the greatest groove in musical history. A flick where everybody does their thing.
The in-house movie first filmed at the new studio would be Mutiny
let's,
at Pirates
yeah.
World, using
Whoa.
the park as the locale. The film's plot is a reincarnated pirate posed as an employee at the park would let everyone in free for a rock concert at Pirates World. Mahon said that everything he made at the park would be family friendly, and he would ignore requests to
Including
insert sex
sex-
or drugs into these
What was it?
children's
Sex
movies.
killer?
Yes? What do you want? Don't you know this is a private office?
What do we?
Yes, I do, Mr. Burgess.
A burger.
If you only watch one movie this year, though, it has to be Santa and the Ice Cream Bunny.
All places for Santa to be.
I've seen this movie so many times. It's awful.
Stand thousands of miles from the
Hat
North
stall.
Pole,
Yeah, let's
way
put, you know,
down in
you
Florida.
come in, you've
The bizarre
immediately
film
got a
about
bunch
Santa
of
being
like
stuck on a beach who
stuff to
mumbles and
buy, you
sings.
know?
It's usual cheer, because Christmas Day will soon be.
Be here. Soda,
Who will-
yeah.
Who will help me? Who will?
Hell yes, we got soda,
Then
popcorn,
cuts to one of Mahon's earlier films for an
pizza.
hour, which was also filmed at the
Oops.
new studio and was just as bizarre, before returning to the new film where the ice cream
can
bunny arrives to save Santa, eventually.
How do I rotate you, sir? Hey, hey. Get rid of that. No, turn it. I want this gone. There we go. This is already looking very promising. Look at all the still water. It looks so nasty. I bet that park smelled bad. Oy. I bet it was so gross. What else do we want? Yeah, first aid.
Smoke? Whenever there's siren, it means there's a fire. And yet I don't see any smoke. I hear siren. Where is that coming from? Where's that sound coming from? Oh, see.
There we go. Wait. Oh, okay, open.
What is an ice cream bunny? I don't think we will ever really know for sure. The
Open
ice cream bunny
this.
live action bits surrounding Thumbelina were packaged together to market it as another new
what are you
matinee
doing
film
here?
for kids. The
Get
children's
outta
films
here.
being made at the studio would not get major releases like Mutiny was planned to have. They would play only on weekends at hundreds of movie houses across the nation at children's matinees. Parents could drop off
NK
their
Dad
kids
was here.
and they would witness the horrors of the ice cream bunny, and afterwards, I doubt anyone would even believe what they saw.
Isn't he cute? He's adorable. That's so cute.
By August 1969, Pirates World was breaking new attendance records. These records
All
were
the
growing
people
bigger
working
due
here
to the
are going to go
popularity
insane
of
with
the
this
amusement
carousel
park rock
here.
concerts.
Perfect.
More than 11,000 people would attend a Led Zeppelin concert at the park the following month. The complaints about the noise, drugs,
Led Zeppelin
and
at this
troubled
piece
rock
of
music
trash?
fans began to grow louder. The
Hello?
long-haired pot smokers coming to Dania were not what the locals wanted, as they put it. The park
Hello?
continued to expand and wanted more and more concerts and rides, and the previously open-air concerts would now have the world's largest tent built over it. Complaints did not stop, and many of the rock shows did not even really get started till
entrance.
10:30 p.m. at night. New entertainment director Charles Ward aimed to bring even bigger rock artists to the park. These included the Grateful Dead, David Bowie, Alice Cooper, Fleetwood Mac,
Bowie?
Black Sabbath, the Beach Boys, and many,
Bowie?
many more. The concert tickets were an added extra after buying your park ticket, ranging from $2 to $6. That wasn't if you were just one of the kids who snuck into them though. The concerts were getting bigger, the park was still popular, and the terrible, terrible movies were still being produced. One of the more popular and successful movies they picked up was an animated film called Santa and the Three Bears by Tony Benedict. The studio still hadn't opened to tourists visiting the park, but movies were being made there. With 5 children's movies planned to be made per year. Mahon said that the children's classic fairy tales of old were badly written. Even the Brothers Grimm and Hans Christian Andersen stories had to be remade because they said nothing good to the children of today. R&S Film Enterprises, a subsidiary of Recreation
Okay, does love bunny. I
Corporation,
love
would
bunnies,
remake
but
them with a
that
moral
thing's a little
message for
freak.
today's
I hate
children.
him.
Each film took around 90 days, and he said he didn't
And on
waste
top of
time
it,
with
like when you watch the
rehearsals.
movie,
He
you
just
could tell
filmed
he
them.
can't really
He said
see
he
things
had
well.
gone from being called king
And
of
he's
the
driving
nudies
with these
to king
with
of the
these
fairy
precious
tales.
child lives on the back
While
of
the
this
park
truck.
was
It's
successful,
awful.
the real moneymaker and crowdbringer
Genuine
continued to be the
fear.
rock concerts held under the now
Oh,
giant
just-
tent.
just a cute
Pirate
little
World
tree
once
right
again
here.
tried
Yeah,
to get a
just-
sports team at its location when it tried to get a hockey franchise to
Can I
come
get
to
a
Pirate
big
World
nasty
in
tree
an
there?
adapted rock concert theater arena. The complaints about the concerts were at an all-time high, with the city now attempting
Yeah,
to
sure,
block
that looks
them.
great.
The city
That
tried to
looks
find
great.
anything wrong with
Wait, no.
inspections to close down the venue, and the
wanna
fight
get
between the
this-
pirates and the city would continue.
Yeah,
During
fitting.
the 1971
Perfect.
season,
Thank you for
over
that,
600,000 people visited Pirate World. After the summer, the park closed to add a new roller coaster, the Wildcat. The movie studio continued with the purchase of CH51
can I just-
WKID TV. They planned to launch a TV channel just with programming for children. This was opposed
Zero
by
people on
some,
ride.
as Pirates World was becoming known for its rock and roll and drug concerts.
Oh,
and
hell
shouldn't
yeah.
be promoting to children on TV. The challenge was dismissed, and WKID went on the air with its studio based at Pirate World in
Do I have a
early
tarot card collection?
1972.
My
After
tarot
Walt
card
Disney World
collection
opened
are
in 1971,
JoJo-themed
attendance
ones.
at nearly all tourist
So not
attractions
really.
in Florida dropped, though in Dania, not by as much as predicted. And Pirates World attendance remained steady.
What do
thanks
I
to its
want
concerts.
here? What is this?
Behind the scenes for a few years, though, the finances for the park and the movie
cash
studio were
machine,
struggling.
yes.
To end the struggle between the city and Pirates World over its concerts, C.T. Robertson
I'm probably
applied
gonna have to
change
put
the park
toilets
zoning
around
to
here,
allow
which
them
is
to build
stupid.
1,700 dwelling units on the site. Robertson said that people had yowled about these concerts in Dania for years, and now they would have a chance to get rid of them. If the rezoning
making
was
this
approved,
very
concerts
normal
would
at
end
the time.
within 90 days, as soon as contracts were fulfilled.
I think you're missing
If
a
the
Subway
rezoning
Surfers
wasn't
video in the
approved,
corner,
he would go
maybe.
ahead not only with the concerts next
Hello,
year,
suck
but add in a
farmer.
full season of wrestling
Sick.
and roller derbies. If you thought Pirates World was already a public
You have two
nuisance,
Fire Emblem
as many
sets.
did,
I just
they
have
hadn't seen
again. I just have
anything yet.
JoJo ones that
Pirates
came
World
with,
owners said that if the rezoning was approved,
one of
Pirate
the-
World would
one
be
of the
phased out over a couple
Japanese
of years
Blu-rays, I
and
believe.
potentially relocated. Pirates World was
Okay,
the
so
center of
we're gonna
controversy
start with
for
normal
Dania
rides
ever since it
at the
opened,
moment. You know,
marked
we
with
gotta-
civil disorder, parking problems, and those darned long
We're building up to,
the city had attempted
nightmares.
to close for
Circus,
years.
perfect.
As for the park's future, they were looking for sites in Broward and Dade counties, but it didn't matter as the
Wait.
rezoning request was mostly ignored and delayed. So the park remained open and concerts continued into 1973.
Actually, no, let's get rid
That
of it.
same year, the city, who had been trying to stop the concerts for years, finally found a way. On June 1st, 1973, the city finally
Home
managed
for
to
you.
close down the
Perfect,
Pirates
see?
World Concert Arena, as it was said to be substandard and had no certificate of occupancy. The roof, made of canvas and plastic, held up by steel ribs, was originally deemed not a building, which was why it did not have a certificate. Now it had been confirmed that it would class as a building, and the park needed a permit. While the park remained open until September 1973, now the city had successfully
Entry of the
closed down its
gladiators.
concerts. Its financial difficulties were even higher. Suddenly, out of nowhere, and a surprise to its employees, Pirates World was closed permanently. The park normally closed in September and reopened
Let me
in
know
December.
about that song.
However,
It's
as
a
the
great
gates closed,
song.
The park management announced that it would never reopen. The land had still not been rezoned, and no reason was given. The owners had refinanced the park recently. That was the only real indication that they were struggling.
Wait,
Owner
can I
C.T.
change the music
Robertson
here?
would not comment on the future of the park, but the animals were being sold. The pirate ship apparently sat at the bottom of the lake, and ride sale prices were being estimated. Then, out of nowhere, it was announced that the
Guess
park
not.
would reopen for its 8th season on November 24th, 1973. The plan to make it apartments seemed to have been scrapped, and its confusing future remained unknown. The TV studio on the site continued to operate, but the rest of the park had been the target of vandalism after sitting abandoned 2 months earlier. Robertson stated the concerts would
I
not
have a
return,
specific
and the
idea.
park
I have
would
a
eventually
vision
go
right
out of
here, and it's
business,
not
but for
not
now,
working
it
out
was
for
coming
me.
back. Without its concerts, Pirates World had very little chance of being able to continue. However, Pirates World did reopen on November 24th. Even though city officials said that the licenses had not been issued, it was later proven that they had acquired the right licenses, and the city had no claim to close the park. Just 2 weeks later, it was again reported that Pirates World had closed, this time for good, and was to be replaced by a 960-unit condominium community owned by Drexel Properties. Pirates World finally would close its
I have
doors
a
forever
vision, okay.
on December 2nd, 1973.
You don't understand. I have a
The
vision
amusement
in
park,
mind. You'll
concert
see.
area, and attractions would sit abandoned. The only operating part of the attraction left would be the TV studio that was still in use. The props, attractions, and rides were put up for auction. What was left became the targets of vandals with fires, theft, and graffiti all over the defunct park. Something a pirate would be proud of. Finally, in November 1974, nearly a year after closing, the dilapidated buildings were planned to be condemned by the city and ordered to be removed by December 20th. The sale of the land was still pending, but the once fourth largest amusement attraction in the United States would be no more. The city had been unhappy with Pirates World for some time, and they were finally happy that it would be gone forever. Just like everything in the history of Pirates World though, the removal of the buildings required by the city would not be as simple as hoped. RCA had not replied to the city's request to remove Pirates World. Some of the buildings were still structurally sound and couldn't just be demolished without going to court. RCA continued to ignore the requests, and a hearing was scheduled for them to argue against the removal of the buildings. Recreation Corporation of America filed voluntary bankruptcy the same month, stating they could no longer maintain its 83 acres. Condemnation procedures finally began in late 1975.
Why am I having trouble with
including
this?
the still-in-use television studio, which was said was using water unfit for human consumption after it started taking water from a well to not have to pay the city at all. After the buildings were condemned, Channel 51 went bankrupt shortly after being acquired.
I have
by
a
an
vision
investment
in
group,
mind,
putting
okay?
an end to the film
But this
studios
is,
that once held so much promise.
It's giving me trouble.
In 1975, that old concert hall / tent went up in flames in a blaze accidentally started by workmen removing insulations from the roof. Again, the site's future would look bright. While the site continued to sit abandoned, some light shined on it in 1978. Pierre Bedard said he had been told by God himself to build a biblical park on the site of Pirates World. Paul stated that God told him exactly how to build the park nail by nail. The Bedards had told the city they had wanted to build a non-profit attraction on the site called God's World, a place that could give those who visited a different outlook on the future.
Okay,
what kind
of what can we have?
The
Entertainers.
area was still zoned for recreational use, and that was seen to be the
what
preferred
kind of panda
future
costume?
for the
Is there a
site.
clown?
The Bedards said they were trying to secure financing to pay for the first stage of construction and hope to open God's World
a gorilla.
by June 1st, 1978. The planned $10 million development would include a Jonah's whale
Where
ride
is he?
and other biblical
There you
attractions. Youngsters would even be able to get a preview
You.
of hell and walk right amongst the flames in another attraction. By
How do I pick you
July,
up?
delayed, it was reported that they wanted to open by September. When asked how close he was to securing the $3 million required to build the
This
new
is the
attraction,
gorilla
he said he had
platform.
raised about $6,000. But he had an offer that would be hard to
Wait.
refuse and said many major companies wanted to sponsor his new attraction. After RCA went bankrupt, the site was now owned by Fidelco Growth
Perfect.
Investments of Philadelphia.
The gorilla
Their response was
platform.
that they
It will
wouldn't
have
sell
like
the
a bunch
site
of
for promises alone. God's word, not.
jungle
Pierre
stuff
Bedard
for
was
the
insistent that he would transform the
moonkey.
site and stated he had a real vision from God to build the park, and continued to hand out leaflets describing the plans for the site. These leaflets listed God
moonkey.
as chairman of the board of God's World Inc. God's plan for Pirate World did not come to be. The area was replaced with a condo community, and the Pirate World Rebellion was finally over.
Hey,
Demolished shortly after.
no.
It is often said that Pirates World closed due to Walt
You
Disney
stay
World
there.
opening, but that wasn't really the case. The park was just too on theme, with pirates causing trouble, and it was rock and roll that really killed Pirates World. It only existed for
play like
7
that,
years,
huh?
but it had a huge impact on the area.
I guess
from
there's
incredibly
nothing-
popular concerts, its optimistic original
There's nothing
plan
here to
and
block
scope,
him. Okay,
and
okay,
one
okay.
of the first fully themed theme parks in Florida. C.T.
Where-
Robertson
do
had
I have,
created
like,
a
little
place full of
fences that
promise,
I can-
fun, and uniqueness. inspired by offering a better kind of amusement park, just like Disneyland, that really was ahead of its time in some ways.
We need a fence.
He passed away in 1997, yet some of his ideas would later go on to become staples in the Florida theme park industry. From offering a one-price ticket entry fee to being an amusement park combined with a movie studio. From holding concerts of some of the biggest artists of all time that sadly eventually led to its demise. Pirate World is often forgotten today, overshadowed by what would become the tourist hotspot building up around Walt Disney World. But for just a few short years in Dania, that was the hotspot of Florida for new tourist attractions.
Okay,
the park's
the
history
cage
is full of
for
hope,
Monkey.
rebellion, rock and roll, and is
You better stay in
way
there.
weirder than anyone could have imagined. Just like a pirate world should be.
Just try
There
and
is
get
one
out of
thing,
there.
though, from Pirate World that can
No!
never be forgotten. Because if you do, he might
Get
not
back
help
in there!
you when you are stuck.
Well, my old
Oh, no, you don't.
out of my predicament.
No, you don't.
And all the children will be so happy, and you will help both. Of course. Of course.
You patrol here.
You old hound.
You don't
You're
go
the one
anywhere
who
else.
weren't you? Were you the one that brought the ice cream bunny to help me out of my predicament?
Thank you so much for watching this episode of Expedition Extinct. If you enjoyed it, make sure you subscribe
You
to
stay
join
there.
the expedition. Follow
You're
us on
locked
Twitter
in.
and Instagram, and now Threads, for updates on upcoming episodes. And a special thank you to our patrons for supporting
You
the channel. We will
little
see
creep.
you next time.
You absolute little menace. Set patrol area. This is your patrol area. You don't go anywhere else. This is it. This is it. This is your patrol area. Right there. Right here. You don't go anywhere else. Nowhere else. This is where you stay. You bastard. Firing this guy. I hate him. My vision ruined. I mean, did I mess up? Did I goof up somehow? You know? Is your park like a boardwalk? So far, I mean, there will be more stuff. There we go, whatever. I was planning on having more stuff that, like a monkey exhibit, but apparently I can't have that. Unless... I'm determined to have the monkey exhibit, but hold on. Oops. I want the monkey exhibit so bad. You don't understand. This thing looks horrible. This attraction. New ride now available. The Giga Coaster. Why are you spending so much of your money on this monkey exhibit? Yeah, fun. However, now we'll start with $10. You know, this is essentially the animatronics on this. The Noah in particular is disgusting, horrible, awful. Okay. Look at him, he looks sick. I hate it. This ride would have scared me as a child. WTF is this? You know. Circus in the way. I don't want to deal with the I'm not... We're just looking at cute amusement park stuff. I don't want that right there. I want... Whatever. Again, I have a vision.
No, that's not yet. It's not yet. There's a koala back there. See the koala?
No. Wait. Okay, the exits will be there. No, we actually, no. I'm sorry, this is taking a while. I have a vision. And it's not working out right now. There'll just be a pit here, I guess. How do I undo stuff? Is there a way I can just undo? Hold on. Hold on, I want to check something. I guess not. I'm just gonna have to deal with the nonsense I've made here. That's fine, I guess. Okay, you know what? We're getting rid of the circus. We're getting rid of it. No one likes this. No one wanted the circus. No one wants this thing. It sucks. No one asked for it, and you know what? Yeah. True. No one wants the circus. Am I just gonna have to deal with like a scary pit right here? Am I just gonna have to deal with that? The circus will come back. Don't worry. I won't. The circus. It's fine. I like how many comments are on this video about like, yeah, this ride scared me. Actually, could you even call it a ride? It's more like an attraction. So this is just like an impossible spot I've created. There's just okay, there's just a pit that exists in my park then, I guess. Unless I can create walkways. A rickety bridge. Yeehaw. No, this. I want this. This thing. None of this. I don't want this here. Can you please stop? I want this creation here. I'm having issues right now, okay? I'm sorry. I made a mistake in building the pit that I was gonna trap a gorilla in.
Park St. Paul is a
okay.
fair style permanent theme.
Okay, Parc Saint-Paul. I have a history with this. So this used to be an amusement park I would go to as it... Go, get back down there. Get back. Nope. This was a park we went to when I was like really little in France, because it was like a small, cheap alternative to, say, what was known as Euro Disney at the time, and also what would, like a Parc Astérix, which is a park that's all based on Asterix, of course. And so this was like a tiny park that was mostly, it basically had rides that were kind of like all about like self-propelling yourself. It was more like there were horses you could ride. There were paddle boats sort of things. There was a little area to eat. It was a lot more picnicky kind of stuff. Very, very simple. Just almost basically like a big old playground. And then one year I come back to France and I realize I'm seeing a lot of advertisements, like in bigger cities. Compiègne, I'm seeing ads there, but more importantly, I'm seeing them around Paris. I'm starting to see them sort of in the Parisian area. Because typically I would be kind of in the, like the outskirts when I would visit my great aunt. And I'm like, huh. Okay, that's unusual seeing ads for that. We go back and all of a sudden there are a ton of people. It used to be that there was only one kiosk open. Now there were like tons that were just lined up, and I was like, whoa, what? And a lot of the kind of do-it-yourself, self-propelled rides were closed down in favor of more carnival-type rides. And apparently since then, it's a little more built up, but it still has the kind of fair vibe to it in general. So I have not been there since I was like maybe 12. Like, I don't know how different it is. I don't know what's up with the park.
Park,
but I found a video about it.
Attractions and 6 or 8-ish.
This thing, I loved this thing.
How you count them. The most notable likely being the Gravity Group wooden coaster Wood Express, but this park is filled with a bunch of other unique rides that you won't find in most other parks, and that's what makes it, or made it, so special. Telefreak, for instance, which is consistently argued as a roller coaster,
I loved it.
Unfortunately, just removed from the park. This park has a
except
really
when I was a kid, it wasn't like
areas and rides. If you are looking for
there was not no one mowed it, so it was just tall grass, really tall weeds.
Perfectly.
So if you fell, you could potentially, I don't know,
by an infamous fairground operator. The now
get a few bruises and stuff.
Some themed elements of the closed
it's stuff to cushion your fall. It was great.
And it really started to garner larger crowds.
Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch.
When it doubled its attendance over the previous year.
From Parc St. Paul, this is just a quick stop on our way back to Paris.
If you've heard of the theme park,
it really used to be just a little kiosk, and they had like a clown there.
That have happened here.
That was kind of like their guy wandering around.
Formula 1 coaster, which still stands to this day, but does not operate. The strange Wild Mouse-style ride by PAX has strangely banked turns and really quite steep drops for its small footprint, like many of the coasters by
that thing
company.
Closed because apparently a woman died.
For large drops in attendance to the
Sadly.
park each time it has an accident. However, the park always bounces back. This grid-like park is full of attractions, and the first unique one we would stumble upon would be Telefreak, this odd suspended coaster with poles that you stand on. You give yourself a push, and then they spin wildly around the track as you slightly go downhill. It's really a huge loss for the ride to be removed from this park, as these strange attractions are what make the stop worth your time. I'll never forget this very odd contraption.
Follow me
Really,
lost in the
it's a
foliage. You
sad
belong to the
loss.
park. Yeah,
We
it
take a
was
few
like
trips around this
when I
fun
saw
little coaster
Pirates
before
World, I
moving
was
on
like,
to the most
"Yo, this
well-known
thing
ride
is
of the
so
park,
rickety and
Wood
awful."
Express,
Oh,
the
it's taking me back to
gravity
Pax
group
I
manufactured
miss that
coaster features a number of
nightmare.
airtime hills in this out
Hell
and back
yeah.
style layout, and it's a fun little
Like-
ride. These really never disappoint. They can run a bit rough and they're short, but they're definitely visually pleasing little rides. And it's
Yeah.
expected for the light trains that run on this track. It's a fun layout, it's a quick loss in speed, and it's a little bit of airtime. It's a coaster that's fun for everybody.
Wood Express is pretty good. It's just like every other smaller scale gravity group. A nice double out and back layout, some twists and turns, and really good airtime. So nice, really nice layout. I loved that ride. Very rideable.
While you're
Not
back
enough
here in the
cash.
backside
Well,
of the
guess
park,
what?
Don't miss the walk through haunted house.
I never like I think I went to this walk through haunted house sort of a thing once. And it felt really dangerous, but this was back in the 90s.
Well, the haunted house was a bust. I don't know where the haunted house is. Maybe this is it?
There it is. Yeah, that's the corner. It's always been a
hidden
little
back
corner right there. Hello, DCLE Gamer. I always remember where it was because it was sort of in a corner when you went past like the
Definitely a fun time that most
horses
people seem to
and everything.
miss. We were the only ones inside this haunted house, and it
But it had
really
one
made
of
it
those
that much
tunnels
better.
that,
A
like,
lot
kinda
of cheap
spins
but
and-
effective
yeah.
effects.
My God!
You're a coward.
That was terrifying.
3 cowards.
That was incredibly good.
What scared you?
Wow.
Also manufactured by PAX, the Wild Train would be another fun ride. It's similar to another PAX ride that we rode earlier in the trip
So-
at Phantasiana in Austria. Maybe a bit less crazy this
Austria.
one, but man, these things really are wild for their size.
That's like the worst one I've ever been on. That one. It like garbage. 0 out of 10 quality credit. 0.
This Wild Mouse and a few family kid coasters complete the
rats!
collection at Park St. Paul. It's a stop with a lot of rides and
Rats.
one worth your time if you're nearby.
We're the
really
rats.
a unique park.
We pray
with a
at
really
night,
nice
we
setting
stalk
of
at night.
all-inclusive
We're the
fun
rats.
fare in the
I'm the
woods.
giant rat that makes all of the rules. Du papier.
We had a great
You
time.
put pee
and
dans
with
les
the
WC.
multiple parks that we were at today, this is the one that we spent
Toilet
the most
paper,
time at. But
please.
again, it is a park that you can go through quite quickly and get all the rides done.
I'm
Plus,
the
food
giant
really wasn't
rat
the
that
best
makes
here,
all of the
so I would
rules.
recommend eating elsewhere. And that would do it for us at Park St. Paul. That would be it outside of Paris. We'd be heading into the city to check out the Jardin d'Acclimation. Right in the heart of Paris, you can actually see the Eiffel Tower from just outside of the park. And that would be one of the last stops of our trip. We're down to the final 3. Thank you as always for watching. If you've watched all these videos, I appreciate it.
Look at
It's
all
been
the
a
aminals.
really fun trip, and I always appreciate people commenting, and I'm happy to answer any questions. If you ever leave a comment, I always look at them.
Yeah, we need
all.
more
If you're
amusement
planning
parks
your
where
own trip,
everything's
I
just
also
kinda
have a link
dangerous.
down in
Just like
the
Pax St. Paul.
description, which shows exactly what our trip was day by day.
I'm
And
so
hopefully
mad that
these
they
little
got rid
guides
of
help
my
you
my
out if you
awesome
do
like
do a
dangerous
similar trip. As always, thanks for watching.
telephonic.
Until next time.
You monsters. You hate fun.
I guess you just put your kid in and walk away.
Look, you want to put their back?
I forgot about that awful thing. Yo.
Wow.
I forgot about that. That thing sucks. I love it. Yeah, we might put little ducky paddle boat kind of stuff here. Yeah. Now what's this one about? Oh, Silver Dollar City. Okay, this one is in Missouri.
City is an 1880s theme park located in.
It is so this is one place I typically go to whenever I go to Missouri to visit my grandpa. Actually really cool park. It has some really fun rides. Also amazing food. Like really good, really good food. That is one of the advantages. NYC rats versus Paris rats fight. Look, I haven't been to Paris in a very, very long time. I don't know about the rat situation. Could be fine. Like, the rat situation might be mostly resolved. I don't know. But yeah, this park is really cool. They actually own like even more land than this now. So, but it's like, who knows what they're gonna build? But they have like this really impressive cave underneath, because something about Missouri to keep in mind is that there are so many freaking caves, like so many. Like that state is like a big sponge. And every time I go there, I like to go on a cave tour. And had I known that one particular cave had like on Saturdays, it was basically like spelunking, you're crawling around on all fours. I would have 100% done that if I had like grubby clothes. As it stood already, like the basic tour, it was like, if you can't climb practically on all fours, or, you know, like crouch down, do like, it was a tour that was practically impossible if you weren't flexible in any way. It was nuts. My grandpa also managed to go through this cave, but it was crazy. So I love caves. I'm fascinated by like geology. That was one of my favorite subjects in high school. So I'm really into just visiting caverns and all of that. I think part of that stemmed from when I was about 12. When you're about 12 in the French school system, at least this is how it used to be. I don't know how it is nowadays. But in about 5th grade, you would typically go on what they would call classe de neige. So I would say like kind of snow school. And so typically you would go to either the Alps or the Pyrenees. And living in Riyadh, we took a plane to the Pyrenees. That one would have been closer. It's right between France and Spain. And one of the things we did at that point was just, there was a cave sort of tour thing, and it was awesome. So Silver Dollar City has this massive one. Like, apparently when it, like back in the 1800s, I think 1800s, maybe like early 1900s, they were able to do like fit a bunch of hot air balloons and fly those around in like the main cavern. That thing is huge. It's great. It's cool. I'm back. How's the rabbit hole going? Going well. Right now we're looking into a review about Silver Dollar City, which is a theme park in Branson, Missouri.
Branson, Missouri, right alongside Table Rock Lake. It houses 7 roller coasters, a total of around 40 rides. Is home to
the roller coasters at this park are awesome, by the way.
Tour, some great views, good food, fun shows, and overall, it is a fantastic experience. It's probably the best. However,
warning if you ever go to Silver Dollar City, Missouri is not a flat state. Neither is the park. You are going to go uphill both ways wherever you go in this park.
Themed park in America outside of Universal or Disney. There are areas where you're walking around here where it seriously feels like you stepped back in time. I've had the wonderful opportunity of visiting Silver Dollar City on many occasions.
I'm just going to pause.
In 2016, and I've tried to go back every other year if I can. And I tell you, the more I visit this place, the more I like it. It's really a park that's grown on me over the years.
They have a roller coaster called Time Traveler that is freaking great. I love it.
Some tips for visiting and overall what
I went on that thing several times. It was really cool.
Now, a little bit of history. The whole reason why this park exists is because of what is called the Marvel Cave. It is located directly under Silver Dollar City. At the time, all it was a cave tour. They did that for several decades, and then in 1960, the Hershens opened up a little village they called Silver Dollar City, offered a blacksmith shop, a little town square, general store, that kind of thing. And as it grew in popularity, they started adding rides and attractions, and it's grown into what it is today. So now that you know that, absolutely, the thing that you got to do when you come to Silver Dollar City is check out this Marvel Cave. I gained a whole new appreciation for this park after I experienced it. The entrance is located right there.
Yeah,
in the main
typically,
gift shop, and you walk all the way down.
Marvel Cave is
hundreds
like
of
the
feet below
last
the ground.
thing I'll
There are
do.
multiple rooms. It just blows your mind when you realize that there's a theme park located on top of this place. Just a heads up, I mean, it is a cave tour, so you will need to be in a physically fit condition to be able to do it. It also will take some time, which is partially why I recommend doing Silver Dollar City for more than one day. There's enough to do here that you don't have to worry about getting bored. There's plenty to walk around and see. On my last visit to Silver Dollar City, we were there for 3 straight days, and I loved it. So I want to talk about several things.
We didn't go last time because it was like really storming. Raining and storming. There were like flash flood warnings. Yeah, this ride's so good.
World's first mock rides extreme spinning coaster, vertical drop out of the station.
This thing is great.
And launches.
I was so excited to try it.
Wooden coaster to go upside down 3 times really changed what people thought wooden roller coasters could do. And then you also
that ride is great too. Powder Keg is really fun.
Crazy history. Wildfires, B&M sit down.
I don't like that one though.
Gorgeous backdrop. The location.
I don't like that one. I kind of got like a really bad headache after that one. Like
it's fine.
had to.
I just love the setting. It's so cool.
Had to like stop, drink, eat something because I was so nauseated.
And so as a result, be prepared to do some walking because you're going to be going up and downhill. The layout of Silver Dollar City is not straightforward. There are tons of nooks and crannies, which is great. I mean, it really is a discovery experience. You can just allow yourself to get lost here, and you'll always discover something new. I've been to this park multiple times, and sometimes I still get turned around. It took me a while to really figure out the layout of this place. Here's the tip that really helped me. If you find yourself going downhill, you're heading to the back of the park. If you're walking uphill, you're making your way towards the front. Once I figured that out, it was a lot easier to get my bearings. But I do gotta say, brace yourself for that Midtown section because that is a brutal uphill walk. So getting back to the ride, I'm not gonna go too in depth with much of the other roller coasters.
I have an idea for this ride. Basically,
each of these rides on this channel, so I encourage you to go check those out if you haven't seen them
you
yet.
can come in, but you'll never come out of this ride.
As well, including an S&S screen swing.
My idea.
There's a log flume by Wildfire called American Plunge. I did that for the first time this past summer. That was cool, very well themed. Mystic River Falls was their new for 2020 attraction. It's a new river rafting experience that.
Oh, that thing's fun too.
A spiral
but I'm a fan of
elevated section. With this
a river raft type stuff.
Great. I was very excited to do it. I went right after it opened, and unfortunately, the 3 days I was at Silver Dollar City, it was closed the entire time. I guess they're having some technical issues with it. So, I mean, next time I'll be sure to go check it out. I mean, it's fine. I heard they got a big shark problem there anyway, so I'll wait for them to figure it out. A couple other attractions I want to highlight. Be sure to check out the train while you're here. Much like the train at Dollywood, this is not a transportation attraction. So it doesn't drop you off somewhere else in the park. It's just got the one station. Think of it like a show. It takes you up the mountain, it stops about halfway, they bring out some actors, there's a guy that comes out, tries to rob the place, and it's interactive. They'll ask you, hey, give me your money. When they came out to me,
I mean, that part's fun. I went there, the first time I went there was around like the Christmas holiday, so you're on this train and all of a sudden you stop in the middle of the woods, and instead of like this guy trying to rob you, you just got this guy sitting on a chair telling you about, you know, the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And I was like, oh, okay. Like it was such a strange experience to just like stop in the middle of the woods. It's dark, there's like some lighting and everything, and you just got this guy telling you about, you know, baby Jesus. Why not?
And asked if I had
it's Missouri, you know.
Gold Six Flags membership, and as you can imagine, that was a funny reaction.
I got some gold.
You got some gold?
Six Flags gold membership.
Six Flags? I don't even talk about that place.
So it's very experience-based. It's cool because Silver Dollar City is completely surrounded by trees. It's located in the Ozark Mountains. So when you're on this train, you just feel like you go so far back there. And I think those trees also really kind of add to the individual ride experiences because it makes it hard to see some of these roller coasters when you're actually in the park. I mean, the best view you're going to get of Outlaw Run is from the train. But when you're there at the ride entrance, I mean, the only thing you can really see is the lift hill and the brake run. Powder Keg and Thunderation, you can see even less of. Another attraction I'll mention is the Flooded Mine. This is a very old school shooting dark ride. It's also a water ride. You get in this little boat. You don't get wet. You just shoot the different animatronics. See who gets the highest score. It's cool.
We didn't use the guns in that.
A big critique for Silver Dollar City. I'd love to see a modern day, much better dark ride. Because as nice as this ride is, you can just tell it's one of the older attractions in the park, and I'd love to see them take a stab at a modern-day dark ride, just because of how far technology has come. And the last ride I'll mention actually isn't really a ride. It's kind of a walkthrough, actually. This is Grandfather's Mansion. Now, because
this thing's weird.
It's currently closed, but when it reopens, I definitely recommend checking this out. It's one of the only funhouse walkthroughs at a park in America. These just don't exist like they do in other parts of the world. So those are the different attractions they'll go through. I did want to talk about the food because when you visit most amusement parks, I mean, the food isn't like a big draw, but not here at Silver Dollar City. Everything you try here is going to be great, but I do have a few recommendations I'll go through. There's a new barbecue place by Mystic River Falls. I tried that out this summer, got a plate of ribs, and oh my gosh, it was incredible. You can also find some skillet locations. Those are great. There's grilled cheese over by Time Traveler. You can get some different variations of a grilled cheese sandwich, like with barbecue sauce or something. Everything here is delicious. But if I did have one thing that I have to say you gotta try when you come to the park, of course, I'm talking about the cinnamon bread. If you've been to Dollywood and the Gristmill,
I didn't try that. I didn't get that.
Silver Dollar City offers toppings on their cinnamon bread, and it is fantastic. I decided to try the one out that had apple on it. That was great. They also had a peach flavor, and I think there was one more. These things are deadly. Highly recommend. Now, depending on when you go to Silver Dollar City, you might get a different experience. I mean, much like Dollywood, this park has different festivals and events going on throughout the year. There's two in particular I want to mention. One is Moonlight Madness. This goes on during the summer, and it's one of the times of year where Silver Dollar City is open late, which means night rides. This is huge because if you get the chance to do Time Traveler and Outlaw Run at night, they're some of the best night rides you'll ever get. The only night ride in the world that I said I liked more than Outlaw Run at night is The Voyage.
Yeah.
And just in general, Silver Dollar City has a very cool atmosphere at night. And
hey,
there's
Vapor.
one heck of a fireworks show, too. The other big event that I want to shout out is Silver Dollar City's An Old Time Christmas. Now, I've been going to Smoky Mountain Christmas for years, so I was very excited to see what they did here, and let me just say, they did not disappoint. The Christmas in Midtown section alone blew my mind. I think they said something like there were over 2 million lights in that area alone. It is crazy. Probably the most Christmas lights I've ever seen at one park. And much like Moonlight
that
Madness,
like they go nuts with the
night rides on Outlaw Run in the cold
lights
or something else
for Christmas.
So in conclusion, Silver Dollar City is a great park. Everything is just so immersive. I mean, frankly, the entire park feels like one big themed area, which is one of the main differences that separates it from Dollywood, where you have some distinct sections. I mean, really, the only section here that I'd say has a different feel than everything else is Fireman's Landing, which is a spectacular kids area, by the way. But the flow from one section to another is just so flawlessly done. It just keeps you in the immersion the entire time. There's lots of places throughout the park where they have these troughs carrying water.
Doing
from one
fine.
To another. There's waterfalls.
I'm trying to.
Just different props and theming elements.
I'm getting ready to ruin people's lives with my theme park, but it's a slow burn. Okay.
They know how to treat people right here. Everyone is.
I'm gonna do something particularly evil with this one.
Day, and now you just want to come back for more. So if you get the chance, I highly recommend a visit to Silver Dollar City.
So this will make people think that they can get off of this, right? But they won't be able to.
The different points I've mentioned, and of course, if you're new to the channel, I'd love if you could subscribe. We have park reviews from places all across the world. They're all located in a playlist organized in alphabetical order, so please go check that out. And of course, stay tuned for more here at Coaster Studios.
But I want can I have swans instead of this? Can I please have swan bumper boats? Yeah, I really want to go on Dodonpa. It's in Fuji-Q Highland, which is kind of like on my bucket list as far as like parks to go to. This thing I think is like the quickest acceleration of any roller coaster. But Fuji-Q Highland has a lot of stuff that actually looks really cool. I think, if I remember right, they even had like an Evangelion exhibit sort of a thing. It was weird. Something like that. But this used to have like, instead of a loop, it used to be like a big old hump. But they, apparently, like, it just broke down more than having a big loop. Dodonpa. I get afraid of coasters. Well, here's a funny thing. When I was a child, You could not get me on a roller coaster ever. I was like, nope. Never. Nope. Nope. Not happening. And then I don't know, something just clicked one year where I was like, you know what? No, I enjoy kind of like that thrill. I'm a big fan of it. Now here, this is a ride called Cannibal. We've got a park here in Utah called Lagoon. I've only been once. This was back in like 2008 or something like that. So this was way before they built this thing. This is the thing that actually makes me want to go back to the park. It used to have the steepest drop in the world, but it was dethroned by like a Ninja Turtles ride. So interesting. But it has the first, what they call the Lagoon roll, because it is the first roll that they've done where it's like it turns and then it turns the other way. So you never do like quite an inversion, like a full inversion. People say this thing runs buttery smooth. My dad said he might take me to this thing like around my birthday, which I would be delighted. The only complaint though, so they designed it so that you can see the drop from the highway. Behind Lagoon, there are a bunch of mountains. It's pretty. But they have you facing, when you're about to do the drop, they're having you face like disgusting, like flat Utah highway with smog. It's awful. It's ugly. Like, why would you do that? Let's make... I want to go on this thing so bad. You have no idea. I want to go on this thing. Can I construct a little more? Is there any, like, I want the ragtime music. Yeah. Can I? I want to change. Because I want this to be like a little... Yeah, there we go. So then it open. So here's the thing. People are gonna get on this, they'll never be able to get off. You're gonna have 3 people who are stuck who are gonna be like, oh sweet! Little swan ride. They're never getting off of this thing because there's no way for them to dock back in. Yeah, I want to be on this thing so bad. Like I said, apparently it is like a buttery smooth experience, and I'm like, oh, I want that. Like I want to ride something nice. Yeah, this is what they call the Lagoon roll. So you never quite finish the inversion, and then you go like the other way, so. You love buttery roller coasters. Yeah, I have a problem with roller coasters that like really jostle you because I had like, it's one of the reasons I'm very hesitant to go on like wooden roller coasters. Because they tend to be like rickety, and some people enjoy that, but yeah, it has triggered migraines. Like, we went to Six Flags New England, which is, you know, a really nice park, but one of the last rides we went on was a... why do you have to make your thing so loud? One of the last things we went on was this wooden roller coaster, and it wound up giving me like an awful migraine. Like we were supposed to go to a dinner like with my dad's work, and I just stayed at the hotel. Like, I took a bath. I was just like, I'm dying here. I was like, oh. I remember going on El Toro, which was a wooden coaster at Six Flags. Felt like I got beat up by it. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it when coasters are like that. It sucks. Actually, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. So, give me a second. I'll put some music on at least, so you're not like, yo. Oh, sweet. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Gotta play some Shin Megami Tensei music. I hope this hasn't been like too weird of a stream for people. You know. I hope it hasn't been too weird. Oh hell yes, I've got victims who are stuck on the swans. Yes! They're never getting off. They're never getting off this thing. Try as they might, they'll never get off of it. Perfect. Another coaster that I loved as a kid might suck. It might suck as an adult is the Wild Mouse. I'm not like crazy about the Wild Mouse because it kind of hurt. It kind of hurt. I'm tender. Hey, I should show you something really weird. I have footage of 1993 Disneyland. I have footage. Potentially, baby me might show up. My partner just did a paper on how similar Disneyland is to prisons. Even the food is the same. Who the heck is this freak? Get off the screen. Oh yeah, you should send it. I would actually be very interested.
She wants to go back to that one.
Yeah, that is me. That is me, baby me.
Hi. Hi, Steve.
Good girl.
don't look at pictures of. Look at that freak.
You don't?
Look at that nasty, nasty creature. Disgusting. No thanks. Nasty, awful. Look at him, all prepared. All prepared with snacks and stuff. Oh gosh. But it's funny, actually. So this is a time where we have a bunch of pictures from another Disneyland trip. And it's really funny looking at the difference in the pictures because all of a sudden, I'm like way more awkward like the following year that we go. I feel like it's almost like I felt this weird anxiety around like mascot characters where it was kind of like, people are too close to me, and it was kind of funny in retrospect where it's like, yeah, I did not like, yeah, it's the tism. It was exactly that. We didn't recognize. I wasn't diagnosed until like 5 years ago, so it's crazy. I want to see like if there are any. Look at this idiot with her sunglasses. This moron right here. Stupid creature. I'm wondering. Oh yeah, so this is like the thing that they have at the freaking. It's like what they have in Frontierland. I'm trying to look. There's gotta be like. I used to watch these videos so much, and I think it contributed to like my weird fascination with theme park stuff, you know? Like it 100%. Oh, look at that idiot with the goofy hat. Look at that moron, stupid, dumb. What idiot? Oh, Star Tours, which is actually going to be relevant to another video we're going to see later, actually. I wish, okay, there's one video I wish like was converted, and I don't know which one it was, but it was from another trip. And I remember like my grandpa and I would watch it. My grandpa, like my French grandpa, I miss him so much. He passed away like in 2017. He'd been to Algeria. He was in the French-Algerian War. So like he at least like had memories of, you know, hey, what is it like in the Middle East? And there was like something where it was at like a Disney park when he and my grandma went there. And it was like the multicultural area where there's like you know, authentic wicker baskets and everything. And he was just sitting there next to me like while we were watching this taping. He's like, oh, so authentic. Like just like it made me laugh where he's like, oh yes, the artistry is so authentic. I honestly prefer the line for Star Tours than I ever have wanting to watch Star Tours. And I miss the people mover. These monsters got rid of it. These monsters got rid of one of the best features at Disneyland, the people mover. Because it was so much fun. You could like ride it. It was a nice way to like, you know, chill out for a bit, and then you could just like you could go buy some rides. You could go buy like the lines and be like, ooh, this thing looks cool. I'm gonna ride this. Like it was a cool idea. Also, this is the ride where many years later my mom realized, aha, yes, there they are. There's some Mon Calamari up here. This is what she realized. Or no, that's not what she realized. This is the like line where she realized that the Mon Calamari, you know, didn't have the noses were not the eyes. It's the reason for this ugly emote. Because for years, that's what she thought was Admiral Akbar's face. She didn't see the big, huge eyes. And looking at that, like, the front view with just the nostrils, I was like, oh, that looks like just an upset face, like a depressed creature. I don't know if I want to go to a Disney park now because the Genie Pass thing sounds horrible. Yeah, it is. Last time I went to a park, it was actually one of my friends invited me. I've had him on stream in the past. He invited me so we could do like the Halloween stuff, and yeah, not having Fast Pass stuff around, but like the Genie Pass, I'm really, really, really hoping that they just get rid of that, because Fast Pass was a great system, and you know, I don't know. Also, we went at an awful time. We went there for like the Halloween stuff, so of course it was going to be crowded and not great. Look at this moron. Dummy with like the dumb hat. Idiot with her stupid hat. I'm just wondering, like, what else? Oh, parades. Hey, remember when they had Roger Rabbit at the parks? Remember when they had Roger Rabbit? I missed that. Oh gosh, there's a video also from like when I was really baby, where there's like the parade and there's like this chicken. I don't know where she's from or like what thing she's from, but this big chicken comes over and it's like, there, I'm a cute baby at like around 2 years old or something, or like almost 2. And she just comes over and like kind of brushes me because I'm adorable. I'm an adorable baby. And, you know, just, of course, had to see me smile. Perfect. 07. Ugh. Creature. Ugh, yuck. I think I went to Disneyland 07. Hey, we could have met each other depending on when you went. That's one of the times I went. I think that was, no, last time I went with my mom was like, oh wait, she hasn't been since then. What, are you giving him a snake? That's dangerous! Make him get away! No! They're trying to do, someone's trying to assassinate him! Oh, it's just a video! I have my Pinocchio toy. Okay. As a kid, I had this Pinocchio here because Pinocchio was one of my favorite Disney movies. I don't know what it was about it. I think it was the art, like how soft it looked. There was something about it that fascinated me. So, of course, I had this Pinocchio. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah. Yes, this is the video! Yes, it's this one. I love this. To me, this show, like, this is something where it's like, oh, these cast members were like awesome at their job. Like,
No. Give a hug. Give a hug to Belle. Give a hug to Belle. She's so pretty. Say hi. Cheese.
Just like Mario. I had no choice.
Hi, Dee.
So I was scared. But then it's like, yeah, pet him.
It's soft. Okay. Say bye-bye now. Have a nice day.
Why are you all bullying? I'm bullying myself, and now you're all bullying me, saying, "Oh, you look like one of the Full House." It's all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Roger Rabbit. I love you, dude. You're awesome. Awful creature. Is this thing even open anymore? I want Roger Rabbit to come back. I miss Roger Rabbit. That's one of my favorite Disney movies ever. I'm just wondering, I know we have footage of, like, Pirates of the Caribbean, I believe. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry this is probably so weird showing you my home videos. But I'm like, to me it's fascinating seeing Disney in the 90s, you know? Roger Rabbit Kingdom Hearts 1. My friends and I, like back when I was in middle school, we had a Kingdom Hearts roleplay, and I was in charge of writing the Toontown sort of a thing. Now what happened to your nose? It used to be a button, now it's gone. Yeah, I don't know. Falls down eventually. Like, you know, eventually I grew my horns, and then it's like my ears and nose fell off, which was kind of weird, but, you know. I know there's gotta be, like, Pirates of the... Oh, yeah, they got rid of these things. These things up here, they got rid of those. I think, like, that reminds me, Lagoon had something like that, and someone died, like, a few years ago. Like, it was somewhat recent, so it's, like, no wonder they get rid of stuff like that at a park, which sucks, though, because, you know. Dweebus. Oh, now this is just the zoo. Where is the... Is this the... Like, this is the one that had the Pirates of the Caribbean footage. I'm pretty sure. Look at this messy eater. What a freak. Like, I remember... I feel like I was watching this the other day, and I saw... Because I was like, ooh, would this be interesting to show theme park-wise? There's another tape involving, like, theme park stuff that I had, but I don't know where it is. It's really funny watching this stuff and seeing, like, how much has changed, even, like, the, like, atmosphere-wise in a park. Creatures. I guess this isn't the one that has, I thought this had Pirates of the Caribbean, but it does have the submarine ride. You know, way before it got Nemo-ized. Nimized. Because, yeah, we had, like, basically recorded this entire show, which I was fascinated by, like, all the dresses. Yeah, like, I thought that this was the one that had Pirates des Caraïbes. Whatever, I have found footage on YouTube of the ride pre-Jack Sparrow. You know, before they did that. Before they ruined it. People are like, they ruined it with the auction, like, changing the auction scene. It wasn't that. It was, like, that. It's the Jack Sparrow stuff. I wish they got it out. It, like, on top of it, have you ever considered, like, have you ever noticed how with Pirates of the Caribbean, those movies are, like, they whitewash Pirates of the Caribbean? Like, when you go on the ride, no one's talking with a British accent. No one's talking with a British accent. None of them. Like, these are, like, Latino people in this. Like, this isn't quite right. Like, what if when we die, we're just greeted by an entity that tells us not to worry, that was just your baby body. That was just your baby body. Baby. Oh, okay. So, we got some Defunctland. Because Defunctland, great to have in the background. So, like this entire time, we've got the people stuck on the swans who are desperate to get off the ride. But they're never gonna get off the ride. They're all stuck there forever. They can't get off of it. Like, You can see them trying to get back off of it. They can't. They can't get off. These poor people. What if they add Danny DeVito to the Haunted Mansion? Okay, I remember when the original movie with Eddie Murphy came out, and my mom was like, when she heard that they were adding Jack Sparrow, she like to Pirates of the Caribbean, she's like, oh gosh, she's like, are they gonna start adding like, you know, Eddie Murphy to the ride all of a sudden? Like, she was like, it's just weird seeing like people's likenesses also in stuff like that. And she was just like, are we gonna go on the ride and like see him everywhere? Like, what? Oh, it works well with the audio? Yeah, actually, you're right. Hey, the Eddie Murphy movie, I'll say, is very flawed, but it's nostalgic. I haven't even seen the new one. I'm not sure I want to. I'm scared. I'm scared because Haunted Mansion is one of my favorite rides ever. Like, that is the ride I'll go on a lot. And like, I have a book on like the history of it. I actually have like the soundtrack for the ride. Things like that. I'm a big fan. I have like decor based on it. I have like a mug that's like Haunted Mansion themed. I have like a big plaque thing. I have like a poster that I still need to put up somewhere of like, you know, the art for the ride. Stuff like that where I'm just like, ooh, yes. And then I remember Hatbox Ghost was added to the ride, and I was like, hey there. Hey, Twirl's hair. Let me find. I know he's in the movie, but isn't he voiced by like Jared Leto? And I'm like, what, why did you do that to him? Why'd you do that? Also, he looks like, what is he making me think of in this movie? I guess some sort of like Grinch man. I don't know. But I'm like, I'd hit it. The ride version, I'd hit it. Whereas, actually, I need to find the art of him from like the look, he looks like a freaking Scooby-Doo type being, and I love it. I love it. Where's the illustration of him I love so much? Oh, there it is. I'd hit it. Genuinely. I'd do him. Look at that. He's a charmer. I really like the Worthy Kids version of Hatbox Ghost. Yes, Worthy Kids understands the fun scrungly aesthetic. Doctor from Princess and the Frog, the Boogeyman. Funny you say that. Actually, over on the table, I have like 2 pins that I got from like the Halloween stuff. One of them of Dr. Facilier, because dude's awesome. I love that character. And one of Oogie Boogie. And I also have another pin that when I saw it, I started laughing so hard in the shop because Alberio and I have this, there's a stream ages ago. I was on his Cuphead stream, and we were suddenly talking about like direct-to-video Disney movies. And the thing that came up was like Belle's Enchanted Christmas, where you had like this organ as a villain, voiced by Tim Curry, and it was like his song, instead of being like "Screw Christmas," which you would think because it's like a Christmas themed thing, was "Girls Are Gross." And it was like we were losing our minds when we realized that was like the thing was just girls are gross, not screw Christmas, anything like that. It was just girls are yucky, girls are gross. Beast, why are you so focused on this? Girls are gross. Love stupid, stinky, smelly, yuck. It was like, what is this? And I found a pin of that character. And so, of course, he had a crush on the Beast. 100%. I was like, Beast doesn't touch me anymore. Like, what is this? And so I saw this pin of him when I was at Disneyland last time. And I started laughing so hard. And I was like, I can't not buy this thing. Like, I'm probably the one person who's purchased this pin because it's insane. So... okay, I had brought up because we had the footage from Star Tours in the home video. So this is actually like the ride before Star Tours was a thing. And it's actually a ride that my dad remembers. Like, this is something where he remembers the line, like the stuff that you would see in line, because it fascinated him, because there's a really cool effect that's still, I think is still impressive. You know, it's still a really charming effect. And so this was a Monsanto sponsored ride about, you know, molecules. I'm sure that because it's Monsanto, you can understand where things went wrong eventually. But Defunctland, wonderful. Wonderful channel. Okay, we gotta continue this stuff. My poor idiots, you're trapped forever. Look at these fools. Look at these fools, forever trapped. Forever trapped with the ragtime music and everything.
WED Enterprises.
I'm gonna have to have a stream one day where I'm on camera and I just show you dumb things I have, like that pin. Like,
all that came were directed, instructed, and mentored by Walt.
What do you mean I need to play, like, stay in character as a VTuber?
These include Bill Bryman, concept artist.
I have a cute Hatbox Ghost sweater, actually.
Special effects.
Look, there he is!
Coates, show designer. Bob Gurr, ride designer. John Hench, designer and futurist. And the most recent
futurist,
George McGinnis, designer. While reviews of Walt within his animation...
Hey, ever think it's really funny how the futurist movement, like in the early 1900s, you had a bunch of people who were like super into like military precision and this and that. And then World War I happens and a lot of those people are enlisted and then they come back. The ones that survive are like, no. And that was the end of futurism. Ever think about that? I remember the first time I went to Disney World and felt sad that there was no reference to Kingdom Hearts. See, that has always shocked me that they don't lean into like Kingdom Hearts. You know? Like there's so much stuff. Isn't there a hotel actually that does have like a Kingdom Hearts room? Anyone want to bone in the Kingdom Hearts room? No, it's fine. It's only Sora watching.
Animation studio were mixed. The Imagineers loved working for Uncle Walt. They knew to give each project their all. Walt instilled in them his philosophies of entertainment and storytelling. Walt did not want to create rides. He wanted to create experiences, stories that could be lived. Under Walt's eye, the Imagineers became a family, creating groundbreaking attractions and developing friendships among each other. But this group, in 1966,
it's because they don't want to share profits with Square Enix. Yeah.
Their true test was on its way.
You know, it's been years. I still have a hard time just thinking Square Enix and not, you know, Squaresoft. But that's also because, you know, it takes me back to even like Final Fantasy games. Gosh, Voidburger playing Final Fantasy 9 is making me want to play that so bad. I forget how you forget sometimes just how good a game is until, you know, you watch someone else playing it.
To visit Disneyland Park.
Okay.
Among them was Monsanto's chairman, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas. The 64-year-old chemist had been working with Monsanto since 1936, and his claim to fame was his work on plutonium research for the Manhattan Project, which he conducted alongside Monsanto's Central Research Department. Thomas and his associates were traveling to Disneyland to view Monsanto's 3 exhibits in the park's Tomorrowland area: the Monsanto Hall of Chemistry, the Monsanto House of the Future, and the newest edition, Fashion and Fabrics Throughout the Ages. All 3 had been overseen by Thomas, who had worked closely with Walt since Disneyland's opening, resulting in a friendship between the two men. Thomas and the Monsanto team were fresh off of a trip to the 1964 World's Fair, at which they had seen the latest in attraction technology and speculative futures.
Merry-go-round broken down.
Monsanto's Tomorrowland exhibits were looking more antiquated than ever. Thomas and his
oh my gosh, I'm suddenly forgetting the music, Looney Tunes music, merry-go-round broken down.
Associates were not alone in their opinion. Walt Disney and his Imagineers had participated in the 1964 fair, creating 4 popular and groundbreaking
I want to get off boat hire 1. I want to get off merry-go-round 1. I've been queuing for boat hire 1 for ages. Too bad, dum-dums.
Complete, including a pirate-themed boat ride and a haunted house attraction. The largest of these post-fair projects was a complete refresh of Disneyland's Tomorrowland area. Outside of its 1959 expansion and a few other minor changes, the area had not evolved since its opening in 1955. Walt had never been satisfied with Tomorrowland. The rushed area was overly reliant on corporate sponsors, and some attractions had become noticeably outdated, while others were never futuristic to begin with. The Tomorrowland renovation would usher in a wave of new attractions that would engage in actual speculation of the future, with an emphasis of the transportation of tomorrow. Possibly Walt's greatest fascination, the entire new Tomorrowland project would be given
while you're up here, you just get to be confronted by a dinosaur. He's just staring at you, making sure you're not doing any funny business up here. Oh, you trying to make out? Something like that, huh?
Construction of a scale model detailing every attraction. This scale model
represents
more than 5 acres of new attractions in Tomorrowland.
The main avenue of Tomorrowland would be completely overhauled, with almost no inch untouched. The area's signature attraction, Rocket to the Moon, would be demolished and rebuilt with larger theaters. It would also be given a pre-show starring an animatronic named Mr. Tom Morrow. The attraction would be renamed to
Oh, my dad remembers this ride too. He was like, man, this thing sucked.
Travel to outer space will be an everyday
just remember him telling me about it. He's like, this thing
America
sucked.
the Beautiful would be replaced by the Circle Vision 360 film, America the
This is
Beautiful.
food for the
The
dinosaur.
new film of the same name was shot with a new method, using 9 cameras as opposed to the original 11. The theater itself would also be expanded, taking up more of Tomorrowland's North exhibit building, closing the Art of Animation exhibit permanently. The rest of the show building, where the art
I need
corner exhibit
to.
once was,
I know
would
I'm
be replaced by
focusing
the
so much on
Tomorrowland
this
Terrace
area,
restaurant.
but it's
The addition
important
of the
actually.
Tomorrowland
What
Terrace
I'm
would
trying
also
to do.
result in the closure of the yacht bar. The Astrojet spinner would be replaced by the rocket jets, which would be elevated to rest on top of the loading platform for a brand new Tomorrowland attraction, the People Mover. The People Mover was a ride that gave guests a tour
That thing
around
was so
Tomorrowland
good. I
and
miss
through
it
its
so
attractions,
much.
with onboard audio describing the various sites. The People Mover was an evolution of the technology first used for the Ford Magic Skyway attraction at the 1964 New York World's Fair, and the ride was meant to act as a prototype to the transit system that would be integral to Walt's experimental community project. The People Mover would also travel to the front of the land, passing above guests' heads, in the area that the Clock of the World once was. Another attraction from the 1964 fair, the Carousel of Progress,
How
would
did
be
I change the
relocated
name?
to Tomorrowland, taking the place previously held by the Space Bar restaurant. The new show building would have 2 stories, with the Carousel show taking up the first floor and the second floor giving guests a view of Walt's experimental community concept in model form. The often unreliable Flying Saucers attraction would also be removed and replaced with a new Tomorrowland stage. What would become of the remaining Tomorrowland space was up to one sponsor, Monsanto. 2 out of 3 of Monsanto's attractions were located in the South Exhibit Building, alongside the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea exhibit. The other was the Monsanto House of the Future, which sat at the entrance to the land. Given that the House of the Future was now nearly a decade old,
Oh, nice, some
Monsanto
jerk.
and Disney decided
Thank
to
you for
close the
popping
attraction,
in.
but not until after the rest of the new Tomorrowland project was complete.
Where's Mr.
Monsanto would also
Bones?
close their other 2 exhibits, the Hall of Chemistry and Fashion and Fabrics
What
throughout
the heck?
the ages.
I
And
just
Disney
got a
would remove
skull.
the 20,000 Leagues exhibit,
Do I have
freeing up the
to
entire building for a larger
build up
Monsanto
to
attraction,
eventually getting a
brand new
Mr.
ride,
Bone?
utilizing a familiar concept. For Monsanto's attraction, Disney would resurrect a concept
Hey,
that
how
had
do
been on
I-
the drawing board since the early days of Disneyland.
Ah, there we
a
go.
proposed Tomorrowland pavilion named Adventures in Science, or Science Land. This small area would have featured multiple new attractions, one of which was named Micro World. Micro World would have sent guests through a microscope, shrinking them down and allowing them to explore the inside of a drop of water. The attraction was given the nickname the Protozoa Ride among the Imagineers
There we
because
go.
of the protozoa-shaped
Haha,
vehicles in the
idiots.
initial 1957 concept art. Disney pitched the concept to Dr. Thomas
Stupid.
and Monsanto, who liked the idea with one
Oh.
major note. Thomas wanted the molecule through which guests traveled to be a man-made polymer that Monsanto produced rather than a drop of water. The Imagineers pushed back on this idea. Water made much
13
more sense,
guests,
as it is
wow.
one of the molecules most important to life and universally recognized among audiences. Thomas and Monsanto dropped the issue.
Okay,
and
we
guests
gotta
would end
start
up
doing
traveling
some
through
roller
water
coaster
as opposed
stuff.
to a Monsanto creation. This would ultimately be the right
Actually,
decision,
no.
as the public's
No, no, no,
opinion
no, no.
on man-made chemicals was about to take a turn for the worse. Imagineers fleshed out the original Micro World concept. The new ride would still star water, but in a more visually interesting state, a snowflake. The ride vehicles would also no longer resemble protozoa. Instead,
Gentle
an entirely
rides.
new ride system would be developed, thanks again to the 1964 New York World's Fair. The fair featured numerous attractions with unique ride systems, such as GM's Futurama, which featured a unique conveyor system that allowed guests to ride through visions of the future. Another ride, sponsored by Bell System, featured an even more unique continuous system. Not only was this ride system efficient, but it allowed for dark rides to tell stories in new ways. Most dark rides up to this point place guests in a vehicle with their view unrestricted, taking them along a curved rail, although always facing in the direction the vehicle was moving. However, the Bell System Pavilion had guests facing perpendicular to the direction in which they were traveling. These and other unique rides populated the fair and impressed crowds, including Dr. Thomas and his associates, who pressed Walt for an attraction that utilized moving vehicles, or at the very least, a moving sidewalk. Walt and his Imagineers had also been impressed with the unique ride systems of the fair, having contributed two themselves. Challenged with bringing a unique ride system to the Monsanto attraction, Imagineers considered multiple concepts, and it was at a meeting between two Imagineers that a novel idea was introduced. Imagineer Bob Gurr, who had created Disneyland's Autopia cars and contributed to the attractions for the 1964 fair, was in a brainstorming meeting with Imagineer John Hench, who had helped design the original Tomorrowland at Disneyland. Hench wondered if it was possible to place guests on a vehicle capable of rotating as it moved along the ride track, allowing guests to see in any direction or forcing them to focus only on certain parts of the ride. Gurr casually grabbed a toy from Hench's desk that resembled a candied apple. Gurr then turned the apple using his fingers, gripping the stick, asking Hench, quote, "Like this?" Hench responded, quote, "Yeah, like that." Gurr and Hench passed the concept along to Imagineers Roger E. Brogy and Burt Brundage, who got to work designing the ride system, which Gurr would dub the Omnimover. The Omnimover vehicles that would be used for the new Monsanto attraction would be referred to as the Atom Mobiles, and they would feature a large blue shell that would surround guests. Each shell would include a speaker that
did
would
the
place
thing-
the ride's audio directly
the
into
accident
ears
thing
of
again.
riders.
Whoops.
Most importantly, the shell prevented guests from viewing peripherally, forcing their sightlines so that they would only see what the Imagineers wanted them to. The
Vips.
Omnimover would be able to move 3,000 guests per hour throughout the attraction. Walt asked the team to make the system as smooth as possible, specifically so smooth that a martini glass could ride it without spilling. But in the end, each turn of the vehicle would be quite jerky. The ride system would not be the only innovative aspect of the Monsanto attraction. Another proposal from the
Wow.
original Micro World concept would be utilized. Imagineer Exitencio, who would write the script for Pirates of the Caribbean, had an idea for, quote, "a visual effect that will give the patrons the sensation of being reduced to the size of the atom." Atencio pitched the idea to Imagineer Herb Ryman, who illustrated the concept. Ryman and
What's wrong
Atencio's
with
initial
this?
concept showed a brass microscope with portholes, giving the illusion of guests getting progressively smaller. Some thought the design could be improved. The most recent hire at Wet Enterprises was George McGinnis, an artist that was hired straight out of college after Walt, Hench, and Gurr had viewed his student project. One day, McGinnis was eating lunch in the WED cafeteria, sketching concepts of his own for the attraction's giant microscope on a napkin. Atencio looked over McGinnis's shoulder to see what he was working on. Liking what he saw, Atencio immediately took the napkin to the model shop to mock up the microscope. The mighty microscope, originally
This
the
thing
magic
looks
microscope,
awful.
would be the icon
No
of the new
circus.
Monsanto attraction.
You're
which
right.
was soon given the name Adventure Through Inner Space. Atencio was to write the script. Claude Coates, an Imagineer that had done extensive work on Disneyland and the World's Fair attractions, was set to design it. And Yale Gracie, a special effects artist that had worked on the Carousel Progress, would contribute illusions to the new
Let's
ride.
not wait for a
In
full
August of
load.
1966, Walt suggested placing a ceramic mural on
Should make a
Interspace's
black
otherwise
hole ride
plain
that
exterior.
features
He pitched the
real
idea
life
to Thomas, who
spaghettification.
loved the concept.
I'm actually shocked,
Walt
you know,
assigned
now that I
artists
think about it, that
Mary
they've
Blair to the
never
mural.
done
Blair would
a
end up creating
black
two
hole
separate
remake.
pieces, one for the Circle Vision show building and another on Interspace's show building. The murals would be named The Spirit of Creative Energy
I'm just trying
Among
to...
Children.
Is anyone going to die if they're on this thing? I'm wondering.
Disneyland's Tomorrowland closed in September of 1966 for the renovation. Demolition of the old attractions began in October, but just 2 months later, on December 15, 1966, Walt Disney would die of lung cancer, leaving the world in mourning, and Walt Disney Productions and WED Enterprises in a state of shock. The future of many projects at WED, namely Walt's Florida project, were suddenly uncertain. However, the Tomorrowland renovation was never under question, as Walt had seen and approved the entire refurbishment before his passing. The Imagineers continued construction on New Tomorrowland and Adventure Through Inner Space as planned. Paul Frees, a voice actor known for his work in numerous science fiction films and for narrating Disneyland's Man in Space specials, was recruited to do a voiceover for the ride. Reading the script written by
Are you afraid of heights?
Atencio worked closely with Dr. Thomas
If
and
so,
Monsanto,
too
even
bad.
traveling to Monsanto's headquarters and back to ensure the ride's scientific accuracy. Claude Coates' plans for the dark ride were unlike any ever created. The majority of the ride would be in pitch black darkness, with only certain props and shapes illuminated throughout the journey, an experiment in minimalism. Coates' son, Alan, would later say, quote, "It was the psychedelic 60s after all, a real head trip," they used to say. This experience was exemplified by the ride's music, composed by musician Buddy Baker. In May of 1967, Baker conducted an orchestra, performing 47 different, unusual scores. Baker attempted to add a unique musical experience that would reflect the strangeness of the ride's story, with unexpected instruments that represented
this
each
is gonna
part
look
of the
great.
molecule.
Don't
a more
worry.
standard Disney song would also be featured in the ride, written by the famous songwriting duo, the Sherman Brothers. This theme was titled Miracles from Molecules.
Miracles from molecules around us everywhere. There are miracles from molecules in the earth, the sea, the air.
The attraction would take up 21,733 square feet of
No,
space, and the ride would be 6 minutes in length. New Tomorrowland debuted in phases throughout June and July of 1967, with the Carousel Progress, the People Mover, America the Beautiful, and the Rocket Jets all debuting. However, Adventure Through Inner Space remained under construction. It would not officially open until August 5th, 1967. The wait was worth it, as
You are
Disneyland
all
guests could now
things to lead
experience
to
a
the
journey
swans.
unlike any other.
Tomorrowland is not just the realm of outer space. One of the most unusual
Has anyone been on
attractions
this thing?
is the adventure through inner space. These cars are called atomobiles. Aboard them, Disneyland guests ride through a giant microscope.
Guests would enter the attraction by passing under its
6
marquee,
people
a
on
large
ride?
navy block. At the time,
Yeah,
Disneyland
let's
used a
get rid
ticketing
of...
system
No.
in which guests needed to purchase a ticket to the main gate as well as a ticket to each ride they wanted to experience, with each attraction given a designation of A through E. However, as
I
part of
hate
the
that I
Monsanto
can't just, like,
sponsorship, Adventure Through Inner Space was one of the few
this stuff down
attractions
here. Like,
that
I
required no
can't...
ticket to ride, so any
let me
guest could
just
experience
cover
Adventure
this
Through Inner
up!
Space as many times as they wanted.
Come on!
Adventure Through Inner Space's queue and pre-show was one of the most elaborate created at the time. As guests entered the queue, they immediately saw McGinnis's mighty microscope. The
Okay,
microscope
I need
was
to
a
find
striking
something that's
icon,
not...
and for many
Ooh,
children,
ooh,
a
ooh.
convincing illusion, appearing to shrink the ride vehicles and guests right before their eyes. The microscope was aimed at a large petri dish. Inside, snowflakes danced, backlit by an illuminated pH scale. To the right of the microscope, a large rainbow target displayed the guest destination, the center of a snowflake. Pre-show narration, some of which was voiced by Atencio, depicted scientists making final preparations to send guests on their daring journey.
Phase blue. Light wave
Ooh, what are we gonna do? Ooh, I wonder. Ooh,
Plaques line the queue, spelling out the entire adventure to guests before they even boarded. As guests reached the end of the queue, they were greeted by cast members, dressed in costumes made of polyester, a material that Monsanto manufactured. Guests boarded a moving platform and took a seat in their Atomobiles to begin their adventure through inner space. The attraction began with guests entering the mighty microscope, shrinking in size just as they had seen previous guests do. In reality, the Atomobiles simply turned to the left. Through the ride's narration, Freeze played the voice of the first scientist to journey to inner space. At the beginning, this scientist could be heard calibrating the microscope to send guests into the snowflake.
Wait.
Now your adventure through inner space has begun. Through the mighty microscope, you will travel into the incredible universe found within a tiny fragment of a snowflake.
During the rest of the ride, guests are only able to hear the suspended thought waves of the scientist, preserved from his first journey.
I am the first person to make this fabulous journey. Suspended in the timelessness of inner space are the thought waves of my first impressions. They will be our only source of contact once you have passed beyond the limits of normal magnification.
As Freeze told guests of their journey, snowflakes of significant size danced around them, in effect achieved through projection. The vehicles continued to move, now rotating guests to face a large snowflake structure.
Who wants to go on this?
Had now shrunk to the
It's
size
ready.
of a snowflake. These enormous structures were enhanced through projections as well. But the journey was far from over. Guests continued to shrink, passing by walls of ice and entering a gorgeous scene of porous crystals. Atencio was a genius rider, and many of the rides delivered by Freeze are beautiful and haunting.
Okay.
And still I continue to shrink.
There's staff. General.
Draws me into this mysterious darkness.
Guests then shrank smaller and broke into inner space. Riders viewed molecules floating around them, represented by wire balls on string. Mirrors on the walls gave the illusion that there were many more molecules than there actually were. Guests then learned that they had shrunk even further, as they could now see H2O molecules almost as big as they
Guessing Norton
were.
intensities,
Dancing electrons
yes.
could also be viewed. The journey
Go
continued
in.
as guests
Come
entered
on.
the oxygen atom, with light swirling to show that the electrons now surrounded the guests.
No, come on.
Dashing about me.
You.
So many fiery comets. Can I possibly survive?
I want to get off, haha,
Then
idiots.
the ride reached its climax, pushing guests straight
This
toward
ride's
the
really
nucleus of
cool.
the
I've been
atom.
queuing
The
for
nucleus of the
haha
atom was
idiots for
represented by a
ages. I'm
flashing red
tired. The
light
music is
bulb.
nice
The narrator
here.
considers shrinking even smaller to explore it.
Do I dare explore the vastness of its inner space?
Come on.
No, I dare not
I want-
go on. I must return to the realm of the molecule before I go on shrinking.
You people are
Guests
cowards.
then began their journey back, growing from the size of an atom to the size of a molecule. Projections revealed that the snowflake is melting.
Yes, the snowflake has melted, but there is no cause for alarm. You are back on visual and returning to your normal size.
As guests continued to grow in size, a large
Oh, wait.
human eye peering at
Why
them
is
through
it
the other
closed?
end of the microscope could be
There, I
seen
was
above
like,
their
wait.
heads. After turning a final corner and returning back to their normal size, guests exited the microscope,
There we go.
disembarking from their vehicles, but not before passing a brilliant rain illusion called the Fountain of Fashion, showing off Monsanto products. As guests
And yet they
exited their
still don't want to go
automobiles,
on.
They entered a post-show dedicated to select Monsanto creations.
I'm not
depicted
going
by
to escape
elaborate and
hatch. It
impressive
isn't
animated
safe,
posters and product
baby.
displays. The carpets at the exit to inner space were made from Monsanto acrylion fibers and Cumuloft fibers. The post-show area also featured a unique global clock that displayed the time
You
anywhere
will
in the
go
world,
on it.
similar to the former entranceway icon of Tomorrowland. But this clock also showed all of Monsanto's facilities worldwide.
You people want to go on
Guests
this ride
riding the
so
People Mover, which
bad.
passed through the show building, were giving a unique perspective of the attraction's pre-show and post-show, as well as an
I
exclusive
wanna go on this
view of a
so
second-story
bad.
mural. Guests flocked to the attraction, including some celebrities.
One of the early travelers through inner space was Prince Rainier of Monaco. and his
Okay, maybe I'm gonna have to. I'll do
The
this
ride
and
thrilled
then.
audiences, but it also
Yeah, because they're gonna be like, "Ooh,
Those
it's
young enough
safe."
to buy into the illusion in the pre-show actually believed they were being shrunk
So
down.
let's just
unsure if they
go-
would ever grow back to their normal size. However, even kids
We'll
and
do
adults
like
that knew the
this,
experience was fiction
and
couldn't
then
help
we'll
but get chills
say,
from the pitch black darkness
let's
and
do
the
a
echoing voice of
test.
Paul Frees. Teenagers were the least affected by the ride's atmosphere, but this did not keep them away. A few rowdy teenagers made it a
It's
challenge to grab and
safe.
steal the hanging props throughout the ride, taking
It's
them home as
safe.
souvenirs.
Don't worry.
Others made a game of trying to spit at the eye projection at the ride's end. This prompted Disneyland to be more strict in their envelope of protection, which exists to prevent guests from being able to reach and touch objects along a ride track. This also
Those
led to
gosh
more
darn
CCTV
teens. Am I?
cameras installed on rides
Whoa,
to
wait!
monitor guest
Wait, wait,
behavior.
it
But as
land
much as
there!
teens took from the ride, they would also add to the ride's narrative with chemicals of their own.
Why don't you people want to go
Adventure through
on?
Inner Space became a favorite among teen park goers, hoping for some
Come
private time at the
on!
park. Not only was the ride dark, but the Omnimover ride system provided unique privacy, as guests were never facing one another, and even during the brief times in which they were adjacent,
Great
the
ducks.
large shell blocked much of the view. Adventure Through Inner Space would be added to the park's ticket system in 1972, designated as a C ticket. Rumors say that this is due to teens taking advantage of the free attraction, so requiring a ticket on the ride would discourage this behavior, or at the very
Not if you
least,
want to go
Disney
on my
would
cool
profit from it.
ride. Come
However, this did
on.
not work, and Disneyland operators reportedly sped up the attraction in order to shorten it, which seems more like a challenge than a solution.
Get on
This
my
strategy messed
ride.
with the ride's effects and the pitch of the narration. At the time of Inner Space's debut in 1966, Monsanto was the 33rd largest company in America. Even more interesting is that they were only the 3rd largest chemical company in America. Monsanto was primarily focused on agriculture, but they had recently found success with Chemstrand, a subsidiary that was the largest
Show vehicles
manufacturer
from
of
other
synthetic
trade.
fiber at the time. This venture meant that Monsanto
Love
not
Shane
only
Lips.
created herbicides and pesticides for farming and the opposite of farming,
Disable
but they also had a strong presence in
breakdowns.
the consumer product space, producing everything from carpets to rugs to clothes, as can be seen throughout Adventure Through Inner Space's post-show. This is one of the reasons that the company's relationship with Disney
Can you
was so
all just
attractive,
like go on
as
the
Disneyland
ride?
would
It's
end up being
cool.
the company's primary way of presenting themselves to consumers and demystifying their work in the chemical field, convincing customers that Monsanto was not creating anything to be afraid of. Just a few years before it was revealed
I
that
want
they were
people here. They don't
responsible
know
for
it's not.
creating
Oh
something
wait,
that
it's
people should
closed.
absolutely be afraid
Ugh.
of.
And they still don't want to go on it.
1968, the year after Adventure Through Inner Space opened, was a tumultuous year in
I'm
the
still
United
so
States.
desperate to
From
get
the
out.
assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.
Come on,
to
you
the
all want to go on
assassination
this
of Robert
ride. It's
Kennedy,
so
to the passing of the
cool. You
Civil
want to go
Rights Act
on?
of
It's so bad.
1968, to the election of Richard Nixon, America was fractured and chaotic. At the forefront of
You
Americans'
cowards.
minds was the Vietnam War, which was at its peak. Over 500,000 U.S. troops were now in
You
Vietnam, and the Tet
cowards.
Offensive, launched by the North, was reducing any hopes America had of winning the conflict. The given reason for America's involvement in the conflict was to spread democracy and stop the growth
It's
of communism.
free.
But this was becoming less convincing and accepted as more about the war was revealed. Anti-war protests broke out across the country, leading to a thriving counterculture
It's
movement
free.
that sought to bring peace to the world and tear down many existing social norms and restrictions. Not even
It's
Disneyland
really
was exempt
cool
from
and
the conflict.
fun.
On August 6, 1970, around 300 members of
You
the
want to
Youth
go on
International
it so
Party, or Yippies as
bad.
they were popularly known,
Fine.
invaded Disneyland to
Fine,
protest
whatever.
the war. While an increasing number of Americans began to speak out against Vietnam, the conflict
Whatever,
continued. Ground troops were
whatever.
constantly being outmaneuvered
I'm
by
not
the North,
bitter.
who were able to hide soldiers in Vietnam's dense forests. To combat this, the U.S. initiated Operation Ranch Hand, in which U.S. planes began spraying defoliants and herbicides over the forests of South Vietnam in an attempt to remove the lucrative foliage cover and damage the food supply of the North. By 1968, this was a primary tactic utilized by the U.S. Air Force, who used many different chemical agents, each named after the colored marking on their drums, such as Agent Blue, Agent White, and the most commonly used, Agent Orange.
Yeah,
the
whatever.
main manufacturer of the chemicals, and the manufacturer
Can I
who
make it
produced
ugly?
the most toxic of the formulas, was none other than the Monsanto Chemical Company.
Miracles from molecules
Yeah.
around us everywhere. There are miracles
Yeah, techno, whatever.
in the earth, the sea, the air.
You idiots want to go on that? Of course you do.
Are furthering
But not on this cool ride.
nature first began.
Stupid.
Making modern miracles from molecules for man. Making modern miracles from molecules for man.
They're still stuck there.
Tragically,
Teehee,
the
teehee,
true effects of
teehee.
Agent Orange were not immediately realized, and Monsanto was rarely the target of counterculture protests in this period, with that honor going to the Dow Chemical Company, who also produced Agent Orange, but were targeted by protesters for producing the flammable gel napalm, which was also being used in Vietnam. This extended Monsanto's life in
There,
consumer
the circus
products,
is back.
and the company continued to turn to Disney as their major outlet of reaching the public. Also in 1968,
Circus
Monsanto
mode.
president and CEO Edward J. Bach announced that the chemical company would be one of the
What's an
primary
ugly
corporate
color?
partners of Walt Disney World's construction in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
Operation Ranch Hand continued until 1971.
I need to just start
when a
making
government
everything like
study linking the
hideous.
herbicides to birth defects was leaked to the press. After this, President Richard Nixon ended the program. Throughout the early 1970s, more reports began to emerge on the damage of the herbicides, with Monsanto's involvement revealed. Reports would worsen.
All of
each
you
year,
love that
and by
ride,
the
but you don't like this
mid-1970s,
thing. It's so
as the
cool.
US pulled its last troops out of Vietnam, the true effects of the herbicide could finally be
Fine.
seen. From 1961
Guess what? I'll
to
just make it
1971,
stupid
the US sprayed
then.
over 19 million gallons of defoliants in Vietnam. Agent Orange, which contained dioxins, a
That's what I'll
highly toxic
make.
class of carcinogens, resulted in unquantifiable suffering on the environment, Vietnamese people, and U.S.
I know
troops.
this video ends
It
up
is
being a
estimated that
downer.
400,000 people were either killed or critically injured
Escape
as a result
hatch
of the
crashed.
herbicidal warfare. As Monsanto made headlines for their involvement with the herbicides, Adventure Through Inner Space continued to entertain guests at
Fine,
Disneyland.
I'll make it like
At
the
some point, the pre-show target
slowest
effect was
thing
reversed, with a sign
ever.
explaining that the piece represents miniaturization control. The Fountain of Fashion would change to simply display rotating Monsanto signs. The post-show would eventually lose the world clock, and more product displays took its place. These were eventually removed, when the entire back wall was removed and traffic was redirected through the neighboring character shop, resulting in one of the first theme park gift shop
Oh, now you
exits.
guys
In
want to go on
1977,
it.
Monsanto's 10-year contract for Adventure Through Inner Space was up for renewal. Despite the company's long-held relationship with Disney, the company declined to renew their sponsorship. Disney was certainly better off distancing themselves from Monsanto, whose public image was falling rapidly and would continue to decline. The same year that Monsanto declined to
I hate
renew
these
their
people.
Disneyland sponsorship, the company funneled millions of dollars into a new campaign aimed at convincing consumers that Monsanto's chemical products were good for them, despite the fact that they were alleged carcinogens. Monsanto was removed from the ride's narration, and their logos were removed throughout the attraction. The post-show was heavily altered, with the water effect being turned off, and the animated Monsanto posters replaced with attraction posters.
Yeah. Oh, we need
declined
to make
renew
it
its
like
sponsorship.
how
The
how
first of a
high
series of
up can we?
class action lawsuits were filed by U.S. veterans, attempting to hold Monsanto and other manufacturers responsible for the toxic and carcinogenic herbicides. 4 years after this, Dr. Charles Allen Thomas would pass away. His obituary lamented the public's newfound perception of big business as evil. This
69.
perception worsened
Nice.
significantly throughout his lifetime. Many factors contributed to this decrease in institutional trust, but few, if any, are as significant as the Vietnam War, which fundamentally changed the way Americans thought and
Okay, I
perceived
want to
themselves.
test it.
Not only
Come
was
on.
trust in institutions down, but the post-war patriotism of the 1950s that had in part led to the success of Disneyland was more or less gone. A once optimistic America was suddenly cynical. Corporations that had once branded themselves as the shepherds of the future and had taken up residency in Disneyland's Tomorrowland.
There were so many people
were
who
now
showed
in
up,
full
and now they don't
danger.
want to go on.
And this was just the beginning. Despite the lack of sponsor, Adventure Through Inner Space continued to entertain
I test
throughout
it?
the 1980s.
Please?
But its age was certainly showing. The snowflake effect in the queue
Come
was now
on,
broken.
guys.
Many of the effects throughout the ride itself were either
Come
turned off or barely visible, and
on.
fewer guests were taking the voyage through inner space. Some
Come
complained that the cars
on,
were too cramped and that the
man.
speaker was too loud against their ear. Tony Baxter, an Imagineer who had risen the ranks to become the first prominent creative mind in the company's second generation of theme park designers, admitted to the press
like
that
a weird
Adventure Through Inner
popsicle
Space
now.
needed to be revised or eliminated, explaining that audiences don't respond to light shows and that the ride contained scientific inaccuracies. However,
Everyone
the
wants to
company
go
had
to the
no
circus, but
refurbishment
not
or
this
replacement
thing.
plans in mind. That was until 1984, when newly appointed CEO Michael Eisner reached a deal with filmmaker George Lucas to create a new Star Wars-based attraction for Disneyland. While Imagineers were initially hesitant to place the fantasy attraction,
Yeah, circus
in the
is back and it's
science-based
booger
land,
colored.
they eventually agreed to a simulator.
I don't know why I
concept
didn't say
named
it to
Star
do
Tours,
that.
which was set to open in 1986. It was determined that the best location for Star Tours would be Inner Space's show building, meaning that after 18 years of operation, Adventure Through Inner Space would shrink its last guest. The final day of operation would
Come
be
on,
September 2nd,
guys.
1985. Most of the ride was destroyed. The mighty microscope was torn apart, and all but a few Atomobiles were sent to a landfill in Mexico. Its closure would be a quiet one, but its legacy on Disneyland and the theme park industry was significant. One of Adventure Through Inner Space's biggest impacts on Disney parks would be its
want-
Omnimover ride system.
Come on.
A technology that will be used again for multiple attractions.
People love the
most
Ferris
famously
wheel.
as the Doom Buggies
Those
in
are
the Haunted Mansion.
dumb,
Adventure Through
stupid.
Inner Space was also Disney's
Big
first
babies.
edutainment dark ride, and their most educational
Hate these
attraction at
people.
the time. Tributes to Inner Space could also be found in its successor. The ride's pre-show layout was retained for Star Tours, with the Mighty Microscope being replaced with a Star Speeder 3000.
Been to get Alexei's Edge, and it's
This
a great
layout
park
was
within a
retained
park.
when
I didn't
Star
get to
Tours
stay
was
there very
cloned from
long because
multiple
my
other Disney
friend
parks throughout the world. The
kind
original
of
Star
was
Tours
in a
did not
hurry
make use of
to
Inner
leave
Space's
because
post-show,
he had
and it became
like a
storage
gig
area
to
for
do
the
at night.
neighboring gift shop. This was
But
until
it was pretty
1998,
cool.
when it was
We only
replaced
went
by
on
extended queue space for Star
the
Tours.
Millennium
One of the
Falcon
small
ride,
automobiles from the Mighty
like the
Microscope
interactive
could be
thing,
found for a short time in
because
the overhead conveyor system,
Rise of the
and the Mighty
Empire was
Microscope
like
could be
a
spotted in Star Tours
2-hour
ride film.
wait,
This
and we
Easter
had
egg
to
carried
leave
over
like
into Star Tours successor,
soonish.
Star Tours: The Adventures Continue, which also added
Eh.
another reference to Inner Space. And
I
a
won't
luggage
lie, I
stand
was a
bag
little
in the queue.
disappointed too
In
because
1998,
the person
a
I
new
was
Tomorrowland
with was
mural made
someone
reference to
who
Inner Space. And
I'm
that
so
same
used to
year,
when
the
like
exhibit
he lives in
Interventions
LA.
opened with a parody of Inner Space
I'm
in its
I'm
phone
really
booth.
used to as a kid, or ever since I was a kid, it's like, hey, you don't go to Disneyland very often. You go on rides multiple
These are
times.
just a few
You
of
know,
the
that's
many
just
references Disney
something
has made to
I'm
the
used
defunct
to.
ride throughout the years.
And
Adventure Through Inner Space
he was
the
basically
immediate
like,
proof
we've been
that
on the
the
ride
Imagineers
once.
could
We're done.
create something spectacular, even in the
Okay.
absence of their former leader.
Okay.
Whether it was Yale Gracie's illusions, Claude Coe's production design, or Atencio's writing, Walt had left his park
Fine,
and
getting
Wren
rid of
Enterprises
this.
in great hands. However, Adventure Through Inner Space, as well as other attractions already in progress at the time
I like
of Walt's
spending a
death,
lot of time
were
in
mere
the
trial
park.
runs for the challenge that was awaiting the Imagineers. As Walt had left them with more than just his philosophies and
What
a
are
few
you doing
unfinished
here
rides.
now that there's
He had left
nothing?
them with
Ooh, I want to go on the
27,000
ride,
acres of
stupid.
swampland in Florida and a dream called Epcot. And this is where Adventure Through Inner Space's true legacy would be seen. As the Imagineers continued developing the Florida project, opening the resort with
all
the
of you,
Magic
get
Kingdom
out of
theme
here.
park in
Get out of
1971,
here.
They were still deciding what to do with Walt's Epcot. It was eventually decided that instead of a
Epcot
city,
ball.
Wed would build a second theme park for the Florida resort.
I was fascinated by
filled
Epcot
with
as a kid because I was like, the
edutainment
heck is
sponsored
this?
by major corporations. A permanent World's Fair dedicated to the idea of the future and optimism, to debut to a post-Vietnam cynical America.
Fine,
This
I'll
would be the
do
Imagineers'
this,
greatest
I'll
challenge
do
yet.
that here,
This
whatever.
was Epcot Center.
I think the next one is about extraterrestrial encounter, which was my worst nightmare ever as a kid. It's one of those things where it's like, is that the next one? No, it's Action Park. But I remember as a kid, so we went to, I've only been to Disney World once in my entire life. I would like to go back again at some point, but this was in the days when extraterrestrial encounter was still a ride, an attraction, and is the Garf Boner ride here? No, but I can put it on later. So hello, AKS Shaban. Well, the reason we can never find / take pictures of Sasquatch or Bigfoot is because he has Predator cameo tech. That's a good question. Why are you bringing up Bigfoot of all things? Funny enough, I think Bob Fizz and I have probably been to most of the same parks because we're in like vaguely similar areas. So extraterrestrial encounter, worst experience of my life as a child, and my parents were kind of laughing about that when it happened, that I was like crying and stuff because it was like, you know, it wasn't that bad. And I was telling my parents today, like, that was my worst nightmare ever because aliens scare me so bad, even as an adult. And as a kid, it was like, I hated, aliens scared me too much. And my parents were like, yeah, but especially my mom loves sci-fi. And she's like, but you're my daughter. Like, what? And it's like, no, you would watch things that were basically like traumatic to me as a kid. And she's like, oh. Used to panic at the X-Files theme. Yeah, like I didn't like X-Files. I've only grown to appreciate it as an adult, you know? So we've got Action Park, the classic.
Fantastic. Anna Gilligan is there this morning. Hello, Anna.
Jump
off the Tarzan jump here at Action Park. It's been closed since 1996. They reopened it
How
on June
bad
14th.
can I make
I'm here
this?
with the owner, Andrew Mulhaville. He's also the son of the man who founded it. Thanks for
Booger
being here.
color.
It's great to be here. Thanks for coming out. What a day we have. It's beautiful here at Action Park.
So I gotta ask you, because Action Park got a bit of a reputation.
Just a little bit of a reputation. It's fine.
Some people got injured.
Yeah, just a few people, so it's good. It's fine.
That was 30 years ago. The world has changed. I mean, when my dad started the park, he was the guy inventing the rides and bringing inventors in. Now it's highly regulated. Everything's engineered.
I love Action Park because it's so beautiful.
Oh, I've never... have I put toilets anywhere? I don't think I have put toilets anywhere. Hold on. People have just been holding it this entire time. Would you go to the theme park and Spirited Away? No. I don't want to turn into a creature, potentially.
The year is 1976. Gene Mulvihill, the head of entertainment company Great American Recreation, has added a new attraction to Vernon, New Jersey's Vernon Valley Ski Resort. 2 brand new alpine slides were installed to keep business up in the off-season.
Yeah, I haven't had a restroom anywhere in this park until now.
Smooth track. The rider has a brake lever in between their legs.
Turn into a pinecone pig. Okay, pinecone pig would be awesome.
For ski resorts in the late 70s, and Vernon Valley Ski Resort's alpine slide was advertised as an attraction for all ages, claiming we've had grandfathers and we've had kids of kindergarten.
Oh, look at these stupid idiots!
I also have a picture showing
look at them right there.
An infant in her arms.
Oh.
It's that easy. After the success of the slide, Mulvihill went forward with his plans to expand the ski resort into a water park during the off-season.
Morons.
He added 2 water slides and a racetrack. And more slides, a softball field, a tennis court, and a swimming pool were added shortly thereafter. The Vernon Valley Summer Park was rebranded to Action Park, a thrilling amusement park where you control the action. More slides and rides
we
were
need
added,
to
and
do
they began their big marketing push to draw audiences
I want my
into their
entire
new
community here with me. Everyone, come. We go to Evermore.
When it's hot out, this is a great place to spend the day with your family. So lots of big things for little kids to do. I love Action Park.
Evermore, the park that I didn't even know existed until I saw the Jenny Nicholson video, and then I realized, wait a minute. I think I saw the exhibit for this at Salt Lake City Comic-Con back in, like years ago, but I only went there because I was like, ooh, there's an owl you can hold. That's awesome.
But it also marketed itself as the biggest. It was eventually home to 75 rides, 40 of which were water slides. Action Park was
oh my
into
gosh.
3 themed lands. The first was...
My boy stopped talking again.
Motorworld consisted of 3 types of attractions: land, water, and air rides. On land was the popular battle action tanks. For an additional fee, guests could ride inside tanks equipped with tennis ball cannons. The goal was to shoot the other tanks in the caged area.
Did I miss all the Mr. Bones wild ride jokes? I don't know what Evermore is, but sounds amazing.
5 minutes to do so, and those that did not want to ride could pay to use a station.
Evermore was a park where it was basically like a LARPing thing,
making the attraction a nightmare to work.
I don't know how to explain it, but it's here in Utah.
Both of which were kart race attractions.
It's kind of like between where I live and
the karts themselves were designed to max out at
like my college town, basically.
Found that sticking a tennis ball in the governor
and I'd never heard of it. I'd never seen it on the highway, anything like that. I hadn't heard of it until Jay Nicholson's video, and I was like,
fumes from the engines overwhelmed riders at times.
Wait, we have a fantasy theme park?
Race cars driven on a longer track, and they cost an additional charge to ride. Their maximum speed could also be tampered with by park employees.
Owls are awesome. I got to feed them and some birds of prey ones. When I was about like 9 or so,
the super speedboats were driven.
I remember going to Genadaria, which is like
that also had a large population of snakes in it. And guess what often tend to bump
describe it. Hold on.
As if they were on Motorworld's other water attraction, bumper boats. These were boats placed in a small pool and were designed to withstand guests crashing into one another. These were known to leak gasoline, which once required a guest to be examined after too much fuel
A
leaked
culture
on
and
their
heritage
skin. The boats
festival
were also incredibly small.
in
and
Saudi
riders with
Arabia.
long legs had to
I
position
got
their
to
feet
hold
off the side
a
of the boat to
falcon
fit.
there.
This led to injuries and bone fractures after collisions.
Because I was like, would you call it a
Motorworld had
fair
two
or
air-based
not?
attractions. One was Space Shot, which was a typical
Genitory
drop
is
tower
cool.
ride and was one of the safest rides at the park, given it was only open for Action Park's last operating year. The second air ride was another upcharge attraction, Slingshot, which was also fairly safe. This ride was a common amusement park and carnival ride, in which guests were shot up on 2 bungee cords and flipped upside down as they flew through the air. There's no doubt that Motorworld had its dangerous attractions, but this is just the beginning of what Action Park has in store. Another section of the park was...
Yes, thank you for
Many non-water-based
thank you, I want to just for posting the Evermore video in Discord. I highly recommend everyone get there.
As well as a bungee jump titled the Snapple Snap Up Whippersnapper.
I'm dodgy about drinking
Originally
drinks that have
having
been
2 jump
open
stations and then later
and
4,
and
guests could jump off
unattended
the
in
tower
public.
for an
Yep.
additional fee. A skate park
I
also had
can't
a
do
short
that.
run at Action Park. It was poorly designed, as it was surrounded by concrete and had uneven edges.
Sounds
which led to many
like an
injuries during its
awful
existence.
idea.
Interestingly, Action Park also had an attraction entitled the Action Park Gladiator Challenge, partially based off of the popular American Gladiators TV show. This included obstacle courses and jousting matches against the Action Park Gladiators. Finally, Action Park had its own monorail called the Transmobile. This went to the Ski Lodge, the Alpine Center, and to Motorworld. So far, Action Park is
Trying to think of like what else do I want to add to this park in the meantime? Something like simple, you know?
Their existence is unbelievable. Moreover, where are the water slides? This section put the action in Action Park.
Yes.
Waterworld had it all. It was home to the Tidal Wave Pool, a 100 feet by 200 feet pool that could hold anywhere between 500 and 1,000 people. The pool's floor was slanted, and the further a guest went in it, the deeper it got. Waves went 20 minutes on, 10 minutes off, and they could reach a height of over 3 feet. This was challenging for swimmers of all skill levels, as the pool was hard to read and the fresh water was more
This is so
difficult to swim
ugly.
in than salt water. A dozen
Hell
lifeguards
yes,
were on duty
so
at the pool,
ugly.
and they would have to save around 30 people on a busy day. The Tarzan swing was a heavily advertised attraction in which guests would swing on a 20-foot
So
cable over
ugly.
the pool. This spring-fed pool was so cool that lifeguards would have to rescue guests that could not
I watched a
swim after
Vampire
the shock
Diaries
of the cold
video
water.
literally
This was
like
also a
20
popular
times. One of the
attraction
ones
for
I
men
watch
to
a
pull
lot
down their
is
pants
the
for women to pull
Easter
up their tops for the line of people to see.
musical
the appropriately
thing.
named Aquascoot gave guests a sled, with which they would slide down an assembly line style roller coaster.
Gosh, there
hurtling
was
them toward
a like
shallow
one
pool
of
that they would
these.
skip across.
What do you
If the
call
guest was
them?
not in an ideal position, it would get caught under the water,
Little-
sending the rider crashing forward. There were originally a pair of these slides, each 30
Rides.
feet long, but a third slide was
One of these
eventually
things
added.
they had it
The
at a
diving
mall in
cliffs had
Riyadh,
two
and I
jumping
loved
bases,
going on
one
that thing. I
23
would
feet and
beg
the
to
other
like
18
go on
feet
that
tall,
thing
with the pool
every
below
time I
being
went.
16 feet. The pool was also for non-jumpers, some of which were unaware of the cliffs, which resulted in collisions. There was only one lifeguard on duty, who had to work extra hard to make sure that no one was at the bottom of the pool. The super speed water slides, also known as Geronimo Falls,
I
were a
need to
pair of
try
high-speed
and
vertical
make
water
something
slides.
stupid.
One of them was steeper than the other, and both were dangerous.
Haven't been to a
Near
theme
these
park
was
in a
the
while.
safer
Yeah,
Kamikaze,
I mean, last time
which
I
was a more
went
traditional
to
tube
one
slide.
was
The kayak
Disneyland
experience was pretty
last
self-explanatory
year.
and used underwater fans to
But
simulate water
before
rapids.
that, I
This was
went when I
dangerous,
was
but that
in
goes
like in
without saying at this point.
2017.
A similar
I went to
ride, the Roaring
Japan
Rapids, allowed guests to
by
ride in a
myself
1 or
because I'm a
2 person
maniac.
raft down a similar river. The
And I
Surf Hill
decided
had
like,
riders
yeah, I'll
slide
go
down a
to
multi-lane, multi-hill slide on a
Disney
map.
Sea and
Riders could easily
Disneyland,
cross over
and
to the
Disney Sea
adjacent lanes and
is
cause collisions.
freaking
And
amazing.
the 7th hill,
Disney
nicknamed
Sea
the
is
Backbreaker,
wonderful.
had an additional hump that would send riders
I would love to
flying,
go back.
resulting in
It's a
injury.
great
The
park.
Colorado River Ride was another raft ride, this time allowing up to 4 people, and it went through the wooded area of the park. At one point, the riders would come to a fork in the river and had to choose between 2 paths. The first path took guests under a waterfall and a series of tunnels. The second path included a waterfall and another fork, with one path being steeper than the other. The ride also included a foot-tall jump that would allow riders and their raft a short airtime. The Aerodonium was a skydiving simulator that caused injuries when guests would try to stop their falls with their arms. Waterworld also had a variety of other typical water slides and pools that were less notable, but there is one in particular that has yet to be mentioned. This is the attraction that made Action Park the most infamous, the Cannonball Loop. A tubed water slide with a vertical loop, similar to that of a roller coaster. It was rumored that during the testing of the attraction, Mulvihill offered $100 to employees who were willing to try it. Test dummies apparently came out of the loop without their heads. When it was open, guests would be weighed, hosed down, and given a set of instructions to decrease the possibility of injury. A hatch was added to the top of the loop to assist stuck riders that could not make it all the way through the slide. Many guests that completed the loop would come out at the bottom, suffering from bloody noses or other injuries, either from hitting the top of the loop or the impact on the way down. The Cannonball Loop was indicative of a larger issue with Action Park, as many of the other attractions were poorly crafted by designers that were less than engineers, and most were designed to minimize cost rather than maximize safety. The rides became even more dangerous when paired with the fact that the park sold alcohol at many of the convenience stands, often to minors. There was even a microbrewery near Motor World. Many of the guests visiting the inexpensive
Voice reminds
park
me of
came from
Wendy
low-income
Woon, but lower
areas
pitch.
and
I
did
could-
not have
I could
the
hear it.
necessary swimming skills to navigate some of the attractions and pools. Action Park also heavily marketed to Spanish populations, but there were no translations or translators for the guests when they visited, so explaining safety instructions was virtually impossible.
You already know that Action Park has the most innovative and exciting rides. The Alpine Slide, Grand Prix race cars, and spectacular water rides. But Action Park means more than just great rides. It means super live shows, fantastic summer festivals, and scrumptious food and drink, including an authentic German brewery. Come to
Authentic?
Action Park
Oh,
because
yes,
the rides
I'm
aren't the
sure.
only thing that's great. Labor Day Polish Festival, September 6th and 7th.
The majority of those employees were teenagers and were not equipped to handle the rowdy guests of the park. So on any given day, you could have an overcrowded water park filled with drunk teenagers.
I'm
that
sure
couldn't
this is
split,
gonna go
riding
great here.
shoddily built attractions supervised by teenagers that may or may not be able to communicate with them. It is no wonder what happened next. On July 8, 1980, a male employee was riding the Alpine Slide when his cart went off the track. He hit his head on a rock during the crash, killing him. He was only 19. 2 years later, on July 24, 1982, a 15-year-old guest was overcome by the waves of the tidal wave pool and drowned. On August 1st, a mere week later, a 27-year-old guest was riding the kayak experience when he was trying to re-enter his kayak after
This thing's
falling out.
crap.
When doing this, he made contact with the live wiring that powered the underwater fans.
Can I
The
make this
electrocution sent him
faster,
into cardiac
please?
arrest, and he passed after being rushed to
Please.
the hospital. 2 years later, in 1984, a guest died on the Tarzan swing after a heart attack, supposedly due to the unexpected shock from the cold water. That same year, on August
Horses.
27th, a 20-year-old drowned in the tidal wave pool.
No,
On
do
July
the
19th,
horses.
1987, another guest
Come
drowned,
on.
giving it the nickname the Grave Pool. These deaths are tragic, and often overshadowed by the lunacy and legacy of Action Park. Interestingly enough,
Give me
Action Park was able to
horses.
avoid
Yes.
many lawsuits with these deaths and many other injuries, due in part to its reputation, and also the lax regulations New Jersey had for amusement and water parks. Great American Recreation was even able to expand the Action Park brand to other parts of the country.
This thing's gonna
opening
be
the Pocono
crap
Action
now.
Park in
Thanks,
Tannersville,
great.
Pennsylvania in 1980, and Action
I wanted to
Mountain
make
in
this
Pinehurst,
really
New Jersey in
fast, but I can't apparently. Get wet.
Thrill as you zoom through the black hole. Spin and splash on our bumper boats. While the kids play in our fun-filled kiddie area, cool off in our huge swimming pool, or race around the Grand Prix track.
This is basically people are gonna think like, yo, it's gonna go so high up, and then it's just, it's just, like the most pathetic
Pocono
ride
Action Park had
ever.
many repeat attractions as Action Park. It was closed in 1991. Action Mountain ran into some financial difficulties with the IRS and the town it was located in, and was closed in 1986. So why did the original Action Park close? While Action Park and Mulvihill were able to avoid lawsuits with many of the accidents and deaths, the two deaths in 1984 stemmed cases that rightfully plagued the park with a variety of legal problems. Mulvihill eventually pled guilty to 5 charges
This is
of
the
insurance
saddest
fraud. He and
thing.
his associates claimed that the park saw over 1 million
cheats
deaths
remove
a year,
operating
and
limits,
therefore the
but
death toll was comparatively low.
I thought I
The
did
local
that.
ER, on the other hand, said that they would have to treat 5 to 10 guests on some days. In response to the high amount of guests visiting the hospital, Action Park bought Vernon, New Jersey, new ambulances.
Yeah,
Despite
unlock
all of these
operating
issues,
limits.
The downfall of Action Park wouldn't come until 1996, and it was actually due to Great American Recreation's financial issues and not the park itself. On September 2nd, 1996, Action Park ended its final season, still with the hope that it would reopen the next year. However, Great American Recreation's bankruptcy made it impossible for Action Park to continue operations, so it didn't reopen. After this, the ski resort and Action Park were handed from investor to investor.
How do I turn it into
undergoing
a
renovations
powered
for 2
ride?
years
Because
before
this is the
reopening
only
in
thing.
1998 as Mountain
Yeah,
Creek.
that's the only
Safety
thing it
was a
has.
priority under
I
this
think it's
management, and a
funnier if
valiant
it's
effort
just
was put
really
forth to
pathetic,
distance Mountain
though.
Creek from Action Park's reputation.
I
However,
think
in
it's
2010,
funnier just.
Mountain Creek underwent a bankruptcy of its own, and the water park and ski resort was sold to the Mulvihill family.
It looks
2 years
sad.
after this, in 2012, Eugene Mulvihill passed away, and his son Andrew Mulvihill took over ownership of the park. 2 years later, in 2014, Mountain Creek was rebranded back to Action Park. The park reopened many of its classic attractions and started construction
Love
on
the creative stream idea.
The Sky
I still
Tower was
can't get
never
over how crazy Action Park is. The
Thank you for
water slide
the
gives
16-month resub. Good grief. Thank you so much, Josh.
There's almost no information. The new Action Park tried to
They're all operating mode.
In 2016, it was renamed back to Mountain Creek in order to once again get away from the negative connotation.
I thought it would be a fun stream idea.
Johnny Knoxville would be
Wait,
producing,
so
writing, and starring in a film inspired by Action
show
Park,
all
but it was not
operating
shot
modes.
on location.
Okay.
Death is heartbreaking, especially in environments designed for happiness and joy. Despite 6 people losing their lives there, Action Park is not remembered for its death toll. It is remembered for and by the kids that grew up with it and survived it. It is seen as a place where the quote-unquote popular and
Okay,
brave
all of you
teens hung
idiots,
out.
get out of
The fact
here.
that it was
Get out of
referred to
here.
as
Get out of
Traction Park
here.
or Class Action Park doesn't matter, because its inherent danger is more of a fond memory to the majority of its visitors.
So many
The
more
burns, bruises,
paramedics
and
to Action
fractured
Park,
tibias
you're
were a
right.
rite of passage for its former
Okay.
guests. You think you're cool because you survived a tame roller coaster at Disney in California or at Universal in Florida? Well,
Let's
welcome
see.
to Vernon, New Jersey. Were you able to survive Action Park?
Yes. I want to see this horse go flying.
Wait, she's gonna go swim and get a microphone. She'll give us her.
Look at her. It's like out of a movie.
Yo!
Wait a second.
We lost her. Greg, you need to go rescue her.
Hello, your favorite shuffle box. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for all the gift subs. Josh, thank you. You're so sweet.
They're open from 10:30
Greg,
to 7.
stay appropriate.
Never mind.
Anna, you look great, and you handled that
That's
beautifully.
so
I'm
sweet.
just trying to keep Greg in check.
Why are you so out of breath?
Bye, guys. I'm going to go put some clothes on.
Hold on a second. No, not so fast, Anna. Let's.
Oh gosh,
let's see.
this guy's so
Anna, let's see.
nasty.
This
I
is
hate
in,
it.
New Jersey, right?
Be nice.
Well, I just want to talk to her a little while.
Stop milking this shot.
I'm just wondering, Anna, how long did it take you, let's see, to drive?
get undressed?
To drive, yeah, well, we saw that. How long is the trip? Oh, wait a second. Wait.
I think that's smart. Anna, go dry off. We'll see you in a little bit. What is wrong with you?
Just relax.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, I guess we're done. Don't be so frowning at me.
The guy is such a creep. I hate him. So we got that. This one, extraterrestrial encounter. Again, I was saying earlier, this thing freaked me out so bad. I mean, there's one part that's good. It's, you know, like Tim Curry's there at the start with as the robot. That's the one good thing. This, you know, the one thing that's good about this ride. Everything else. This thing scared me so bad. Because again, like I was saying, aliens scared me. Nope. I didn't like aliens. A lot of movies, a lot of sci-fi stuff just freaked me out so bad as a kid. I would love it if extraterrestrial came back. As an adult, I would love it. Alien anal probe. Look, it wasn't that bad. But as a kid, again, like trying to make your own Kingda Ka. No, I'm not making Kingda Ka yet. That will come later.
I am Kevin Perjurer, and welcome to the first video in my new series,
I need to make this thing
Defunct
faster.
where I will be creating my very own amusement park using attractions that are no longer operating. For background/context on
Oh yeah, I
this
think
series,
this was the
please
very
visit
first Defunct Land
thepurge.com with the link below.
episode.
Today we will be attempting to resurrect Disney World's past attraction, Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter.
Come on, we gotta go
This show,
faster.
found exclusively in Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland from
Yo, thank you for the $15 tip,
has a
Luffy.
long and fascinating
Thank you
backstory.
again for the money
So let's get
for
right into it. When Michael Eisner became the CEO of Disney in 1984,
Armored Core
he
6,
wanted to
even
be
though I'm
more
terrible
personal
at
than
it.
the
I do
company's
want to get
past
back to it.
executives. He attempted to do this
I
by
promise I
beginning
will
his
get back to
transition
it.
with a tour of Disney's parks. He invited
This
his
is
teenage
not
son, Breck,
close.
to come along with him. After a tour of Disneyland, Breck expressed
No,
the
no,
sentiment
no,
that
this
the
isn't
park lacked
fast
a
enough.
cool factor. This worried Eisner, and he began conducting exit surveys to determine if the parks were failing teenagers. The consensus was that Disney lacked thrill rides, but instead of going the typical approach of adding roller coasters, he decided that he wanted to add exciting and intense shows to the parks. This is when the George Lucas that everyone loves, not the George Lucas that everyone hates, entered the picture. He began collaborating with
George
Eisner
Lucas
to add
who looks
attractions
just
Star
like
Tours
Rich
and the
Evans.
Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular. This gave Eisner
Some
the idea
bosses
to
got nerfed.
incorporate
Yeah, but I
another
feel bad.
sci-fi
Like,
movie into the
it's kind of
parks.
going to make me
Ridley
feel bad that
Scott's
it's like,
Alien.
oh, whenever I
Because
beat
know when I think of
Baltius,
Disney, I think of this.
it's going to be like the nerfed version. See, that's another thing. Aliens scared me too much for like the longest time as a kid.
It's safe to
And
say
in
that this was
particular-
an unorthodox choice for an
In particular, it's just I was very squeamish, and so getting to that part as a kid, I've talked about this in the past, but it was like as a kid, the chest burster scene made me like really ill, and it's in particular the way that like his body is twitching after it comes out. It's kind of like he's dead, but the blood's still pumping. But it was like, oh gosh, that got to me so bad as a kid. I was like, ugh, eh. It's just funny because now it doesn't affect me at all. But it was like, as a kid, my mom was showing that movie to me. We were in France, and it was like one of those things that you could buy at like the tobacco and newspaper shop. And it was like they would have these DVDs that would come with like a cardboard back. It was like all wrapped up in plastic. And so they had one for Alien that came out. So she was like, oh, hey, this is a classic. Let's watch it together. She falls asleep before the chest burster thing happens. And then I get to that. And I felt so ill. And then it was the part afterwards where he's looking for Jonesy. And I was just like, like, I was like, I can't watch this. So I stopped it. I was like, I can't deal with this movie. George Lucas doesn't get enough credit for being a genius at designing stuff and running merchandising studio, video game studios. He just spent so long at it that he got bad at making movies and wouldn't listen to people warning him about it. Yeah. Vanilla Baltius felt like it was designed with Armored Core veterans in mind more than new players. I beat him by unlocking the kick. He does not like being kicked without a shield. Chip Cheesem was telling me, like, yeah, you kind of just have to go under him. To me, the worst part was when the lock-on wasn't always working, because I promise you I was pressing R3 at the start. Lock-on, and then it's like the fact that he just zooms away from you. It's like...
attraction at a Disney park. The concept was, believe it or not, more terrifying than the theme. The Alien ride was to be like Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger spin, but instead of shooting laser beams at Zurg, you're in pitch black darkness shooting shotguns at murderous aliens. The head Imagineers were appalled by the idea, and they convinced Eisner that this would be a horrific addition to Tomorrowland. This angered him, but he decided to give up on the ride. However, a small group of young Imagineers weren't ready to let the idea go, and they found a solid excuse to pitch it again. An attraction called Mission to Mars was in dire need of retooling. Mission to Mars opened in 1975, replacing a similar attraction, Flight to the Moon.
Stop
Flight
it!
to the Moon, originally named Rocket to the Moon, was one of the original Disneyland attractions, and all three variations of the show were very basic. Guests would enter the theater, which had a circular design with screens on the floor and the ceiling, simulating a trip to outer space. By the 1990s, it was viewed by guests as quite boring. The new Imagineers hoped that they could replace Mission to Mars with a show starring Xenomorph, the alien from Alien. Eisner loved the idea, but the head Imagineers did not. The head Imagineers decided to go to George Lucas, who agreed that Alien was not a good fit for the park. Although it could have just been the fact that he was jealous of the film's success. You know, he gets like that sometimes.
Fine, we'll do.
You know, we're never going to be Titanic. Nobody can.
So Lucas convinced Eisner that he should drop the Alien tie-in and make the attraction less frightening. Eisner told the small team of Imagineers to continue with the attraction with the help of Lucas, but without the use of the franchise. This original attraction would be called Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter. In 1994, test audiences experienced the show for the first time, and they were horrified. Many complained that it was too scary, but Eisner didn't agree.
I think it was Tomato Grandpa who talked about like how you could have just like
were holding it back from being as scary as it could be. The attraction
cheated how spoopy
adjustments, but Eisner essentially gave up on the project 6 months into the retooling for unknown reasons. Nevertheless, he allowed extraterrestrial alien encounter to open.
Like one of the effects
the
was
Magic Kingdom has a whole new land for you to visit. It's the all-new Tomorrowland. Hold on to your seat as Scott gets set for a chilling visit with an extraterrestrial.
Fear not, people of the future. We are simply visitors from your past. We are friendly. Hi. And we come looking for scary attractions. We do.
Oh my gosh.
I miss when Disney World promos were hosted by drunk dads instead of annoying kids.
Hi, where are you from?
London, England.
All right, so you are an alien. Yes.
Man, this guy is trashed.
I know you're all a little nervous, but I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. No, it's all right. So just this part of the chair. Hopefully.
Please. I get this off of my screen. Get out of here. Get out of here. I turn away and we're talking about like pee-pee imagery with the Xeno.
This is not good. I mean, it's, you know, it's great, but it's not good. There's something loose in here. It's over there. Sorry, it's over there. No, I'm not going to tell you what happened. But you don't want to miss it. Because it's not going to miss you. Anybody seen my shoe?
So the attraction was broken into 3 parts. Guests entered the Tomorrowland Interplanetary Convention Center, greeted by a video showcasing some upcoming showcases at the center. These are quite humorous.
Come on.
Mission to Mars, History or Hoax, referencing the previous attraction Mission to Mars while also taking a shot at NASA truthers. Championship Pet Show, with the tagline, because when it comes to your space pet, what goes down must not come up. And the Walt Disney Company's Pan-Galactic Stockholders Meeting. Then XS Tech is introduced as the current holder of the convention space. The video has an introduction by the company's president, L.C. Clench, portrayed by Jeffrey Jones. That detail becomes quite important later.
After all,
if something can't be done with excess, then it shouldn't be done at all.
This video is quite eerie, and white noise is pumped into the room to add to the effect. The next area is a demo hosted by a robot named Sir, short for Simulated Intelligence Robotic. He shows the audience an example of XS Tech's teleportation technology, the focus of the main show they are about to see.
No, you may not get out. You're a lucky volunteer.
The one good thing about this ride.
Between the soft open and the grand opening, some parts of the pre-show were tweaked to be more sinister in an attempt to scare children away before the real horror. This is most likely done in this section. Sir decides to test the technology on
turn this
an
into a
alien named
horse
Skippy.
again.
Sir tells Skippy that he is going to teleport him across the room. This has some pretty gruesome results.
Phase 1 of the process has begun. Disintegration into molecular components.
Gonna be a little pink horse.
And here's the little skipper now.
This is what the Stitch ride used to be. Yep.
Scruffy, you're not burned. You've just got a healthy glow.
Now comes time for the main show, which is difficult to describe. Special restraints were added to the Mission to Mars seats that enhance the experience. The restraints lower and a video begins on the screen attached to the walls around the room. 2 XS Tech employees begin to introduce the demonstration, but are interrupted by Clench, still voiced by Jeffrey Jones, still important.
Doesn't the robot literally try to kill Ripley with a nudie mag, or am I misremembering? Yeah, he does.
Himself.
Yes, very.
Hello, everyone. Documentary on it does just flat out say it's meant to be pretty rapey.
Meet one of you. However, if I'm teleported to Earth, I can meet all of you, shake each hand, and personally answer all your questions about the wonders of excess. I'll be with you in just a moment.
Prepare yourselves for an unforgettable
Oh, can you
During
go
the process,
faster?
however, a
Yes,
mistake is
please,
made, and an
please.
alien from a foreign planet is transported into the room instead. The alien breaks out of the teleportation tube, and the power surge causes the lights to go black. Certain special effects enhance the attraction's
Please.
experience. For one,
Close.
each chair is surrounded with
Test.
sound speakers that assist in visualizing the location of the alien in the dark. Also, water is misted on the audience to
open.
simulate
Yeah,
the
it's
creature's
open.
saliva, or excess blood, as he eats the employees. The final main show has some more changes that weren't in the original version.
Come on, man.
For instance, many audiences didn't realize that the alien had the ability to fly, so dialogue was added to make it more clear.
Spin lock. Since when does Clench have wings?
Wink.
Also, Eisner noticed that
Again,
the
this
audience
was my
screaming
nightmare.
over integral plot details.
This
so the
entire
ride's
ride was
pace
just like,
changed, and this line was added.
People of Earth, quiet! Listen to me, please! Don't scream! If you remain perfectly quiet, it probably won't eat you.
The experience ends with the alien being captured, appearing in the tube one final time before the shields barricaded in. The house lights come on and guests exit the area. And that was Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter. So what is there now? Well, in 2004, it was replaced by Stitch's Great Escape, essentially a kid-friendly version of Alien Encounter. Instead of the alien licking you and eating people, Stitch burps in your face. Many fans of Alien Encounter despised this ride, and it never became truly popular among anyone. In fact, in September 2016, it was announced that the attraction would become seasonal only, as opposed to daily as it had been for 12 years. So why was it closed? Well, no one really knows, but there are some good guesses out there. Most obviously, the experience was absolutely
Yes!
and many guests
Line up,
complained
you
that it was
fools!
inappropriate for the Magic Kingdom. Also, Lilo and Stitch was a huge hit in 2002,
Yes!
so the change makes sense.
Line
from a
up for the
marketing
little
standpoint, when
pony
you consider that
ride.
Alien Encounter didn't have a movie tie-in, and there had recently been a welcome
You
addition of a cartoon alien to
fools.
Disney's character lineup. Perhaps the most interesting reason for its closure is Jeffrey Jones. Yes, now that is important. He stars in the footage throughout the attraction as Clench. In 2002, 1 year before Alien Encounter's closure, Jones was arrested for child pornography and luring and photographing an underage boy. This is a huge
Yeah,
no-no
Jeffrey
for
Jones
Disney.
friggin' sucks.
They don't
And
like
it
to
like
be
it
involved
sucks
with
that in
sex offenders,
retrospect
and
there
I
are some
don't
movies I
blame
really like, and I'm
This
like,
is speculated as one of the reasons Alien Encounter was nixed. So that is
so
the
it's like
history
Ed
of
Wood and
extraterrestrial
Beetlejuice.
Alien
It's kind of like,
Click on the link below if you're interested
You gotta
in
see this
learning where
freak?
the remains
Cool.
of Alien Encounter are today, how I'm going to get them back, and where I will place it in Defunct Land.
Ferris, you loved Ferris Bueller. Yeah, it's just stuff like that where it's like in retrospect, bro, this sucks. Actually, I'm gonna go find something relevant to extraterrestrial encounter. Gotta go way back for this. I'm stuck thinking of ragtime music from this stupid game now. Where is it? Where is it? Him. 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 To be fair, you can separate the art from the artist in those cases. It's not like J.K. Rowling, because viewing the movie doesn't directly finance him and his actions, since he doesn't get residuals on that movie, unlike Jeepers Creepers, which you can't watch directly without supporting a pedophile, but you can get around by downloading illegal downloads. Exactly, yeah. Him, watching this for, reasons.
Here to show you how is our most advanced cyberbolic performance unit to date.
Welcome. We're in Travelers to the Great Big Universe.
For no reason. For no reason.
You may call me Sir. That is SIR, which stands for Simulated Intelligence Robotics.
Yeah, for no reason I'm putting this on. Hi, Tea Bucket. No reason, no voice actor crush or anything going on here. Nope. No.
Dear friends, you're probably asking, what could the galaxy's leader in sophisticated technology possibly do for me?
It's just
well, how would you like to travel anywhere?
Nothing going on here.
Touch of a button.
Nothing.
Science fiction? No.
Nothing going on here at all. No.
The XS Series 1000, the first in a complete line of personal and commercial teleportation systems, capable of sending bright-eyed biological life forms like yourselves, and even
Totally not like twirling my hair here. No! No!
our fuzzy little friend into a mass of molecules.
No.
You hornball.
Through the air above your head.
Hornball? Yeah. I mean, fair. Fair enough. But yeah. Twirls hair. Tee-hee, tee-hee, tee-hee. 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 When's the ride gonna start? What happens? I mean, this is always a pre-show thing. Typically, Disneyland will have a lot of pre-show things.
The molecules are feeding to the receiving chamber where atom by atom we construct our carefree.
Alistair canonically has his voice. Yep. Look, I made Alistair, my character Alistair, for me, like, you know, just, you know, little eye candy for myself, myself. Well, I'm gonna go find... I'm just gonna post pictures of my OC real quick. Where's a good picture that I have on my... Yeah. Oh, my ride? Well, I'm gonna make it like zoom. You're gonna be on a horsey and you're gonna zip zoom. It's gonna be great. Where's my really horny drawing of him? It is my boy. Look, I've got this, and then... Where's my really horny drawing? There. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, you gotta treat yourself and you just draw things, you know? Sometimes no one caters to the kind of stuff you're into, design-wise. So you gotta, like, you gotta make stuff yourself. Who is this Skull Lord? Oh, he got 3 heads. That's cool. Cool guy. Yeah, I just... Yeah. Yeah. But what? Hey, what? What? me talking about like dumb interests. Hold on. I'll show you really embarrassing art. Hold on. Let me show you like the really embarrassing art, cuz you know, when you're like me, sometimes you got to treat yourself. As cringy as sometimes your crushes may be, you gotta treat yourself. Where is it? How old? Did I just not post it on... No, I did post it on Tumblr. Or is it, did I do it on my side blog? I guess I did. Did I? I need to post more on Tumblr, by the way. Give me Choto a second. This is taking longer than I thought it was gonna be. I was like, haha, I'll just post a picture real quick. Teehee, teehee. All right, I posted like a ton of. I reblogged a ton of Uncle Death briefly. It says Choto is I can. From the fixation video to multitasking a game to the NK Scream TM to thirst trapping, the stream is NK in her ultimate form, liquid distilled NK. Yeah. This wouldn't be a stream if I wasn't like weird simping and, you know, like, oh, look at characters. I've posted, oh my gosh, I retweeted so much Uncle Death. And that's not even enough on my side blog. Let's be real. I have a really good name for my side blog. It's Chitaruma's Toby and Onesie, which, you know, if you've read of Dorohedoro, you might have, you know, seen that. Yeah, why wasn't it? Didn't I see it on the thing? Yeah, nothing. Whatever. You were that kid? Yeah. I mean, I have a special emote. You know. Yeah.
At this point in my life, I've ridden over 8 horrible roller coasters that should absolutely get taken out.
Yeah, regrettably, twirls hair. As angry as I am about it.
At this point in my life, I've ridden over 800
You hated
roller coasters
him?
around the world. And as
Look,
much as I'd love to say that
they,
all of them were 10 out of 10,
it's not my look, they made him horny. They made him hot and horny, and it had a huge effect on me. I mean, my character here, yeah, it's just one thing leads to another, and then ruined me as an adult. Let's just say that.
Across a ride that has all the shoved into one, and that's pretty much what's come together for my top 10 worst roller coasters. Now, I have to clarify that I am not including speedy coasters or small family rides here. I'm talking about roller coasters that are intended to thrill, but something
Can my
about them
ride,
just isn't
like-
working. And personally, I don't think I would care if any of these rides got removed. I know some of these rides have their cult following, and that's totally fine, but for me, I didn't particularly enjoy my experience.
Ask how to craft you a hybrid husband,
Wildcat at Hershey Park. And I
an
know that
oil
this was
demon.
the first GC.
You got a good point.
Yeah, I think it's clear that the company has gotten a lot better with their rides. The ones they've been putting out the past couple of years are awesome. This was their first try at
Stop
it. And, you know,
thinking
I just
about
don't think
it.
it's aged that well. I believe it has made
I
this list
can't.
because I genuinely just want this thing RMC'd. I don't think it is that great of a
I
wooden
hear
roller
that
coaster,
actor,
it's
and then
irrelevant in
I'm
Hershey
just
Park's
like,
life. They already have Lightning
twirls
Racer in
hair.
common. So if they gave this ride a makeover, they wouldn't be missing out on anything. And actually, rumors are swirling that Hershey Park might be doing something about Wildcat in the future. Maybe this ride won't be around for much longer. Now let's head down south a little bit to Six Flags America for our number 9 spot. This is Firebird.
Don't kink shame
this
me.
is in a similar boat. This was
Good Smile is releasing a Figma Femto figure. Ooh. I was telling my mom, like, man, I love Berserk. The one thing I hate, Berserk merch is so expensive.
Moved to Six Flags America as Apocalypse, again as a stand-up
Can I,
coaster,
like-
and then got converted
Hey!
into a floorless. I think with all those changes changeovers. This ride has just been through a lot. It is not running very well at all. My last ride on it was unbearably rough and uncomfortable. I just don't believe it has aged that well. I think this probably still would have made the cut if it were a stand-up coaster. I think that the fact that they removed the stand-up feature did help a little bit, but the ride still doesn't run very well at all. That and the fact that the layout isn't that great really makes this one of those
Emperor's
rides that
nice
I
to
just
me.
skip whenever I go to this park.
Like
Number 8, let's
you
go
people
to another Six Flags
bully
park. This
me.
is Six Flags Over Georgia in Great American Scream Machine. This might be one of the roughest wind roller coasters I've ever ridden. And you can tell that it needs some work because right now, as this video is being released, Six Flags Over Georgia is doing some retracking work on it. They're basically redoing the entire ending.
Actually, thank you for the hydrate. Hey!
Maybe after I experience it with the retracking, I will
Stop it!
retract my statement about this ride. But as of right now, I was not a big fan at all. And I think another big problem here is this ride used to run with buzz bars, so you got
Everyone is so mean to me.
But now it runs with the old trains from Georgia Cyclone, and I just didn't think
this thing's just not working anymore. I guess these people are just stuck.
Less enjoyable. So now you don't
I guess these people are just stuck forever.
It's
Well,
still rough. Just not exactly a pleasant
rip them, I guess. But I'm built different.
Let's go overseas to Blackpool Pleasure Beach. This is Steeplechase. And what's interesting about this one is this is a true family ride, and it's a fun little concept. You're riding on a horse.
Thank you for posting.
Coaster, but
good
man,
peace off. Okay, thank you for the Minmo peace offerings and the pine cone pigs. People are being nice to me. People are being nice to me now.
Seating position.
I like it.
And I think SNS knew this because they actually came out with a concept of a reimagined steeplechase in hopes that a park would
Wait,
pick
where
that
on
up
earth
as
is
a,
this?
Here, we're trying again. As of right now, they haven't sold any. But I think this is definitely one of those instances of it was a fun idea, but I didn't think it was executed that well. And
Where
if I
are
ever
you
go back
supposed
to
to?
Blackpool Pleasure Beach, I will be skipping this one. Just missing the top 5 are Zamperla Valares. Specifically, I want to cite Time Warp here, but I've also done Soarin' Eagle at Luna Park, and there's some more of these overseas. But I think this is absolutely one of those rides that is a
Okay, stands for nice, cool person.
That well, so it's just everything that you could hate about a roller coaster is thrown into here. Uncomfortable restraints. Rough track,
get this stuff out of here.
There's a reason why Zamperla is trying to stray away from being the manufacturer that's known for making these. They're doing much better things right now. This is part of their history. They cloned this ride and sent them all over the world, and they are just not fun. I think the only people that enjoy these rides are people that find bad roller coasters comically fun to experience.
Get out of here.
Riding this thing. Now we're at our top 5. Number 5 is Nighthawk at Carowinds. This is one of 2 Flying Dutchmans left by Vekoma, the other being Batwing at Six Flags America. And while I don't hate Batwing, I'm actually one of the people that enjoy the experience. I feel like Nighthawk just didn't get it right. The first half of the layout starts out the same, but then it's got an uncomfortable ending with those corkscrews. It runs significantly rougher than Batwing, and maybe it's because this one was actually a relocation. It used to operate as Borg Assimilator at California's Great America, so maybe in the relocation process something got messed up there, because this ride just does not run that well. And because it's sitting on prime real estate, I think part of my hatred for this attraction is because I know that Carowinds could do something so much better in this spot. It's
Got out of
up
here.
Front. You could put a really cool roller coaster.
Looks like the background skeleton is humping my shoulder. Maybe it is. I don't know.
We have a mess of a roller coaster. This is Ninja
Boner does what he
Flags
wants.
St. Louis. This ride was started by Aerodynamics. Aero then went bankrupt partway through, and so Vekoma picked it back up and finished it. It's a hybrid of the 2 companies, and it's the worst of both of them. This is a bad layout.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate
bad
again.
Trains,
Well, I
bad
knew you.
profiling. It's uncomfortable, it's rough, and it's ugly. The only part about the ride that is
Wait, did I
redeeming
miss
is it's
the-
called Ninja, and so the ride's themed to beating you up, which it does. I think I'm in the same boat with this as Nighthawk, where I would just love to see this thing gone because I know that Six Flags St. Louis could do something better. So now we've made it to our top 3. And this is what I believe to be the worst Aero ever built. This is Steamin' Demon at Great Escape. It's a pretty simple layout. We've seen this layout before. Drop, vertical loop, 2 corkscrews, and that's it.
Yeah, where am I?
I don't know what happened with
Help,
this ride, but
help.
it runs so bad
Help
compared
me.
to the others. I've ridden exact clones of this ride. They were just fine. Like, it's not exactly an inspiring layout. Doesn't really do too much. It's pretty basic. But for some reason, this ride is brutal. Maybe it's how the park has been maintaining the trains or something wrong with the track. I don't know. But this is a horrible roller coaster that should absolutely get taken out. The problem is Great Escape doesn't exactly have a whole lot. This is one of the only thrilling rides there, which is probably why it's not going anywhere. But geez, man, this is a bad ride.
Ever another ride for these idiots to go on.
At the number 2 spot, we have our second Wildcat roller coaster to make.
I thought I heard.
Wildcat at Lake
I thought this was one video that had Goudurix, which is an awful roller coaster at Park Asterisk.
So it's an old ride, you know.
Oh gosh, it's awful. It's like violent, hurts you.
On this list. Yeah,
terrible.
A lot of them aren't that great in terms of layout, but there's something about a classic that you enjoy. But this is something else. Before the 2017 season, Wildcat was fully retracked. The PTC trains were replaced by Millennium Flyers, and something must have happened in that retracking process because I don't think it made the ride better. I think it made it worse. I heard that it didn't used to run as bad as it does now. I never got to experience it before.
NK, an order for Grow Your Own Demon King has arrived at the door. I ain't the delivery guy anyway. It's the 10 feet tall, rough-hand, stern sugar daddy demon with a whole weight. Packed with discretion, I will be quiet now.
So I didn't really feel like I was missing much. But get your Advil ready because you'll need it after experiencing this ride. So now we've made it to our number 1 spot.
How did you know?
This is a pretty broad model, and I don't think it's going to come as a surprise.
How did you know?
You suspended looping coasters cloned all over the world, and I just do not enjoy these things at all. Which is sad because they're actually pretty good layouts. The only one of these that I've actually enjoyed is the Great Nor'easter at Maurice Pierce, which is actually a really
way too
good ride, so I don't consider that a part of this at all. That one
aware of
new trains. It shows that
what
the
I'm like.
has potential. But when these rides
hold on, I need to find the
claustrophobic, cause major headbanging, and with the fact that their track back then was just not designed well, this is absolutely one of those rides that you do, you're like, okay, let's get this over with. I don't want to ride it, but I'm gonna, because, you know, coaster credits. But geez, if there was ever a ride that you wanted to
something my mom saw that I
shakiness,
commissioned because I'm a
intensity, but
maniac.
not the good kind, this is it. I hate these rides with a passion. I think most parks would be better off just scrapping them or do what Maurice Pierce did. I know that was an expensive makeover, but it proves that you actually can have a good Vekoma SLC. But you know what?
This is on my wall in my room.
I respect what Vekoma's doing a lot more now because they went from making not very good rides to now producing some world-class.
You remember the hot Skeletor tweet in public a few weeks ago? Yeah.
So those are the top 10 worst roller coasters in my opinion. Let me know down in the comments below
but you missed
what
it.
You think of these. If you agree with the points that I've made. And of course, stay tuned for more countdowns here at Coaster Studios. And we'll see you
there you go. I'm a maniac. Oh, these are some more bad ones.
Building a roller coaster takes a ton of skill, attention to detail, and talented engineers. A lot of work goes into making each one, from the kiddie coasters to the extreme ones.
I'm deranged. I have my interests. I'm not quiet about them. My mom supports my awful tastes.
Painful rides instead of entertainment. Recently, I decided to do a video on the worst coasters in the world after reading a Mitch Hawker roller coaster poll from 2013. While I personally haven't been on every single coaster on the list, I decided to conduct a few polls with my fans who have ridden them. So as voted on by the fans, here are the 10 worst roller coasters in the world. Just a quick disclaimer though, I mean no disrespect to any coaster manufacturer or ride engineer that's worked on these attractions.
No, you should.
This video mixes comedic
these people should be ashamed of their work.
Enjoy. Number 10. Pirates Hideaway at New Jersey's Casino Pier.
Engage, just
Wisdom Rides. Its colorful ride building.
Your disgust, your anger, all of that.
But don't be fooled.
Don't hide.
Will pillage and plunder your vertebrae and leave you begging for less. This ride is often referred to as the worst family coaster in history by
this thing is stupid.
One ride on it makes it easy to see why.
I will say, I did tweet about why you should vote in Buggy yesterday, so I cannot judge. I mean,
coaster Wizard's Cavern. American manufacturer Wisdom Rides was hired to build a replacement. This manufacturer is mostly known for its Dragon Wagon and Mine coasters.
would.
Nevertheless, Casino Pier officials hired the
also a Japanese version, voiced by it's the same voice actor as Shiruma. So
rough attempt to redesign the original layout. Starting off with a spiral lift, the ride doesn't seem that bad at first, but then you get to the enclosed section. Despite its vibrant appearance on the outside, the inside of the ride building contains zero.
This ride has never run. These people are just waiting. I'm sorry, just like these people are waiting constantly for the swans.
Making the coaster needlessly aggressive for something.
Oh, these idiots, these poor stupid morons.
Every dip is a rough slam.
These
it's pretty
losers.
much the equivalent of being locked inside a pirate ship's bathroom in the middle of a hurricane. By the time the ride is over, seasickness is pretty much guaranteed. Number 9, Goederix at France's
Goederix sucks.
Made by Dutch manufacturer Vekoma. This time we're heading to France for a truly disastrous
Goederix is the worst.
The manufacturer has been wildly acclaimed for its more recent projects. It still has its fair share of early day clunkers out there. Perhaps the most prominent example is Goederix, a name based on the French phrase meaning the taste of danger in English. This is a custom variation of their
This thing is painful.
MK1200 model, which was the first one ever
It
designed
is
by
so
the company,
painful.
opening in
Like,
1989. This was one of Park Asterix's
no joke.
opening day attractions. This lakeside coaster has an initial visual appeal, drawing riders in with its many waterfront inversions. It is also one of only 2 roller coasters on Earth to feature a butterfly element, the other one being on Blue Hawk at Six Flags Over Georgia. There's no doubt that unaware thrill seekers took one look at this ride and bolted for the entrance, hoping for a fun experience. Unfortunately, this coaster has garnered a reputation over the years as an insanely rough ride. The abundance of painful inversions paired with the bumpy track and hard over the shoulder
So there are people out there that like Silent Hill mother frickers. I don't mean Pyramid Head. I mean Valtail's fun.
As the worst coaster on Earth. Despite all of this, the park has made numerous attempts to improve the ride, such as giving it new trains.
Look, I'm gonna make this. You know, it's just cute.
Nowadays,
cute
the ride is
stuff.
considered to be slightly better than before,
decor.
but still painful enough to make the list. Number 8,
Look,
the
it's
Zyklon
pretty.
ZL42 model, made by Italian manufacturer Pinfari. Well known for their wacky worms and Zyklons, defunct
Wacky
manufacturer
worms.
Pinfari was once a kingpin of the amusement industry. In the 1970s, they really made a name for themselves bringing compact, thrilling coasters to small parks on a budget. Their Zyklon model became especially popular for its surprisingly thrilling drops, but their coasters haven't exactly aged
Ice
well.
cream.
Nowadays, Pinfari coasters are infamous for how punishingly rough they can be, and the Zyklons are seen as outdated in today's coaster market. However, the pain of the standard Zyklon model can't compare to the one
Bubble
with a
nurses,
vertical
what, you don't like
Introduced in
the really
1980s,
tall
this model
nurses
was
from
also
for that
initially
burp when
popular.
you hit
It not
them?
only had a small footprint, but also managed to pack in an appealing vertical loop, which really drew passengers to ride it. However, this model has aged even worse. Its track is consistently bumpy with no remorse, and its over-the-shoulder restraints pave the way for some unforgiving headbanging throughout the layout. At
Yeah,
least
that's
some of the
NK Core.
standard Zyklons have lap bars, but this one
That's
just
NK
surrounds
Core,
you
yeah,
in a compact
you're right.
round of steel torment. If you want a good vintage looping coaster, stick to the Schwarzkopf rides. Or is that Schwarzkopf? I'm not sure. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Anyway,
Turd-looking pretzel stand. I hate it.
M&D's theme park, made by Italian manufacturer Pinfari. Yet another
Pinfari.
Pinfari creation was this large-scale
Funnel
looping
cakes.
coaster
Yum
in
yum.
Scotland. This one is much more intense than the looping Zyklon, and far, far worse. Passengers strap in with thick over-the-shoulder restraints and brace themselves for a truly terrible experience. Consisting of 2 loops and several bank turns, this coaster's layout wastes no time in treating its riders like rocks in a blender. The faster the ride goes,
Man,
the more it will smash your head
I'm
against
hungry
the
for like a nice
Interestingly
soft
enough, the
pretzel.
ride used to be even worse when its layout featured a corkscrew. As
And
I've
make a
discussed
romance game
before,
involving
this corkscrew
conventional
was
and
perhaps the
unconventional
most
monsters of
infamous
all
inversion in
identities.
history.
But let me tell you, that's something I've been wanting to do for ages, and then I keep promising I'm going to do it, and then I don't, and I feel really bad.
Tornado. They certainly got it mixed up.
I'm
Based on how
sorry.
much it shakes, they should have called it
I'm
Earthquake
sorry.
instead. Unfortunately, this is the tallest and
What is
fastest
this?
coaster in
There's
all of
puke
Scotland,
everywhere. I
and they
just
really deserve better
realized.
than this. On the
Why
bright
are these
side,
people
the locals
vomiting
still managed
everywhere?
to
I
have
feel
fun
very
with
sick. This
coaster
path
despite
is
its
disgusting. The
flaws.
trash
Viewer
here is really
Dr.
bad. I
Bad
feel sick. I've been
PhD
queuing
says,
for
"I
Rocket
love
Rush
our
for
Mad
ages.
Theme Park
I need to
and
go to the
its
bathroom. I'm
original
not
coaster.
hungry.
Last rode it in April this year, and it's as
Whoops.
bone-shakingly rough as ever,
Whoops.
smiley face.
Whoops.
Viewer Squirtle Jack says, "It's a really good ride if you just keep your head back and stick to the middle few cartridges. Your ears may get hurt, but it's worth it." And finally, viewer God God Dad Zip says, I go on that ride a lot, and I think it is a good ride, but when you come off, you get lots of
Are you gonna play a DVD with Whitney? Have fun the rest of your stream. Thank you, Josh Monas, and thank you again for the subs and the
coaster. The results were exactly as messy as
Hexus message. Thanks.
It just goes to show that even when a coaster is a lemon, some riders can still make lemonade out of it. Number 6, the corkscrew model, made by
Sakura for Love isn't quite
this coaster is
for
certainly
me.
The most historically significant one to make the list. In
your eyes cause it. No, I took my headphones off. Joke's on you.
And it was the first coaster to have an inversion since the experimental coasters of the early 1900s. It became a massive hit for the park and paved the way for the many amazing coasters there today. The corkscrew itself has also become one of the most iconic inversions in history. Arrow would go on to install 14
Maybe possessed armor as a dating option. I want to analyze the logistics of it.
Despite their historical importance, though, these coasters didn't age well at all. There's a big difference between vintage and
there are much games like what y'all saying out there. See, that's the thing. That's why I need to make it.
The ride experience pales in
I mean, again, my big hunky demon, this guy is made for a dating sim.
Their corkscrews. Not to mention how the rides
it's left to A's God of Blood Simulator. Yo, I want that so bad.
Quickly, but their unsatisfyingly short layouts
aka Daddy?
Ride experiences sadly makes them worthy of their unsavory reputation. Number 5, Ninja at Missouri Six Flags St. Louis, made by American
I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm sorry, Daddy.
Vekoma. If you've ever wanted to be assaulted by an actual ninja, chances are you'll enjoy this coaster. This ride started out in 1985 as a project by Aerodynamics.
I'll stop being horny.
The World's Fair held in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
Stop
it. It was known as Scream Machine, not to be confused with the Great American Scream Machine. However, during the ride's construction, Aero fell into bankruptcy for the first time. The project was then sold off to Vekoma, who proceeded to complete it for the fair. After the fair ended, it was eventually moved to Six Flags St. Louis for the 1989 season. There it gained an unwanted reputation as one of the most painful creations in roller coaster history, playing pinball with its riders' heads on those horrendously hard restraints. The ride is so bad that even Logan Joyner of Coaster Kids fame refused to ride it during his visit, saying, quote,
yeah, this is a good
want credits at all costs, but if I know it's going to give me a headache for the rest
of
the day,
this is good.
I don't care about credits that much. And as if
I keep forgetting I can change these. I forget.
To introduce VR to the coaster in 2016. Needless to say, the experience was about as well received as an Adam Sandler Netflix movie. The headsets wouldn't stay on, and it was extremely hard to enjoy the interactive ride experience when your head was being smashed side to side. Considering its poor reception from riders, it's a wonder why they keep this coaster around, but maybe they'll fix it up in the future. Number 4, Green Lantern First Flight.
Oh, this thing apparently was awful.
Magic Mountain, made by Swiss manufacturer Intamin.
They should make more rides that make you unable to have children ever again.
And it's at the one and only Six Flags Magic Mountain.
I think it's a great idea. They should keep doing that.
This coaster was meant to promote the disastrous and long-forgotten Green Lantern movie starring Ryan Reynolds. I'm sure Deadpool would find this ride's failure very funny. This model, known as a Zaxby's, seats riders on both sides of the track and seats that rotate a full 360 degrees forwards and backwards. The rotation is completely random, meaning that each ride will be different from the last. While there are
acid,
Green
cool.
Specifically is said to have many flaws that riders consider to kill the ride experience. First of all, the rotations are harsh and erratic.
Now this is starting to be more like my park.
With each flip. Even worse, the bottom of the ride's drops will slam riders downwards. If you're in a sit-down position, your pelvis will fall flat into your badly padded seat. If you're upside down or face down, your shoulders will fall into the restraints. And if you're lying down, your back and head will smash into the back of your seat with full force. There are so many different ways to experience pain that it's no wonder why this coaster is so widely reviled. Say what you want about how frequent the SNS free spins are in the Six Flags chain, but at least those don't have a reputation for pain like
I'm creating a videoscope.
Purchased a new Intamin coaster. Moreover, as of right now, it's currently closed for unknown reasons, and it's unknown when it will reopen. Maybe by then the ride will
That
be
thing
more
is
tolerable.
never going to
Number
open
3,
here.
The Volare model, made by
Volare.
Italian manufacturer Zamperla. Ever wonder what it's like to be a lab rat in an earthquake? Zamperla has you covered. The Volare is named
There's
after
something
the
about this
Italian
ride where I'm
phrase
like,
meaning
one,
to
it doesn't look,
fly, and
it
what
looks
a
like one of
wreck
those
this turned
unsafe
out to
carnival
be. First
things
opening
too.
at Colorado's
I don't know,
Ellipse
there's
Gardens
something
in
about it where I feel
2002.
like,
This coaster
I feel
was
like you
likely
would
designed
sit
as a
in
cost-effective
the little
alternative
car
to other
thing,
flying coasters on
and
the
then you would
market.
just
The
feel
goal of
kind of
a
like,
flying coaster is to
ew,
seat
you
riders
know?
face down, offering them a simulated
Kind of like, ew, yucky,
As
oh,
a
it smells
selling
kind of
point,
like
the Volare boasts
puke,
an
I don't
unobstructed
know.
view for its riders, with only 1 row per ride vehicle. However, as unobstructed as the view is from the front, the discomfort of the ride experience completely takes away from said view. Riders start off in the station, where they are awkwardly seated in claustrophobic plastic and metal cages. After a spiral lift, they then traverse the course. As they do so, the unmistakable rattle of the vehicles on the track makes the ride feel disturbingly unstable, all while the riders' heads are being smashed side to side on the inconveniently placed padding.
Let's make this
ride
a
has
really
received
bad
widely
path.
negative reception from enthusiasts, and it's hard to recommend even for the biggest gluttons for punishment. Shockingly enough, the ride was designed by famous coaster designer Werner Stengel, the designer of rides like Maverick at Cedar Point. As such, the Volare is proof that nobody's perfect, and even the most accomplished individuals are capable of a few mistakes. But there's no way around it, this ride sucks. Number 2, the Big Apple coaster at Nevada's New York
this thing
Hotel,
also
made
sucks.
by
I've been on it
Japanese
before.
manufacturer Togo. Las Vegas is known for its many high-class entertainment venues and tourist attractions. The Circus and Stratosphere amusement parks in particular are especially appealing for thrill seekers. However, one Vegas coaster in particular has the phrase "stay away" written all over it, and that coaster is the one at the New York Hotel and
It's
Casino. Sitting on top
painful
of a shopping
and it's
plaza, this
expensive.
coaster is surrounded by colorful New York City theming and the undeniable appeal of the Vegas Strip. However, those are pretty much the only nice things enthusiasts have to say about this coaster.
You want to
Back
go on
in
this
1997,
this thing? You
ride,
got to
then
work
known
for
as
it.
Manhattan Express opened with the hotel. It was designed by Togo International, a Japanese manufacturer with a rough reputation in America. While their Japanese coasters are widely considered to be enjoyable, their infamous American installations include the defunct Shockwave at King's Dominion. The Big Apple is the only Togo roller coaster still operating in America, and one ride on it makes it easy to see why. Not only does it have insanely rough transitions, but the overdosage of headbanging is impossible to ignore. It's just a painful, migraine-inducing ride overall. Even worse, the ride is a relatively long coaster, with a total track length of almost 5,000 feet, so that gives passengers even more time to
Can I get
enjoy
back
the
to
torture.
this,
And not only
please?
is this coaster infamously bad, but it comes with a price. In order to ride this
can I-
coaster, it will cost you $15 up front, with an additional $8 if you want to re-ride it. Oh, and there's also virtual reality on it for some reason. In all honesty,
When I
you're
went on
better
that
off
thing, it
saving
did
your
not
money
have
for stress.
virtual reality.
Before we get
I'm
to
glad.
the number 1 spot, here are a few quick honorable mentions. First is the Vekoma Boomerang. This coaster just missed qualifying for the video, and to be fair, I've ridden some pretty decent ones. Nevertheless, they're still insanely common, and they're really nothing to write home about. As a credit seeker myself, I can't even count how many of them I've ridden, and I've pretty much grown numb to these coasters. Next up is Viper at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Despite how well this did in the poll, I was genuinely surprised at how many people are fans of this ride. Plenty of viewers have come out in defense of this coaster, saying it's really not as bad as it seems and just needs a bit of touching up. Plus, it's the only Aero Mega Looper left in operation after the closure of New Jersey's Great American Scream Machine in 2010. So for this list, I decided to give Viper a break. Finally is Thriller at Turkey's Happy Land. This one just missed the list too, likely because not many of the voters have been
Happy
to
Land
Turkey.
is the place I was
Nevertheless,
at in
Pinfari
Turkey as a
RC50,
kid.
I have heard nothing but bad things about this coaster. It may not invert, but it's still unimaginably rough. I mean, it's made by Pinfari, what do you expect? Finally, with over 300 votes, the quote-unquote winner is the Vekoma SLC. Again, Vekoma is doing very well these days with their innovative roller coasters, but the infamy of the SLC is simply too big to ignore. These coasters are widely referred to as hang-and bangs in the enthusiast community, a nickname that honestly goes hand in hand with these coasters. This common coaster model dates all the way back to 1994, when the original prototype named El Condor was installed at Wallaby Holland. Its low price tag and numerous inversions made it especially appealing to smaller parks wanting an extreme level thrill coaster. After all, it's much less expensive to buy a ride with a pre-existing layout than a completely custom one. As a result, over 40 of these rides have been installed around the world. These coasters are notorious for giving astonishingly rough rides, and despite their relatively small footprints, they still manage to pack plenty of cranium-smacking elements into their layouts. Perhaps the most criticized aspect of this coaster is the restraint system. Although some SLCs have been updated with less restrictive vest restraints, most of them
you want to
still
go
have
here,
the
you gotta
old,
work for it.
awkward, and bulky restraints. You feel like
You
you're
guys
being
get to
smashed to
work for
pieces
it.
like a rock star's guitar. The elements are so brutal that you're likely to come off with your ears throbbing. Me personally, I'd have to say that Mind Eraser
These people are
at
never
Maryland
gonna go to
Six
this ride.
Flags
It's
America
never.
takes the cake when
Oh
it comes
gosh.
to giving an unreasonably horrific ride experience. This thing sucked, and many of my viewers consider it to be the worst SLC out there. Now, if I were to make a suggestion, I'd say it should be moved to Motion Gate Dubai's Lionsgate section. There it should be renamed and rethemed to Norm of the North. Now that would be a fitting retheme. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Norm
Feel free
of
to
the
like,
North.
share, and subscribe. You can follow me on social media.
Did they
on
make
Twitter,
sequels to
Instagram,
that?
and Facebook, or you can check out my website.
Oh yes. Okay.
You know what I hate whenever.
Is that right, Jammed? It might be. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna put some music back on. No. We don't want. Yeah, sure. I'm so hungry right now. I'm so hungry, but I can't eat. And I can't eat specifically because I'm fasting for tomorrow. I'm gonna go get like a blood test done, and I'm just like, oh, I'm hungry. Okay, let's turn that off. Bro, I'm hungry.
I go to an amusement park with someone, it's when they're too afraid.
I don't know if you could hear that, but that was
okay, if they get motion sickness,
my
then I can
tummy
understand that.
growling.
But if they're irrationally afraid to ride a roller coaster,
Okay,
then I get
this
irritated.
thing is
The chances
I
of
love
dying on a roller
the
coaster
euthanasia
is slim to
coaster.
none. Actually, you're more likely to
Speaking
die
of blood
on the
tests,
way
how are
to
your
an
appointments
amusement
going?
park than you are
Tomorrow,
at the
it's kind of like a
amusement
general
park.
thing
Just think about
to
that.
check
A
my
roller coaster is
thyroid.
controlled
My
environment. You're monitored by sensors,
my
computer
mom
system,
had thyroid
contained by a
problems, and we're
restraint.
just trying to make
Then
sure that
a car, you're
I don't
protected by
have
a
that.
thin leather strapped with a driver that may or
So,
may not make a mistake, surrounded
just
by
a bunch of
other
stuff
drivers
before,
that
you
may or
know,
may not make mistakes. Now, I'm not saying roller coaster
surgery
accidents,
happens
they don't
eventually.
happen, but if they do, it's on very rare and specific circumstances. It could be between design fails, human errors, a big one, improper maintenance.
Oh yeah, one of
However, in
those.
today's standards, you don't really see that anymore.
I think which track was it? I think like the black one is the one that I think it was the Smiler. One of these that he showed was the Smiler, and it was something. I think it's at Alton Towers or another park, but it is one case where there was an accident that basically left 2 people having to get their legs amputated. It was horrific.
Parks that want to go above what's required and have a ton of redundancy to make sure you are safe and have fun. But how about we just ignore all that, sweep it under the rug? Let's say there was a roller coaster out there where you just die, flat out die. You're not supposed to live after you ride this coaster. No safety
Medical
protocols,
stuff's just
no
scary.
nothing. The one purpose of this coaster is for you to perish. Who would dream and
This-
design this concept? Well,
this
one
is crazy,
engineer
I
that
love it.
assume is demented because he designed a roller coaster where you are not meant to live. How would it be like to ride this coaster? What components are supposed to end your life? And what are the chances of you actually
Like if I remember
surviving
right, it
this
was basically
coaster?
he was doing a
Well,
thesis for
let's
college and
find
was
out.
kind of like, well, I've
The
got
roller coaster in
knowledge of
question
this.
is called the euthanasia coaster. Many enthusiasts from the 2010s may remember this, because a decade ago, a French designer by the name of designed the euthanasia coaster.
Wait, French. Julie Jonah Urbona. Yeah, that's just how you would say it.
Designed the euthanasia coaster. It was never meant to be built, it was more satirical. Anyway, let's go over the ride experience to see what this guy was smoking. According to the euthanasia coaster website, because that exists apparently, you enter the ride on a single seat, so you get no partner while you
So it was like a college assignment he did.
very slowly. He seemed to really express that part because he wants you to take it all in before you decide to end your life. This would have been the tallest coaster in the world if it ever got built. King Ka is over 456 feet. This would be about 1600.
Yeah.
So more
I can't
than
believe I
3
remembered
times the height.
that.
When you do reach the summit of the 500-meter lift hill, there would apparently be a button next to you, and you would decide whether
I always
you
remember
wanna
1600
go
because
down
it's
the
like
drop
4 times
or
the
be
size of
released.
like the tallest currently at King Ka.
I assume you would have done that before you left the station, but whatever, it's fine. Then you're about to go over the drop. As you reflect on your life, it's too late. You descend at a speed that's near terminal velocity, meaning you're going almost as fast as the force of gravity, 100 meters per second, 223 miles per hour. As you go down, you may think this is the best coaster drop of all time. I mean, I imagine because it's so freaking tall. But what happens next is not so pretty. Remember, you're going at 223 miles an hour, and you have to level out the bottom.
If I remember right, it's
Instead of
basically
going with
like
force of
the
gravity,
air is
you're
just
going against
pushed
it.
out of
And by
you,
doing
like
this,
with
you're exerting a lot
the
of G-force. I've discussed
G's
G-force before.
and
The one you experience
the
here is positive G's.
inversions.
How many? Well, 10. To put that in perspective, you just sitting here and doing nothing, just living on Earth, is 1 G. 1 times the force of gravity pushing down on you. If you experience something like 2 Gs, that'd be twice your body weight pressing down on you. Just leveling up another G is another multiplier to your body weight. So 10 Gs would be 10 times your body weight forcing down on you. If I try to compare this to a different coaster, Tower of Terror at Gold Reef City seems like the best candidate because at one point of its life it did exert 6.3 Gs. Even if it
Ghost
still did, it was
Train.
in such a short time frame, so it's probably not the best comparison. I would have to relate it to
Spooky.
something like I-305. Sure, it only exerts 5 Gs, not 10, but it's the best we got. I-305, it's known for making people gray out and black out. Why? Well, after the drop, you go into a nice long turn that takes about 7 seconds. And during that time, you're
scary,
feeling all
the
5
tunnel!
Gs. So by doing that, your brain isn't getting enough oxygen.
Wait.
Since most of it's going to your feet, which causes your vision to get all blurry
It's
and dark.
nothing
Gross,
scary.
but that's how it works. The euthanasia
just
coaster, you're
an
experiencing
empty
this
track.
For 7 seconds, you're experiencing this for 60. And at
Hold
twice
on.
the G-force, it's gonna be lethal. The engineering comes into play when it has to maintain 10 G's of force for over a minute. How does it do this? You see the 7 loops on the coaster? These are circular loops, ones you would find on Schwarzkopf coasters. They're not the typical clothoid loops, which is like an oval shape where you lose energy going up, then gain it on the way back down. These ones, they maintain centrifugal force to make sure you feel a lot more intensity. Notice each loop has 10 G's of force.
Okay.
It's able to do this because each loop shrinks in diameter and allow the train to power
Oh,
through
it's because
each
I don't have
one.
enough
Because coaster is
money.
gonna naturally slow down, so later in the ride it has to tone down the elements while also keeping up with the force. Just like I threw a 5, the blood's gonna be rushing from your head to your feet. Except this time your body's gonna have to overcome a whole different kind of punishment. For a whole minute without oxygen to the brain, you're gonna experience hypoxia. That's when you go into tunnel vision, then you gray out, you black out, then you pass out. And you will not get oxygen until at least the 60 seconds are up. And at that point, you're supposed to be dead. Notice how I said supposed to. Even though the euthanasia coaster is supposed to kill you in terms of euthanasia, I do think you're able to survive this. That's because of 2 reasons. 1, the credibility of the guy who designed this, and 2, some aspects that involve biology. But let's first look at reason number 1.
This park sucks. This park sucks.
Is strange. Would be under-exaggerating.
This park is awful.
But let's just look at his portfolio to see what other work he's accomplished. Let's see. Okay. This is, something else. So apparently one of his works is an artist rendery of a frozen dead body planet. Okay. That's, okay. He wanted to see if enough dead bodies clumped together, they would make their own gravitational pull. Alright, what else we got here? We got the cum spin. I'm gonna leave it at that. The Honoric Hotel, which is apparently a pop-up hotel where you can, I think, artificially manufacture your dreams or something. And you need 3 band-aids on your back to do that, apparently. Something called the Vomit Simulator. You can guess what's gonna happen by this image. And, okay, I'm done. I'm not describing any more of this guy's work. He's clearly not an engineer. I don't know what he majored in, but you can't sit me down and tell me that his machine that forces you to watch interpretive dance is brilliant. He's one of those people who comes to the public with a weird
I would
product
force
with a shock
people.
value that just gets others talking. I mean, I'm babbling about his euthanasia coaster right now, so he's got me hooked. But even if you still think he's credible after I've told you all of his work, including something called Talking Doors, it's literally just 2 guys with a plank of wood, just look at his video on the euthanasia coaster. You can tell he doesn't know what he's talking about at some points, and what he says is very generic.
Quite long journey.
First people to watch the new Cats movie? No. Food fight.
Element where you are spun around a track like this. At the very bottom, you start
This is American meme.
be raised again.
I just don't think he's credible.
This
However,
is
let's just ignore
American
this for right now and get to my
meme.
second point, biology. I already told you it's supposed to kill you from hypoxia. The issue is, I don't think you're exposed to 10 Gs long enough for it to actually end your life. Sure, any doctor will tell you that 60 seconds without oxygen to the brain isn't good for your health, but if you want to be clinically brain dead, it would take 3 to 6 minutes of ride time for it to kill you. The 1 minute duration, likely what would happen is,
I don't
when
want
the
that.
ride's over, you're
People
gonna
don't
be in
like
a
the
coma.
stuff I try
Some
to
people may be on
design.
life support because of a snapped brainstem. Organs could be shifted, but you'll still be alive. Not well, but alive. The only people who couldn't survive the euthanasia coaster the way it is now are people with respiratory issues, high blood pressure,
What is this?
octogenarians, just anyone
The spiral
who is severely
slide,
sick. And that's kind
okay.
of who this ride's intended for. Sure, the designer, who I can't pronounce his name, may be a crackpot, but dang it, I enjoy the satire of the euthanasia coaster. It tries to present itself as a solution to death and incurable illness, 2 subjects people don't really want to talk about. The euthanasia coaster is a way to end life on a high note. Go out on your own terms with a shot of adrenaline. Death may be terrifying, but when you go down that drop and up the first vertical loop, all that's left is bliss. Maybe that's what he intended with this design.
This
Make
needs to be
death
gross
look
looking, too.
intimidating, but it's not going to be as bad as we think in the end. Or this was just a way for him to get a bunch of dead bodies for his planet. Oh well, not all theories can be a winner. Anyway, that's just my take on the
Watermelon
euthanasia
slide,
coaster. Tell me in the
yeah!
comments, if this actually existed, would you make it your final ride? Sound off below because I do want to hear your thoughts about it. Please like and subscribe. I'm not here to force you, but I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye, guys.
Watermelon slide. Yeah, doing the classic. A classic. Oh, King Daka. Yeah. Yeah. I want to go on that. The really scary maze. How many people are going to go on this stupid thing? What? Oh, into the Chicky Nuggy machine? Okay, we're gonna have the Chicky Nuggy restaurant that you slide into. I want to go on this. Yeah. Oh, this is a thing in Abu Dhabi. So Ferrari World is not like actually an amusement park. It's more of like an exhibit sort of a thing for Ferrari and everything. But this is the fastest roller coaster in the world. They actually give you like goggles before you go on that thing. They plan on doing community-related content like Minecraft servers. I would like to. I just need to get Minecraft. I had an account over a decade ago, and apparently it just doesn't exist anymore, which is cool and great. Cool, great. People really want to go on this thing that's not running! Come on! Why would it run? I want it running. Do you prefer front of the coaster, back of the coaster, middle?
The tallest roller coaster in the world currently has held that claim since 2005.
I would say, like, I mean, technically in the back you get better airtime than you do in the front. So, kind of depends, but I like being up front's fun too, you know?
Which seems like forever ago. If you're a fan of extreme coasters that focuses on height, then here are the top 10 tallest coasters in the world as of 2021. And if you're curious
people like
or not,
Soylent
as
Green.
to will we ever see a new roller coaster take the top spot on this list? Find out next. Welcome to Theme Park Predictions. My name is Brandon, and starting off the list, we head to Kings Island, located just outside of Cincinnati, Ohio, for the 10th tallest coaster in the world. And that would be Orion, with a height of 287 feet, a length of 5,321 feet, speeds of 91 miles an hour, and is manufactured by B&M.
Crooked
This
House,
glorified hypercoaster features a great paint scheme. Okay, Orion is technically a gigacoaster. 13 feet Kings Island, 13 feet. Orion is the newest member of this top 10 and will most likely be the first coaster to get knocked off this list since it's only 287 feet tall. But don't let this coaster fool you, because Orion features one of the best first drops in the entire world, in which riders take on an insane 85-degree drop. Throughout the 3-minute ride, you're faced with large hills, giant drops, and a low-to-the-ground speed hill. Number 9, Intimidator 305 at King's Dominion. Has a height of 305 feet, length 5,100 feet,
so many hideous colors,
90 miles an hour, and is manufactured by Intamin. King's Dominion's iconic Giga Coaster has been thrilling riders ever since 2010, and this coaster will intimidate the crap out of you. Intimidator 305 was the second full-circuit Giga Coaster to ever be built here in America. From the bottom of the first drop until the 32-passenger train reaches the final brake run, Intimidator 305
random
features
trees,
one of the most insane coaster layouts ever created.
Thematically
if you have a bucket list of
appropriate.
coasters, then Intimidator 305 needs to be near the top of that list. Number 8, Leviathan,
Yeah,
Canada's
whatever.
Wonderland. Height, 306 feet. Length, 5,486 feet, speed 92 miles an hour.
I actually genuinely don't know much about
Canadians
Project
got a real treat
Project
when the
Zomboid.
largest
I
park
will
in
be
Canada
completely
opened the
honest.
country's tallest and fastest roller coaster,
Maybe I
Leviathan.
should go in
And
blind.
personally, I think this coaster has one of the best names of any on this list. Leviathan is a great giga coaster that features a great layout full of airtime hills, turns, and a
Mr.
beautiful
Bones.
turnaround
Where's
element
Mr.
over the park's
Bones?
entrance. There's a reason why Leviathan is the most popular coaster in all of Canada. Number 7, Millennium Force, Cedar Point. Height, 310 feet.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Length,
Very thematically
6,595
appropriate.
feet.
The pyramid.
Speed, 93 miles an hour, and is manufactured by Intamin. The
Great.
year 2000 was
The
a crazy
pyramid.
year for roller coasters. Not only did Six Flags open up 20 plus new coasters that year, but Cedar Point did the unthinkable when that was building a full circuit roller coaster that is over the 300-foot tall mark. What's even more
What else can we
remarkable
add?
is the fact that Cedar Point was able to squeeze this massive new coaster into the area of the park that they built it.
Oops.
Millennium Force is an adrenaline work of art that has been nominated as the best coaster in the world for decades now. Going up that cable lift and looking out to the left and seeing Lake Erie get lower and lower, and then looking to your right and seeing all the other coasters at Cedar Point diminishing in size is something every coaster fan needs to experience soon. Number 6, Steel Dragon 2000, located at Nagashima Spa-Land. Height, 318
Yeah,
feet.
sure,
Length,
yeah.
8,133 feet. Speed, 95 miles an hour, and is manufactured by Morgan. Opening just a few months after Millennium Force, this massive piece of steel is not only the 6th tallest roller coaster in the world, it's also the longest one in the world. A record that hasn't been beaten for over 21 years now. Steel Dragon 2000 features massive hills, a very unique turnaround element, bunny hills, and airtime galore as the train makes its way back to the station. While Steel Dragon 2000 is
Sorry,
far
that was
from
a
the best
yawn.
coaster on this list, it's still a fun bucket list ride thanks to those B&M trains. Number 5, Fury 325, located
cotton
in my
candy.
backyard because I'm located only about 10 minutes
I
away
really
from
want to ride this
Carowinds.
thing.
Height, 325 feet. Length, 6,602 feet. Speed, 95 miles an hour. Manufactured by B&M. In 2015, the Carolinas were blessed with the longest steel coaster in America and the tallest roller coaster in the world that features a lift hill. Fury 325 really does live up to the hype and
I
dominates
guess I should
the
put
Carowinds
another
skyline.
potty
As for the
somewhere.
coaster itself, you will encounter the best
I
first drop on a
guess.
Giga coaster, back-to-back, quick low-to-the-ground turns, and then you'll experience one of the best turnaround elements ever created that leads up to the Hive Dive Tunnel underneath the entry bridge. Fury 325 is filled with airtime hills, turns, a massive helix, and one of the best roller coaster crews you'll ever come across. Because the
These
Fury
people are
crew
still
calls on their
waiting.
dispatches.
They're still
Number
waiting.
4, Red Force.
And I don't know
located at
how to.
Ferrari Land at
I
Port
don't
Aventura
know
Resort.
how to
Height,
turn it back
367
on
feet.
because it
Length,
crashed once.
2,887 feet. Speed, 111 miles an hour, and is manufactured by Intamin. You're looking at the tallest and fastest roller coaster in all of Europe. Red Force is the first coaster on this top 10 that ditches the whole lift hill thing and utilizes a launch for the train to achieve the ride's max speed. Red Force's 12-passenger trains
Can you
take
please?
riders from 0
Come
to
on.
111 miles an hour in under 5 seconds. And from the top
Try
of
to-
Red
I've been
Force,
doing
you'll be
that,
able
and
to
it's
see
like,
all the
I
park
keep
below you
closing
and the
it.
Balearic Sea out in the distance. Number 3, Superman Escape from Krypton, Six Flags Magic Mountain.
See, I want
Height,
this.
415
Six Flags
feet.
Magic
And
Mountain
let's talk
has
about
that like
here in a
look
minute.
goodbye cool
Length,
ride that no one wants. No.
1,235 feet. Speed, 100 miles an hour. Again, let's talk about that here in a minute. And is manufactured by Intamin. Opening in 1997, this reverse freefall coaster was beyond our time, it seems. The trains launch 0 to 100 miles an hour, and back in 1997, that was pretty much the unthinkable. But now,
let's wait for
address
full
the elephant
load.
in the room here. When Superman first opened, the trains would reach the max speed of 100 miles an hour and travel pretty close to the top of the ride's tower. Fast forward to 2021, and it's clear that there's at least 75 feet of track or more that the train doesn't even reach. So in my opinion, Six Flags should give Superman some honest stats going forward. That's just my hot take. Number 2, Top Thrill Dragster, Cedar Point. Height 420 feet. Length
Come
2,800
on,
feet.
guys.
Speed
I want to run.
120 miles an hour.
Get on the
Manufactured by
horsey,
Intamin.
please.
3 years after Millennium Force
Please, I want
opened,
the
Cedar Point built a
horsey.
roller coaster that is 110 feet taller
Come on.
and 27
I want to
miles
see
an
the
hour
horsies
faster.
go
If you ever
zoom.
need a dose of adrenaline, then Top Thrill Dragster is your
Vroom,
cure.
vroom.
Because this intimate accelerated coaster
Come
features a T-bar
on.
restraint that really adds to the whole intimidating factor, since there's nothing going over your shoulders to restrain you. Plus, the open air trains really make this coaster even more special. There's no better view on any coaster in the world than when you're going over Top Thrill Dragster's top hat. And finally, the tallest roller coaster in the world, and that would be King de Ka, located at Six Flags Great Adventure. Features a height of 456 feet, length 3,118 feet, speed 128 miles an hour, and is manufactured by Intamin. Just 2 short years after Cedar Point built Top Thrill Dragster,
Yeah, now
Six
it's
Flags Great Adventure opened King de Ka, which to this day is still the tallest roller coaster in the world at a height of 456 feet. While I personally prefer Cedar Point's Top Thrill Dragster over King de Ka, this is still a great ride. Is there something about getting launched at 128 miles an hour and just under 4 seconds
Why does
that
it
I
keep
love?
blowing up
So
at
how
the
tall
end?
is King
Come
de Ka?
on.
Well, going over the tallest part of the ride during night rides, you can
Come
see the
on,
lights from Atlantic City,
man.
Philadelphia, and New York City. Now talk about crazy. We have seen roller coasters break the 200-foot, 300-foot, and 400-foot barrier. But will we ever see one break 500 feet? There is one coaster out there that, if built, will become the tallest, fastest, and longest coaster in the world. Introducing Falcon's Flight, located at Six Flags Qiddiya. Featuring a height of 525 feet, length of over 2.5 miles, speed 155 miles an hour, and is manufactured by Intamin. There's a lot of dominoes that still need to fall for this coaster to be built and open with the park in 2023. And honestly, at the time of this video, I'm 50-50 on if it would even happen or not. Since every other time, Six Flags was rumored to open a new park in Asia, it never actually happened. So will Falcon's Flight actually get built? And would you ever ride a 500-foot tall coaster?
We gotta watch
Let me know in the
Falcon's Flight. We
comments.
have,
And
actually.
if you love theme parks and roller coasters, be sure to give this video a like and become the newest theme park prediction subscriber.
No,
if
stop.
Falcon's Flight doesn't get built, then what parks out there right now could potentially build a 500-foot tall coaster or build the world's tallest coaster, breaking King de Ka's record? Energylandia,
Fine, I'll
Cedar
open
Point,
it.
City
I just
Park in
want to see
China?
them
What do
ride
you
the
think?
horses.
You know what to do. Let me know in the comments. I do,
I want
however,
them riding
predict
the
that King de Ka
horses
will
so
no longer
bad.
be the tallest roller coaster in the world come 2030. Well, that wraps up the
Actually, I
top
wanna
10
see what's
tallest
the
roller
next
coasters
one.
in the world as of
Oh yeah,
2021.
I have
As
like a
always,
little bit
thank you
of stuff on Tokyo or Disney Sea. Actually, no, there is some more Defunct Land afterwards. So entrance to Disney Sea. Walking around desolate because this was, you know, COVID. Boy, I miss not having anyone around. Like, it was so nice. But yeah, when like this is such a cool view right here. Disney Sea is just a really, really good park. Like it's very immersive. It's beautiful. You have to take a train from that, like between that and Tokyo Disneyland. It's very fun. Everyone was like, "We can't go outside." I'm like, "Good, yeah." I miss it. So it's like there. I think over there is like some hotel stuff, technically. I think. I like having people tell me I'm stupid for wearing a mask when I could look femme without people asking if I... Yeah, like, I don't understand. One, like, people... One, you should be able to, like, feel comfortable with yourself and how you present. Like, I don't know how to explain, but it's like, I wish everyone felt good about that. And then two, I'll never understand, just people crying about a mask. Because it's like, I still wear masks also just because air quality wise, I have a hard time. You know? You failed your objective. Whatever. I don't care. Look at me unbothered. But like on top of it, when I worked at Walmart briefly for many reasons, when I was working a night shift, and I remember, so I have a great aunt I was very, very close to. My mom and I were very close to her. And she passed away that January because of COVID, you know, complications from that. And oh, over there you see Tower of Terror. Right up there. My screen's kind of covering it, but one of my night supervisors or whatever, like I would take off my mask while I was working until someone, you know, came up to me, and then it's like, okay, I'll put it back on. And he's like, no, you don't have to put that on. It's like, all this stuff's a hoax. I'm thinking, like, I have a family member I was close to who died from this so-called hoax. F you. And I left, well, I spent like a week at my grandpa's. Had a great time, but then when I come back, apparently, like, there were a bunch of COVID cases at work that spiked, and I was like, well, I guess I'm not working here anymore. I was like, I don't want to work here. Please, I don't want to work here. Plus, they always forgot about me where I was working. Like, for some reason, I became like a security person almost somewhere. Is this Tower of Terror? I believe it is. Tower of Terror here has a its own original premise. It's not based on Twilight Zone. It's not, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy themed. Instead, it's basically a case of dude goes looking for artifacts all over the world, gets this one thing that's cursed, and killed him. And now it's cursed the entire hotel, is sort of the idea. Ah! Get them away! Oh gosh. Incredibles mascot costumes are just kind of no. And kind of no. The second you have costumes based on like human characters, it like looking weird, it already feels like oh. Hi Kid Conrad. Hi AK. I'm still wearing an N95 everywhere, and it's paid off because I still haven't gotten COVID once. Same. I still wear a mask, but like just because also I'm like, ever since I was wearing a mask, I wasn't sick. So like I'm of course I'm gonna wear a mask. It's more comfortable. I don't have as someone who has a hard time already like kind of emoting and everything, sometimes I you know, in public, because I have like a lot of anxiety, it helps. Air quality wise, it helps. Like I've just felt better, you know? Gotten like 2 colds since 2020. The only colds I've gotten are because sometimes I just have my fan blowing in my face. Also, the only time I'll be like sick is maybe once I have like the COVID shot, or tomorrow I'm getting my flu shot as well. I know that I'll feel like very briefly kind of ill, but that's it. Like I'm good. Like I've been good. I've been like fine. Haha. Oh, I need to show you the Disney Sea mascots. I was like, I know I was about to open a thing. So it's funny, when I did a contest thing for Let It Die, the entry I had that one was my body pillow, and so I took a picture of my room, and I remember one of the community managers at the time was like, wait a minute, is that the Duffy cat? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, it's the Duffy cat. His name is Gelatoni. Look at him. Look at them. They're cute. They're adorable. So I have this one. Or wait, Actually, you can't see it from... Oh. Oi. There we go. Gelatoni. I have a little purse that's his head. And I have a plush of Gelatoni. There's also... They have, like, mascot outfits for them because, like I said, they're the mascots for Disney Sea. They just kind of have their own original characters. Who's this? What is this one? I've never seen this one. What's Lena Bell? Is she like a red panda? I've never seen her before. But like they have all kinds of, yeah, like they're just kind of their own guys. I also have like a Stella Lou thing. They got a cute little puppy. They got a cute turtle. It's just their own mascots for Disney Sea. It's Duffy and Friends. So, yeah. I love these guys. Ah, baby. So they have just some areas where it's like they've got one area that has the Indiana Jones stuff. This place is so big and I was only there for like a day. I would have loved to go longer because there's so much stuff that I missed. But I figured... Oh yeah, this area is cool. It's kind of a Jules Verne area. Yeah, I figured I'd show like a little bit of a Disney Sea sort of thing. The next one is another Defunct Land. About a ride I wish it still existed because, one issue I always have with Disneyland, Disney in general, I hate Disney as a company. I really hate them. And I have nostalgia for the Disney stuff that I grew up with to an extent, but it's like, I don't have any loyalty to the stuff, you know? It's like the last movie I really liked was like maybe Treasure Planet. You know, it's like there's kind of just this period where I'm like, yeah, I'm done. Moana was cute. People say I'd like Encanto, but I haven't seen that, so you know, it's just But one thing that I don't like, and I get why they do it. Did you like Atlantis? I freaking loved Atlantis as a kid. Also, the movie, I was really gay for like pretty much every lady in that. So, yeah. It's funny. There are a few things where it's like, Baby NK kind of thinks. I don't know. I think I might like girls. Those things. Like, here are a few. Demona from Gargoyles. Ladies from Atlantis. And third, the Galactic Commander from Math Blaster. For some reason. There we go. Ah, yes. Okay, but the Math Blaster girl was a baddie. She was! Women loving women solidarity is finding the Math Blaster girl hot. Like, I've found that several times and it's really funny. But like, Disney understandably is going to cater towards media that is popular, like most popular now. Obviously, I understand. But one of the things that makes me sad then is that I feel like they kind of just end up scrubbing a lot of stuff that is just relevant to like past media. So this ride, or like this attraction, having like a big focus on like antagonists and, you know, like having the Horned King, who by the way would, having that gone, like, I get that Black Cauldron was a financial failure, but it's like neat seeing representation for like older movies, things like that, you know? Like nowadays, had it not been sort of like a legacy ride, I'm pretty sure that they would have been like, yeah, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, no one knows what this is. I'll just, like, I'll just like bulldoze it, put like a Frozen ride or something like that, a Tangled ride. But it's like, I like when there are just weird things, like just kind of weird rides based on like a one-off thing, or just like something that feels more obscure now. So like I said, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, like they would never make something like that right now. I mean, I'm sad. I'm sad.
Halloween. What attraction should I do for a spooky...
Also Halloween. The Halloween celebration stuff, when I went to Disneyland last year. Oh, the parade had like a headless horseman. Fantastic. Loved it.
Episode
Love seeing that.
I know. I'll just go to a nondescript listicle site that does minimal research in a lazy but effective attempt to capitalize on nostalgia and familiarity. Well, what do you know? The top 3 scariest defunct Disney attractions. Let's see. No, already did that. Oof. Did that one twice. Wait a minute.
Freaking wood. Freaking wood, man. Yeah. I don't know. Childhood crush? Yeah. 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 I got a type. I've always had a type. I got a type. Yeah. I don't know. He's hot.
What is this? What the hell?
The earth in the deepest depths of hell is where dead and forgotten rot and dwell. But the souls.
This is the stream where I'm just type out like, no, I would. Like, oh, Chernobog. Another big influence as a child. As a kid, I loved Fantasia. That is genuinely like probably one of my favorite Disney movies ever still. And Night on Bald Mountain was one of my favorites.
The Walt Disney Company purchased an option to adapt
just
Lloyd
segments,
Alexander's
really
five-part
good
series, The Chronicles of Prydain, into a feature film. At the time of the purchase, Walt Disney Pictures was beginning to feel the effects of Walt Disney's death 5 years prior. And while the company had been working without their leader,
they loved the horsey ride.
Many of the movie concepts that he had discussed or had already.
They loved the horsey ride.
They would have to find new source material on their own that would align with the Walt Disney brand without the help of Walt Disney. The company's animation division, tasked with releasing a new animated feature once every 3 to 4 years, first turned to concepts that Walt had once considered. This resulted in 1973's Robin Hood and 1977's The Rescuers. But the company quickly realized that digging through Walt's trash was not
Rescuers Down Under.
Success. Due to a variety
Freaking
of
slaps.
production issues, The Chronicles of Prydain adaptation,
Love it.
originally slated for a 1980 release, was pushed back to 1984, with The Fox and the Hound taking the 1980 slot. Production on The Fox and the Hound was rocky to say the least.
Maybe in an unpopular opinion, I've never liked Fox and the Hound. I'm sorry.
And more often than not,
I've never liked it. I never cared about it. As a kid, I was like, this is boring.
Now working with the title The Black Cauldron, entered production in 1980. The what would Walt do mindset was proving to be counterintuitive. It became clear that it was impossible to mimic a creator that was known for pushing creative boundaries. Because of this, the Black Cauldron team was allowed to take a more ambitious route for the animated film. A darker, more epic tale than most of Disney's features. It also helped that fantasy interpretations of medieval times was at peak popularity. The early 80s loved castles and knights almost as much as the late 2000s loved vampires and werewolves. The film centered around a young farmhand named Taran, a psychic pig, and a sinister villain named the Horned King. The film's storyline was often unclear, and it had drifted quite a ways from its source material. The Black Cauldron
he's
was set
hot.
to release in
He's sexy.
1984. However, that same year, a management shakeup at the Walt Disney Company resulted in Michael Eisner, Frank Wells, and Jeffrey Katzenberg joining the company. After seeing a test screening of The Black Cauldron, Katzenberg, the new head of Walt Disney Studios, was horrified at the product.
I hate
claiming that it was too
Katzenberg.
intense for a family audience. He demanded that the film be edited, not fully realizing that an animated film cannot be edited the same as the live-action productions he was used to working on. After the animation team explained this to him, Katzenberg became frustrated and stormed off to edit the film on his own. The film's producers called CEO Michael Eisner, who was able to convince Katzenberg to stop and calm down. The film was eventually edited, with over 10 minutes of the more graphic sections of the movie being cut. The film's release was delayed to 1985, where it debuted in July as the first Disney animated feature to receive a PG rating. The film, taking over a decade to produce, cost an estimated $44 million, making it the most expensive animated film at the time of its release. Critics praised the technical aspects of the film, but lauded its storyline and characters. It grossed just over
Did someone say Rescue Rangers theme song?
Resulting in an over
Going to
$20
bed.
million loss.
Thank you for joining,
The
Alberio.
film's failure made the new executive team question the existence of the
I
company's
think they're like NK's Demon Crush, but larger, and carried the bodies of his victims with him in hell alone. Bodhi's what?
Was a failure and an embarrassment, and merchandising the film was certainly out of the question. Almost all of the Walt Disney Company wanted to forget its existence. Almost.
Like, that's the thing. I get that it's like hippo mouth. I get that it's like, oh, this was a financial failure. Ugh. But it's like, I like having, you know, some representation from like a little bit of everything, you know? You know? Hi, spicy guy. You know? Like, I get that some things, again, are financial failures, but at a park, I feel like you're kind of embracing, like, your entire legacy of stuff. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Tokyo Disneyland. The Japanese may not be buying our cars, but they are buying our culture. Here's American industrial robots telling the history of Japan, a program not to mention World War II. While the band plays on, Japan's eating it all up like rice. In its first year,
like, holy Christ! Because they're Japanese!
in Tokyo, they only buy our Chevrolets.
That casual racism is scarier than any jump scare I could come up with. On April 15th, 1983, 2 years before the Black Cauldron's debut, Tokyo Disneyland opened, a joint venture between the Walt Disney Company and the Japan-based developer, the Oriental Land Company. Tokyo Disneyland was immensely popular.
Oh,
right
3D
out of the
printer
gate, with
your brother
attendance
showed
figures
you?
similar and often better than the Magic Kingdom in Disneyland. This was good
One of my
news for the
friends has a
Walt Disney
3D printer. He made me
Although
like
many
a
executives were
Uncle Death
disappointed that the profit from one
and
of the company's
gosh.
biggest successes in the last decade had to be shared. Disney and the Oriental Land Company did not reinvent the wheel for Tokyo Disneyland, and the park is very similar to the Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World. This is most obvious with the park's icon, Cinderella Castle, but the two nearly identical structures
The like
have a key
Disney
difference.
Tokyo Disneyland, I was kind of shocked at how
hosts the popular restaurant, Cinderella's Royal Table.
yeah, like how
This is
similar the
absent in
layout
Tokyo
is,
Disneyland
except then I was
On
like,
opening day,
okay,
there was nothing but closed doors.
I'm going to Haunted Mansion, and I go thinking like, well, it's going to be, you know, past the New Orleans area.
Named Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour.
And no, no, it was in Fantasyland. I was like, whoa,
The
what?
Oriental Land Company described the unique setup as Cinderella Castle is Tokyo Disneyland's symbol, and Mystery Tour is its ride. The idea for Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour came from the fact that any attraction utilizing the castle space would have to take place underground. This inspired the idea of the castle having dungeons that guests could tour.
Look, I'm just a big fan
of
of
Japanese ghost house,
villain
labyrinth structures depicting scenes
focused
of horror
stuff,
and both
okay?
showcase terrifying monsters.
Okay.
The story that the Imagineers created had the magic mirror from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs taking on a recurring role, but this caused a slight hiccup in the attraction's production. The Imagineers felt that the magic mirror would not be recognizable if its actor's face was, quote, distinctly Japanese. However, they were also aware that the voice, language, and dialect could not be American. In order to meet these self-imposed
American.
restrictions, Imagineers had Tokyo Disneyland's entertainment division translate and record the lines for the mirror. They then took those recordings and filmed an American actor lip-syncing to them back in the United States. At the time of its opening, Tokyo Disneyland still used the A-to-E ticket book system. This required guests
Oh,
to
I didn't
purchase an
realize
admission
that
ticket to
it
get
was
in, and
being
additional
used that
tickets to ride
late.
the attractions in the park. typically buying them in a ticket book.
I've had my dad explain the A to E ticket system.
A to E, with A being for the more mundane.
You know what? They should bring it back. Bring it back.
The Castle Mystery Tour was listed as a D attraction, placing it among the ranks of the Country Bear Jamboree and the Enchanted Tiki Room. The tour was presented with the tagline, "Can you conquer the evil forces of the Disney villains in the castle?" Guests would gather outside of the attraction's entrance.
Conquer, I mean, you know, how are we talking? Like, what are we talking?
20 to 30 people.
Like, I could take them, but like, how? What way are we talking?
Similar to the huntsman from Snow White.
Yeah.
The tour was reliant on the cast member spiel, a
Yeah.
ride style that is rarely implemented. The Jungle Cruise and the Great Movie Ride are two of the only Disney attractions to utilize it.
Yo, I'm so sad Great Movie Ride is just gone now.
It is then their
Disgusting.
responsibility to memorize and repeat all of the information while hitting all of the beats. This is to ensure the guests receive all of the necessary exposition to understand the ride, and often more importantly, to allow the cast member to believably interact with the attraction's characters and props. Within these requirements, the cast members are generally encouraged to stick to the script while also making it their own. This personalization can take the form of timing preferences,
Why is there so much
body
trash
language and
here?
delivery,
I need
and
to hire more
sometimes,
people.
though mostly discouraged, script changes. The Mystery Castle Tour was unique in that the cast member had to both give a spiel and navigate guests through the attraction, since there was no tracked ride vehicle to do this for them.
Finally get some entertainers here. Security card.
Style that is expected from Disney's cast members. This was one of the more difficult aspects of training Japanese cast members, since their culture is very specific when it comes to communication and service roles. Guests are given a short introduction describing the tour of Cinderella Castle that they are going to receive. Those on the tour will be treated to areas such as the gallery, the ballroom, and the tower. The guide leads them into the first room, pointing out portraits of famous Disney heroes: Princess Aurora, Pinocchio, Snow White, and Taran from the Black Cauldron. Just as the guide begins to applaud the heroes and their victories against the villains, the magic mirror shows up on one of the walls, displeased that the villains are being demeaned once again. The portraits on the walls change
I
from the
know,
heroes to
right?
their coinciding
Gosh.
villains, as the magic mirror continues to argue with the guide. The
Why
mirror wishes to
can't we have
showcase the power of the
like
villains
just
and challenges the tour group to enter the
bastard
mysterious
representation
dungeons
for
of the castle,
once?
with a door on the wall swinging open
Disney.
on its own. The
Ugh.
guide is surprised and urges guests to follow her through the door and down a large staircase,
In fact-
descending 2 stories.
I will say, I think one of the reasons why I'm like, I haven't really cared for anything Disney does, they don't do villains anymore. They don't do villains like they used to. Bruh. I mean, like, come on. Okay, what's your favorite villain song? Oh my gosh. I gotta think now. There are a lot of good ones. Poor Unfortunate Souls. It is, you know, like a classic, like Dr. Facilia's song. The one from Nightmare Before Christmas is good. Man, I have to just open up my brain. Hellfire, excellent song. Excellent, beautiful, wonderful. Not a fan of the Disney Star Wars continuity because Kyle Katarn is no longer canon. I have not really cared for their sequel stuff. I think sometimes there are like some interesting ideas, but not crazy for it as a whole.
Guests walk past prison bars and can hear bats screeching around them. The guide comes up on a spooky laboratory, with a book open to a recipe for poison apples. Miscellaneous magical science equipment is indiscriminately scattered throughout the corner of the room. The witch's shadow can be seen as a crow rocks back and forth on a skull. The guide decides to leave before the witch shows up,
Ever think
taking
about
us down a series of
the
dark tunnels.
the
witches are
Snow
laughing as
White
they
ride?
escape.
How it's
The
like,
group walks further
oh,
into the
scary,
dungeon,
all
with the
this
magic
stuff.
mirror appearing to
Oh,
be reflected down
the
corridor. They
you know,
quickly
evil
encounter a
queen
scene
as a
of
hag
demons
about
controlled by
to,
night. The scene gets
you know,
even
like
scarier when
intense
previously
fight with
still set
her.
knight's
Yeah,
armor begins to
storms,
shake
and then
fear.
you turn around the
on the
corner
walls
and it's like
pushed open
happily
by
ever
living
after.
skeletons,
No,
and the guide
like
screams and
no.
gives chase. During the flee,
Nothing between them. Nothing between them at all.
The Night on Bald Mountain portion of Fantasia Place, showing Chernobog gathering his army of demons. The guide
Thank you for the
quickly directs
follow,
guests
Mommy
away from the scene,
Gensis.
walking a bit before stopping at what appears to be a peaceful water
Chernobog.
feature.
Oh.
However, Maleficent's minions appear in the water below, threatening guests to either leave or face the evils of their master. As guests rush down the hallway, the goons follow, peeking their heads through holes in the
I
dungeon
remember my
walls.
mom and I
Guests
were
get a
watching
glimpse of the outside
Fantasia
of the
once because it was
castle,
like,
with a
hey,
lightning storm
nostalgic.
swirling
I
around
forgot that there's
After
just
this,
straight up
the
titties in that
talking tool
movie.
warns guests not to continue, but the guide
Like,
pushes on.
bruh.
The group then opens the
Bruh.
Cave of the Hidden Jewels, filled from top to bottom with
Just
shiny golds and
straight up.
diamonds. The guide is thrilled, but a lightning strike reveals that they are not alone.
We were
in the
both
room.
just
A large
screaming
dragon
Fantasia
roars
during
as
the
Sting escapes
Nyan
its
Bald
jaws.
Mountain
The guide
segment. I
waves
mean,
guests out of the
to be
room and
fair,
into an
even like with the segment with the centaurs, they're technically like topless, but
revealing that he is controlling the ride. As
no,
guests
in
ascend. The doors open and the guide
Nyan Bald
timidly
Mountain, you
exits,
just got like
afraid of what could come next. The group
nipple
enters a
boobies
room
just
with
like
tapestry
flying right at
displaying the
you
story of the
several
Black Culture.
times.
The guide
And
then
we're like,
describes the film's
what?
plot, an integral part of the spiel considering that no one watched the film. A translation from jtcent.com outlines this part of the script. The guide says, once upon a time, the world was ruled by evil. The Horned King, the evil lord, used the Black Cauldron to manipulate and control the soldiers of death. Then, the courageous and pure
I would show it, but I don't think Twitch would like me finding like a titty from Fantasia. I don't think they would like that.
Challenge. Will good win or evil prosper? The good will face this challenge with courage. The Black Cauldron is waiting to swallow you whole. The guide then chooses a guest, almost always a child, to carry the Sword of Light into the next room. Guests enter the room of the Black Cauldron, with skeletons lying around on the floor.
Hell yes.
The room goes dark before the fire and
Skelemons.
smoke illuminate the face of the Horned King, a large, terrifying animatronic that looms above guests. The Horned King addresses his victims by saying the most terrifying anything to ever appear in a Disney anything. He says,
"Everyone welcome. In this Black Cauldron, everything in the world is controlled. Don't be afraid. It will all be over shortly. No one can escape from here and you'll be sacrificed to the Black Cauldron. Oh, Satan's kiln.
Oh, so awful. Oh no, I would hate. I would hate to be threatened by this man. Like, oh no, I would sure hate for him to notice me. Oh no.
I swear to the death. Ha ha ha. Nobody can destroy me."
Just as all seems to be lost, a light illuminates in the group. The Chosen One and the Guide are pointing the Sword of Light directly at the Horned King.
"What's that? Capture those fools and gratify the Black Cauldron."
The sword shoots beams
Gratify.
of light.
Oh,
The Horned King
oh,
screams
oh.
as lights flicker, smoke bellows, the music intensifies,
They can't get
and
the-
he is defeated. The lights dim as the Guide cheers
What?
that they have won. The rest of the group follows suit, celebrating their victory. The sinister music is replaced with a triumphant symphony. As a door rises, light spills into the room, and guests exit encountering the only portion of the ride to display English, with a sign saying, "Good conquers evil." The guide directs everyone's attention to the tour's hero, placing a medal around their neck. The guide then thanks everyone for going on the adventure before directing them back outside. The mystery tour was one of the most unique and bizarre Disney attractions ever created.
Bring it back!
Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter, the 1994 addition to the Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland, which is widely
Bring back
considered Disney's scariest creation ever,
extraterrestrial
warned guests up front of the
encounter
ride's
so I
intense
can
Mystery Tour
hot
did the
robot.
exact opposite, drawing guests in, promising them a tour of the beautiful Cinderella Castle, only to send them on a horrifying chase through the castle's dungeons. Mystery Tour was one of the longest attractions at Tokyo Disneyland at about 16 minutes in length. As previously stated, a single sign at the end of the attraction is the only English guests would be subjected to during the tour.
What?
Unlike
Hold
most
on.
rides at Tokyo Disneyland, which make an attempt to implement English throughout for international guests. The guides quickly learned to warn American and European guests not to ride the attraction because of this. The Mystery Tour officially opened on July 11th, 1986. Tokyo Disneyland created some promotional material for the ride.
You can't go
but
on
with
the
the
ride because
massive crowds that the
screw
park
you. I
drew
want
in,
to go
the
see
Mystery
a
Tour's
Horned
success was
King.
almost
Ooh.
guaranteed. In its first few months of operation, wait times of 2 to 3 hours were common. Tokyo Disneyland would further promote the Mystery Tour by creating this absolutely terrifying walk-around character. My god, who approved this? The Mystery Tour also appeared in a Tokyo Disneyland video game made for the Super Nintendo in 1994. The attraction serves as the final stage of the game, with Mickey running through the dungeons of the castle and passing by familiar scenes to those that have experienced the Mystery Tour. The Mystery Tour operated for 20 years, with little to no change or notable events. The attraction quietly closed its doors on April 5th, 2006. Guests experiencing the attraction in its final days were each given one of the hero's medals, as opposed to just the Chosen One that held the Sword of Light. Many have speculated the exact reason for the Mystery Tour's closure. The most widely believed theory is that the attraction was too scary for younger audiences. which seems plausible given the ride's dark theming, script, and character designs. The ride was not one of the most popular in the park.
Here's
whether
the
it be
thing.
for its sinister nature or its secluded entrance.
Here's the thing.
Another
As a
speculation
kid,
for the closure is the
yes.
attraction's limited capacity and high operating costs.
Yeah.
While the mystery tour most likely couldn't cycle more than 1,000
Here's the
guests per
thing. As a
hour and
kid,
did
I
require
was just
multiple
super
cast
into
members to perform
villains, so this
spiels,
would have been
seems
like,
less likely
hell
given that
yes,
the
hell
attraction's
yes,
maintenance
hell
costs
yes,
were much
hell
lower
yes.
Since there was no ride system in place. Of all of the speculated reasons, the one with the most solid basis is a theory regarding the structural integrity of the ride and Cinderella Castle. The same year that the attraction closed, Japan increased its earthquake preparation regulations, with a newly required
The highlighted
seismic
Chernobog,
structure
his
check for
nipple.
buildings
Yeah.
more than 3 stories tall.
Hell yeah,
The
it
check
did.
evaluated the structure's ability to sustain motion caused by earthquakes or tsunamis, as well as analyzed the stability of the
Fantasia is a
foundation.
really
Many believe that additional
nipple-y
earthquake
movie,
support was needed
you know.
for Cinderella Castle and the attraction, and that in order to meet these new requirements, the attraction would have to be removed and reinstalled. The Oriental Land Company, possibly due to the attraction's dark themes, low capacity, and lack of popularity, decided that rebuilding
They have the villain expansion they're doing at Disney World. They need to put this in.
2011, just over 5
Put
years
it in!
after Mystery Tour's closure, a new castle tour entitled Cinderella's Fairy Tale Hall opened. The attraction is a lot different than its predecessor. It is essentially a walkthrough exhibit, with mini figurines, artwork, and photo opportunities. Disappointingly, there was no continuous story to Fairy Tale Hall. It's almost the exact tour that was promised to guests at the beginning of Mystery Tour before things went awry. While it is unfortunate that such a bold and unique attraction was replaced with a much safer alternative, the addition of Cinderella's Fairy Tale Hall
Babies.
makes perfect sense, and it arguably
Babies.
fits the theming and tone of Cinderella Castle better than Mystery Tour did. Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour was one of the most unique Disney attractions
Babies.
of all time. It is the only Disney attraction to prominently feature characters from the Black Cauldron, and it is one of, if not the darkest
do
Disney
have
attraction
a,
ever created. Its unique style has inspired the creation of
Horn
other attractions
King
of its kind.
pin,
For one,
because of course
Disneyland
I do.
Paris's Sleeping Beauty Castle houses a walkthrough attraction.
I don't go
called the
crazy
Dragon's
for
Lair,
like
which
pin
allows guests to go
collecting, but
underneath the
if there's a
castle and
pin based
encounter
on a
massive
character I like,
dragon
I'm like, yep,
animatronic.
I'm buying
Most
that.
notably, a new castle walkthrough attraction that opened with Shanghai Disneyland in 2016. The attraction uses similar elements to the Mystery Tour, with more tame theming and scenes. Many fans are disappointed that the Mystery Tour was removed, but a larger amount of theme park and Disney fans are unaware that it ever existed. With so much focus going to the US parks, it is surprising to many that the most unique attractions are actually those that exist overseas. The Japanese market and the Oriental Land Company pushes the imagineers
Shorten
to
the
step
queues?
outside
No.
of their comfort zone, and it is in that environment that a new level of
No, you
art
see
can be
this
produced.
line and you're
The more
like,
ambitious the
yeah, I'm
storytelling,
gonna
the
go
more
in. Oh,
strong
you
the
know, it's
audience's
too long.
reaction
That's your
to it,
fault.
whether
Stupid.
it be negative, positive, or just plain confusing.
Can you imagine a horror version of Nightmare Before Christmas? You mean it isn't already? That was one of my absolute favorite movies as a kid. Yeah, these are idiots. Like, oh, I know I have to wait a bunch. Yeah, no, duh. You're here in a park, stupid forehead. Oh, this ride. Okay, this was the first ride I went to at Disney Sea. It's really cool. So, yeah, you've got the entire like volcano set up there, and like, yeah, this is cool. It's cool. I don't think I ever thought Nightmare Before Christmas was scary. NK was/is a Hot Topic kid. When we moved here and Hot Topic was still in like, you know, goth mode, yeah. Yeah, I would say I was into Hot Topic. And now it's not like that anymore, and I'm upset. I'm upset. Cookie shop. Where is it? There's popcorn shop. Donuts. This line was freaking huge too when I went to this park. Oh gosh. It was not that, like, it was not this empty. It was so full. Like, it was the longest wait I had at like any Disney ride that day. That was ridiculous. Yeah, this is like a really neat ride. Big fan of it. I want to go to Disney Sea again so bad. Someone take me to Disney Sea. Someone take me to like Japan again in general. I want to do a big tour. I want to do a big old tour. I want to go to an onsen. I never got to do that. I want to do stuff like that. I would like to go to Hokkaido. Things like that. It would be awesome. I would love it. Hey. Someone lost a balloon! No! No! Someone spoiled me. More guests now. That's pretty cool. I'm a fan. I'm enjoying that I'm getting more victims. Wait, where's my circus? Why don't I have popcorn here for the... Why I need popcorn for these people. Other kind of... Ugh, I'm a little chilly tonight. Lee. Neptune's not. Yeah, sure. Oh, there it is. Okay. You got a nice, big, cool animatronic before the ride speeds up. Big old boog creature. It's just a really cool ride. It just, like, all of a sudden speeds up at the end. Very fun. Very neat. Yeah, this was the ride where it was, like, the longest wait. And it's just fun when you're walking by, like you briefly see one of the cars zoom by and you just hear screaming. So, like, it's just fun. It's just fun. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Actually, what's the next one that I have? Oh, Phantom Manor. You know, different than regular old Haunted Mansion. I had memories of this as a kid, of like the catacomb scene being like, eh? But like I watched footage of this again, I was like, whoa, that's what I was thinking of! Thank you for the stretch too. Oh, yeah. That effect used to fascinate me as a kid. I still think it's a really fun, simple effect. But yeah, this, the French version has a different vibe. Attention à tes pieds. Tes pieds? You should say vos pieds. That's more polite. My goodness. Actually, hold on. My dad has a memory of, because we went to Euro Disney like early on, and it was a case of like, you go there, practically no one's there. Like it was not doing well. I don't know how well Disneyland Paris is doing now, but I mean, it's still up and running, so my dad just remembers being so shocked because here's the problem. You have a park full of French people. You have French people working at like your amusement park. French people are surly and just oh. And it was basically like my dad's just like, even one of the janitors there is just kind of like sitting there like, you take this job and shove it. Just like, and it's like, you can't say that. Like, you can't do that. Your hyperfixation is Kingdom Hearts, big shocker. Hey, that's not about hyperfixation. I've only played Kingdom Hearts 1, a chunk of 2, and then a chunk of Chain of Memories. Like, that's the extent of my yeah. But yeah, Haunted Mansion in France, Phantom Manor has a different soundtrack. Different vibe to it, just in general. Didn't really have trouble following the plot, funnily enough. I had a hard time because, like, from not playing much Chain of Memories to suddenly hopping into Kingdom Hearts 2, I was like, who? I was just like, who are you? What? Huh? And it's funny because initially, like, when it came out, I remember, like, not caring about the whole Roxas thing so much. Now as an adult, I'm just like, yo, this is horrific and very sad. I was like, this is a nightmare. Everything that Roxas goes through in that, I was like, oh gosh. I want to pick up Madame Leota's crystal ball head and just start dribbling it. I think it would be fun. I don't know, but it would be tempting. As a kid, this also fascinated me. Like, it's such a simple effect of just having, like, reflections do ghosts, but it still looks cool, like, even now, you know? Of course, when you see, like, the camera right there, you can see definitely, like, the glass, like, where it stops. But it's, like, such a simple effect. This is also the ride that has a hot skeleton in it as well. Poor Xion. I remember when Days came out, and Kingdom Hearts, like, I won't lie, during the current Kingdom Hearts LP I'm watching, there's a lot of, like, just crapping on Kairi, and I feel, like, protective of her in general, because one, like, the games don't always treat her super well. And, I mean, I always thought that, oh my gosh, what's his name? See, this guy's hot. He's hot. She's overhated, yeah. And, oh my gosh, Riku. I know, like, as a kid, I did not like Riku in the first one. I thought he reminded me a lot of, friends I had who were essentially bullies. And so I was like, I just never liked Riku. He chills out in the second game, and I like him there. So a lot of people, like even from 1, were shipping Sora and Riku, even though like essentially the story's telling you that he's closer to Kairi. And I saw so many cases of like people just trying to write Kairi as like this evil harpy that was worth killing and everything. Like Yaoi as a kid freaked me out because often it would like the way it was written was often very, very, very misogynist, and it freaked me out so bad. Like as a kid, I was like, oh gosh. And I remember even with the Xion, like they were like people on DeviantArt were so bad about her because she quote unquote gets in the way of Roxas and Axel. It's stupid. But I like that this entire segment in Phantom Manor is just they make it its own. So there's like a weird catacomb thing, and then this kind of like western town. And Big Brain, I think all 3 of the Destiny trio love each other very much. Okay, as a kid, even as a kid, you know, with the whole Paupu fruit thing, where it's like, I'll share a Paupu fruit with Kairi, I thought, like, can't you just split it into multiple parts? Because as a kid, I was like, why don't you all just split it up and I'll eat it? Y'all have 2 hands. Like, you can... Like, you could both just... Like, all 3 of you could eat the same one. I was so confused, because I was like... Even now, I'm like, Sora has 2 hands. It's like, Sora has 2 hands. He can, you know... What? This, okay. We also have... We have a history with Space Mountain. So this is like 2, so when it was renovated. French Space Mountain. We go to Euro Disney, like, basically right after this ride's constructed. We could never go on it. It kept breaking down the entire time. So we're like, well, I guess nature just didn't want us to go on that ever. But it is the one Space Mountain that has like an inversion in it. And also, as a kid, this is the one that fascinated me because it's themed after From the Earth to the Moon. So, like, on the outside, you see kind of like the little cars go up, and then it's like a cannon goes off, and they just zoom. When you think about From the Earth to the Moon, though, like, I was kind of thinking about the story, like, earlier today, and I was like, it's really funny because the premise is just a bunch of Americans going, like, what if we just made a really big gun, and we just shot the moon? What if we just built a huge gun? Like, it's somehow the most American concept written by a French person to just be like, what if we just built a very big gun? But see, like, this is such a cool gimmick to have, like, Jules Verne themed, you know, Space Mountain thing going on. In general, like, Tomorrowland being more based on Jules Verne because this is, you know, France. Like, Jules Verne is a cultural icon. One day I would like to go on this, but that's not happening for a while. This was also the first Space Mountain to actually have, like, a soundtrack on it. Kind of blasting in your seat. Of course, things like this don't really translate well when you're on a have a camera shaking around. But I remember for a while, like, Space Mountain in the United States switched over to Hyperspace Mountain, like probably around 2015. It wasn't like, thankfully they didn't do that in Japan. I was so happy when I went to Tokyo Disneyland. I was like, oh gosh, thanks. But apparently they also did that in France briefly, kind of until Galaxy's Edge was built. And it was just like, this seems like it felt miserable because I love Space Mountain. I think that's a very, like, it's just in general a delightful ride. A very fun roller coaster. And it was like, okay, there's a Star Wars theming to this. I hate it. I was just like, thanks, I hate it. When I went on it, I was like, ugh. If I want Star Wars, a fun Star Wars thing, I'll go on Star Tours, thank you. So there's a 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea ride, also at Disney Sea. Which I love, they kind of put you in a weird little bathysphere thing. So it's like a really simple ride, but it gives like a good illusion of just being underwater with this one. And again, fun Jules Verne kind of theme. We enjoy that. I remember I once saw a proposal for a Mario Kart-esque thrill ride where people drove Mario Kart-style cars and had special abilities like item and arcade physics drifting. I don't know if it was ever made seem kind of ambitious. Like, I know there's a Mario Kart ride at, like, Universal Studios, but it's like you have to have 3D glasses on. I don't know what that thing's like at all. I gotta say, they added, like, you know, Nintendo World there, like in the US as well. Their food options, so many of those things just look so depressing compared to what's in Japan. I think I would rather just go to the one in Japan, period. Hey, they also have like a One Piece stuff, so... Oh, you're complaining about trash in the park? Oh no. Oh no. Remove trash, fix vandalism, mow grass. Wow. It's like I use cheats. I'm a sucker for attractions that kind of give you the illusion of like floating. It's one of the reasons I love Peter Pan's Flight at Disneyland. It just has like this nice illusion of you flying that I like a lot. And they basically do the same thing with this ride. But yeah, no one complains about dead bodies in the Swan ride. No, they're fine. They're still alive. In fact, you know what? Let's... Can I just select things, please? I just want to select. Alright, maybe I have to close that. Like... Who's on the right? Can I just, like... I want to get off haha idiots. 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 I've been queuing for haha idiots for ages. I want to get off haha idiots. I've been queuing for haha idiots for ages. People are still alive. They're still fine. You know? They got water to drink, yeah. It's fine. Everyone else at the park's having fun. I don't know what they're complaining about. Stupid. Idiots. Oh. Deja vu. I'm glad that's an obnoxious color already. I don't have to fix it. Oh, this is one of those kind of boomerang rides. Okay. Cool. So that's a more simple ride, but I think it's like a cute concept and everything. Now to Indiana Jones. Okay, the Shanghai one, Pirates of the Caribbean, completely different. You know, they go for, like, the movie. Which, I mean, I guess is, like, fine if you're a big fan of the movie. Yeah, they got impressive animatronics. But see, I prefer them just doing like a dedicated Pirates of the Caribbean movie ride. I think it's a better idea, like just having its own thing, than like somehow putting in like Jack Sparrow in the ride, you know? Oh, this! Okay. Alhocairland. So in 2002, it took me a second to like find the info, like what this thing was called. So back in 2002 in Riyadh, there was like a little amusement park that was built, and apparently it closed like 2 years ago. But it was like the one theme park we had over there. Unfortunately, it was also a park where women weren't allowed like on every day, and I couldn't go on a lot of rides unless my dad was accompanying me, so rip. But I was like, yes, someone has footage of Alhocairland. Like, I remember when this was being constructed and we were like, yo, we absolutely have to check this out when it opens up. Brady Park complaints fell out the Shein deposit in the suggestion box on top of the paper shredder. Yeah. If any of these idiots are like complaining, I mean, yeah, I take it all very seriously. Very, very, very seriously. Misogynism part. I mean, the thing in Riyadh was, it used to be like this. Apparently they changed it. They no longer have, like, family and single kind of, like, segregation. Because single was basically, like, men could go. Family was, you know, like, women. Like, women and children. And it would be like that in restaurants, just in general. But apparently they changed that. Within the last 20 years, you know. It's been a long time since I've been there, so... I just remember this water ride being called Rapid River, and it was the most baby nothing ride. We didn't get splashed once, and it was like, it was just like, okay. Guess my current hyperfixation is Final Fantasy XIV because I've been streaming plus playing it so consistently. I will play Final Fantasy XIV one day. See, this ride here this little trail thing, this little track ride, I couldn't go on because, like, unless I was by myself, but it was like, or I couldn't go on by myself unless, you know, like, I had my dad there. And it was like, but why can't I go by myself? No, you have to be there with, like, your dad. But why can't I go by myself? It was that kind of a thing. It's like, why can't I go by myself? Yeah, it was like a little park, but I was like happy that there was just something period in Riyadh, you know? It's just kind of nice when you see something like that. And now, apparently, in recent years, there's been like this kind of cool indoor park that's all about doing like kind of climbing stuff, just like an activity sort of thing. That it's just really neat. Like, I'm happy to hear that there's like a bunch of like kids entertainment kind of stuff that's being built up since then. There's a Disney Kamen Rider belt. Yeah, I saw that. It was weird. And some people were like, huh. Why haven't there been any, like, key-themed Kamen Rider things? Just watching your child get spun around. Ah! It's so funny how I watch stuff like this and I'm like, gosh, I remember how it felt being outside at night. Like, yo, Stonehenge. Outside at night is nice. Well, it's funny because it's like, it was nice, but you could still feel like how hot it was. You know, like there was still like an element of heat. And it's like anytime we came back from like France, it would be like you'd step outside, like even at night, and you'd be like, you know, like from the airport, and you'd be like, oh gosh. Such a specific feel. I remember the first night we spent in Riyadh. It's like, I remember how it felt. I remember like walking into the villa that we had. I remembered our first dinner was like a nice roast chicken with hummus and bread and saffron rice and everything. Gosh. Parc Astérix. Tonton. I still, to this day, whenever we're on the highway and I see him peeking like over the trees, I'm like, oh, a pug! Like, I get so excited. Just, Asterix, he's there! It's so freaking weird that, like, for years and years, it was like, yes, like, I think the writer, Goscinny, had been dead, like, a while before I was born. But then having Uderzo pass away recently also was just kind of like, dang, that feels weird. Having, like, both guys behind, Asterix being just gone. Yeah, like, it's funny because I think this came out, like, Asterix Park came out before Euro Disney, and some people were kind of like, oh gosh, is Euro Disney gonna take away, like, any of the attention from Parc Astérix? I don't know, like, it has always had just, oh no, Goody Leaks. It has always had, like, a lot of, visitors. Like, it's just not really competition, you know? People like going to both. In fact, I would say that this park's more beloved because it's actually like a French... He's a French icon. He's a beloved French icon. And I had a tape of like the very first cartoon based on like the first comic. bobsled. Whoa, the plague, yes! Yes! I would love to have the plague. Yes! 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 Ordre alphabetiques. Every single name in Asterix is just a frickin' pun. Every single one. The one pun name that is way better in English is cacophonics. It's way better than assurance tout risque. Like freaking way better. Wait, how are you supposed to get out of the thing? How are they supposed to get out? Hi. Hello? 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 Hey, hi, oh, hi. Top attraction of the French. Number 1, Eiffel Tower. 2, the catacombs. 3, le plague. Le plague. It's very, very famous attraction. Le plague. Very, very iconic attraction. Sure. So you go here on the plague. This is the quarantine. How you say it? Very iconic. How feel the catacombs? This is how we get rid of the plague in our park. See, they didn't have some of this stuff last time I went, but I haven't been in like 20 years. I would like to go back to Parc Asterix, and I would also like to go back to Disneyland Paris one day. Can you go and eat the rich as a guillotine? Maybe. I want to see someone get off this ride. Naughty tourists are sent to Le Plague and then to the catacombs. Le Plague. Les chaises volantes. Attention, menhir! 4G animated film in 300-seat theater. L'Oxygénarium. Oh, I remember this! Please tell me there's more French I can read. The mustache ride. I mean, that's That's a different kind of ride, but we're not talking about that. Oh, okay. This. I was like, did I misremember this? I love that there's just a hellmouth here. It's like not even like era appropriate. They just kind of have like more of a medieval thing. And I was like, hell yes, they have a hellmouth. I love those in medieval art. Medieval and Renaissance stuff. Josephina has drowned. Oh, gee, how did that happen? Oh no, how did that happen? What happened? Someone drowned? Oh no. Oh no! Someone else drowned! Oh no! Well, I mean, you did have le plague. We have to get rid of you. I'm sorry. Le plague. Le goût du Rix. The thing that sucks. The ride that sucks. If you ever find yourself at Parc Astérix, don't go on this thing. Just don't. Not worth it. Man. I just want to go back to a bunch of amusement park stuff. Put the moustache on the hellmouth to make le moustache ride. Olaf. What? What is this? What? Hat ride? What is there pineapple back there? What was that? Oh, aérobar. It's just a sky bar. Okay. I say no. That's someone who's afraid of heights. No. No, thank you. Oh, that's what part of the park it is. La Grèce antique. That guy in the toga isn't even like an employee. It's just a, you know, like a weirdo they have there. It's not even, doesn't even work for the park. Wait, are you showing all this stuff and you're not going to show the trash bins that say "Donne-moi du papier, j'ai faim," which is just, hey, give me paper, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Like, there's just, so like, it's such a memory that's ingrained in my mind. Just "Donne-moi du papier, j'ai faim." It's like there are these trash bins that have kind of like a statue face, like an old ancient Greek kind of thing. And you just stick your mouth in there and they're like, no. Come on, you can't talk about Parc Astérix without talking about my favorite, the trash. You can't, yo. No. Take me back. Falbala. She was hot. She was the hot one. She was hot. She was my favorite because she was hot. Haunted Mansion, we gotta go for just regular old Haunted Mansion. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about.
When hinges creak in doorless chambers, and strange and frightening sounds echo through the hall.
Bella. She was just a baddie. She was hot.
With foolish delight.
This is my favorite ride. Anywhere. This is my favorite ride.
I am your host.
Big influence on Baby NK.
Host. Kindly step all of the way in, please, and make room for everyone.
It's just the last 2 times I've been to Haunted Mansion, it's been during like the Haunted Mansion holiday. And I'm a big fan of Nightmare Before Christmas, but I'm not crazy about the Haunted Mansion holiday. I just wish like Nightmare Before Christmas had its own attraction, which I know was something that they were talking about and then just never happened.
This chamber has no windows and no doors. Which offers you this chilling challenge to find a way out. Of course, there's always my way.
Scary.
Oh, I didn't mean to frighten you prematurely. The real chills come later. Now.
I want to go on this ride now. Haunted Mansion, one of my hyperfixations. I heard there's going to be a new Haunted Mansion film. It came out, actually. I haven't seen it. Yo, cat girl. Ooh. Unfortunately, they think Nightmare Before Christmas has to strictly be a holiday attraction. I mean, yeah. I get the logic, but I'm just like... Last couple of times I've been to Disneyland, it's been, you know, during fall, and I've got to deal with like the Haunted Mansion holiday, and I'm like, I want to go to regular Haunted Mansion, please. Yeah, there's a new Haunted Mansion movie that came out. I haven't seen it. I heard it's not great, or it's not great, and my baby boy Hatbox Ghost, he's voiced by Jared Leto apparently. Why would you do that, you monsters? Why would you do that to me? I was like, ooh, Hatbox Ghost is gonna be in the movie. And then I found out about that and was like, oh, it's because he's the Joker, baby! Okay.
The spirits will materialize.
I had to make that an alert. I'm the Joker, baby!
With your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside. And watch your children, please. Para su seguridad, permanezca sentado.
Just reeks of bad.
Brazos, pies y piernas dentro del vehículo. Y cuide a los pequeñitos. Y ahora, prepárese.
I love this ride. I love this ride. It's one of my favorites. Like I've said, this is the one Disneyland attraction I have a bunch of merch of.
Unlivable here in this ghostly retreat.
Because it's my favorite one. Like, it's just my favorite.
And hot and cold, running.
Big ol' influence on me. Just spooky McSpooks kind of stuff. Is spooky when your favorite holiday? Yeah. Yeah. Of course it is. We don't really do decorations, except, well, my parents are actually going to pay me to decorate the window. Like, but there's a pretty big window in our house. They were like, hey, you should paint an Uncle Death on the window. Okay, I'll do it. Like, I'll do it. I'll paint my husband. I'll do it. remember that she floats. Unless that's just a holiday thing, that she floaty.
Let there be music from regions beyond.
I'm getting paid for it. Hot suckers, I would have done it for free. Hey, but my parents treated me well, okay? A rat! Rats are a good animal, by the way. Very good animal.
The happy hearts
Wonderful.
have received your sympathetic vibrations and are beginning to materialize.
I think about sympathetic vibrations a lot. You've just got the... You got... They're into your vibes, man. Sympathetic vibrations just... Dude, they like your vibe. They think you'd be, like, cool to hang out with. How many people have died? How many people keep lighting up? Stop it! It's not gonna end well for any of you. No! Oh no, the balloon! The plague. Well, you know, I warned them. I warned them. The one thing I don't like as far as changes to this ride go, I don't like the new ride. Can we get a plague NK model now? Like what? Like what are you talking about? Am I gonna be like a plague? Like the Vommy Mommy from Dead by Daylight? Because if that's the case, no. But I like the old bride where she just had like, you didn't really see her face or anything. She's just, you just see like a pounding heart in her chest. And I was like, ooh, that's actually a spooky visual. I'm into it. I'm not into the chatty bride. Le French plague. So a blighted NK. Oh, my boy, my dude. Wood. No, just saying wood. I didn't know he was going to be on the ride. Like when I went back to Disneyland, I didn't know he was in the addition. I was like, that's such a good animatronic. I was so into it. And again, wood. I always say the dog is so sad. The little skinny dog, it's so sad. Look his long floppy ears. And ghosts come out to socialize. Ghosts come out for a swing and wake. Happy haunts materialize and begin to vocalize. Begin to harmonize. Grim grinny ghosts come out to socialize. This is by your side. I love this ride, I'm sorry. Like, this is what... Even just watching footage of this, I'm like so delighted. I used to wonder, like, as a kid, I was like, why does this slow down? And it's like... Oh yeah, it's because sometimes they have to stop to help people get on or off of the ride.
There's a little matter I forgot to mention.
Beware of hitchhiking ghosts. I remember as a kid, one time the fat one sat on me. I was like between my parents, and it's just... I had the fat one on me. Sucked. I was like, bro, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, we're joking about the French plague. It is called La Peste. I always remember because I had to read a Camus book about that, La Peste. Can I just like create a little niche in the ride and just like sleep there? Can I just have that be my new bedroom, please? That was just called being French. Shut up. Okay, I had to look for something that was like not terrible quality for this. You know how hard that was to find like pre-2006 Pirates of the Caribbean footage? That's not like 20 pixels. Because I was like, ooh, I want to see like I just want to remember like what it looked like before Jack Sparrow got his crusty little fingers all over the ride. Then again, going on the ride again, it's kind of like I realized, dude, none of these people speak British like in the movies. It's like, wait a minute. They whitewashed Pirates of the Caribbean! Like, it was just kind of an experience like, wait a minute. They should make a candle that smells like this ride. You know, they should do that.
Make it on the end. What? Going down the front? Okay, you want to know what's cool? No.
Las manos, brazos, pies y piernas de Europa y cuiden a los niños.
See, even just the sound of like the boats moving, I'm like, oh hell yes! I'm gonna have fun!
Ahoy, matey! We're a safe place.
Also, the Blue Bayou, delicious. Ideally, I like going there whenever I go to Disneyland because yum, and I like the atmosphere, and you get to smell the smells of the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. It's like, hell yes. Hell yes, tonight's gonna be a good night. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. See, there's also something, like, I was kind of like, one of the things about, the ride, like, the aesthetic in general of, like, a lot of old, you know, Disneyland rides. So here it's like, hey, here's a pirate ride. It's gonna be a bunch of, like, really classic illustration-looking pirates. You know? Really charming, like, older art. Not going for like a realistic, like, yeah, this is how they dress and they look like real yucky, and it's like, there's the dreads and stuff like that. It's like, no. I like goofy looking pirates. Thank you for the head pads, the stretch, and the hydrate. I actually really need the hydrate. Wait. Yeah, this is the other ride where, okay, like, I would say Haunted Mansion is my favorite ride, but I do love this ride. Except, I love this ride, but I'm so desperate for them to just gut all the movie stuff out. Oh gosh, get it out of here. Get it out! BRB, alright. But they gotta sell the movie. The movie's already over. Like, the last 2 movies didn't do well. People are tired of it. Get it out of here. Yeah, because Disney is all in the endgame corporate capitalism, I guess. But it's like, you look at the aesthetic of the ride, and it's like, there's something that feels like, okay, Hatbox Ghost, the new animatronic, at least there's kind of a history for it, where it was initially an animatronic that they were going to have in the ride from the start, but the effect didn't work, and so for the anniversary, they're like, hey, let's make an animatronic where the effect works as, you know, it was envisioned. So that makes sense. And the articulation isn't like too crazy, so it doesn't stand out. However, on this ride, you've got these classic looking animatronics, and then you've got photorealistic Jack Sparrow hanging out, and it's like, this looks incorrect. It doesn't look good. Like, I remember when, like, in 2007, so it was like shortly after the change, I just kind of remember sitting there like, okay, I guess, like, way to goof up a ride I like, but okay. And then in the back of your mind, you're like, well, maybe they won't stick with this. Like, maybe it's a temporary thing. This used to fascinate me as a kid, just like, the bones. And then the shot of, like, the skeletons trying to drink. Oh, the piano. The piano used to fascinate me too as a kid. I just love all this kind of fanfare music while it's like, here's some skeletons. Look at these pirate corpses. These used to be living people, now they're dead. Look at this. A grave to their avarice. Well, it's just there's we need more rides like that. Something cheerful than just like bones. It's just dead bones everywhere.
You've seen the cursed treasure. You know where it begins. Now proceed at your own risk.
See, like that lot, like this dialogue isn't even in the ride anymore.
You may not survive to pass this
The mentality sucks though, someone trying to build a franchise. Like, I think the first movie was like really charming when it came out because it was like, ooh, they really got like little details from the ride, like fun Easter eggs. And then they just kept on going, man. Yeah, like they changed this guy to Barbossa and it's like, but why? Like, but why though? Like, look at these goofy outfits they have. Having Jack Sparrow stand next to all of these silly pirates, just, it looks so bad. It looks so bad. Looking forward to rewatching the VOD. Oh gosh, it's gonna be a long one. A wonderful evening. I'm probably gonna end soon because I'm sleepy. I've almost been going on for 6 hours, which is crazy. I didn't think it would be that long. Bye, asterisks. What do you mean, no? I'm tired. Like, I'm sleepy. But if people enjoyed this, I could always do like a sequel to this, like another dumb amusement park stream. She's pee-pee and I got work to. Yeah, true. I have to get up to go to the doctor for a blood test, and then early afternoon I'm babysitting an actual baby. You have questions like what? This was a nice change of pace for the streams. It was very enjoyable. Yeah, I wanted to try some different stuff, and I thought this week is probably going to be a little exhausting taking care of a baby, so I would like to do some different stuff. No stream tomorrow. I'd like to do some streams tomorrow. If people enjoyed this, I could always just continue this and do another ride hyperfixation stream, because there is some other stuff I wanted to cover actually, like Futuroscope. And I could find more stuff. So of course this is different. Like they recently changed this, so instead of a buy a bride, you know, they're just
no need to expose your superstructure.
Instead it's like an actual like auction from like stuff they stole, and the redhead is a pirate now. And I just kept thinking like, I kept expecting them to keep in the "we wants the redhead" line back in there. Kind of like, yeah, there's all this stuff, like all this stuff to sell. No, we want the babe. She's hot. I love this ride. Like again, Haunted Mansion's my favorite one, but this is another one I love. Now there was a change, I remember, where it was a bunch of pirates chasing women. And then there was like the one where it was a woman chasing a pirate. Oh yeah, this guy's scaring the kitties. They're like, they have their backs arched and they're just so angry. I forgot about that detail. So, this entire city just burned down and these idiots are just playing music like, hell yeah, this rules. Just feeling the happiness is so good because it's a time I can feel sympathetic. It makes me want to cry. Oh. Did you know the woman chasing the pirate was added later because pirates chasing women looked rapey? Yeah, I know, like, it used to be like all of them except for the one, which I think was a case of like, my dad was like, he always interpreted that as like, she was the one who was like, oh, a man. But yeah, like after, pretty early on they changed, I think when they redid like, they added Johnny Depp to the ride. I think that's when, I think that's when they changed it to instead being like the women chasing off the pirates. But see, like the first movie was like really charming because it was like, oh, little details like them trying to get the keys from the dog, you know, like the skeleton drinking a bottle of wine, things like that. Like little details like that. Drunk guy sleeping with the pigs. I was like, oh, that's fun. There's like details from the ride. And then, yeah, they kept going. They kept going. I remembered reading that someone, so I always kind of think about like, oh man, some of these furry animatronics have to be like nasty because of all the humidity. And I read something, like a comment years ago where someone was like, yeah, on Splash Mountain I tried like giving the, you know, like there's Brer Rabbit towards the end. I tried giving him like a tap on the head. And it was like, my hand was so slimy afterwards. Like, I was like, yeah, I would never touch any of these animatronics, like anywhere where there's water. I was like, that sounds like a nightmare. Like, touching anything from this ride sounds like it would be awful. Touching anything from Splash Mountain sounds like it would be just rancid. But, I'm genuinely curious as to the new Splash Mountain theming to be Princess and the Frog. Because I know some people were like, whoa, this sucks. One, I think it's really funny, though, that people bring up now, you know, what Splash Mountain is based on, considering it's a movie that just no one remembers for good reason, and Disney wants to scrub. So people thought it was kind of like an original thing, I guess. And, I always thought it was kind of weird, though, that it's like you're passing the New Orleans stuff, and then all of a sudden it's just, I guess it's part of Critter Country, but I don't remember much of what's in Critter Country. I think Princess and the Frog, because it's close to the New Orleans stuff, does fit the theming. I'm just really curious as to, like, plot-wise in a ride, the story beats of a ride. What are they gonna do? Oh. Sorry.
Oh, well, what's this? Oh, well, what's this? Thank you. Thank you for the bits.
Wasn't the Pirates of the Caribbean movie made because Disneyland thought it was weird they have a ride not related to any movie? I don't know. Like, to me, that kind of stuff, it's just like... I don't know, it just feels... okay to have things not based on movies, necessarily, you know? I don't get why everything has to be... whatever. Whatever, I don't... Whatever! Now I want to go on Pirates of the Caribbean again. Yeah, I think I'm done with the stream. I am genuinely very tired, and I think you could start telling by how speepy I sound. But I'm so happy someone actually recorded what the frickin' ride looked like before, you know, yeah. Before the... yeah. Gee, I wonder who's my favorite Darkstalkers character. Gee, I wonder. But I'm actually, yeah, I'm considering doing a sequel to this tomorrow. I might just do that. Just for fun. Just comfy, you know, comfy streaming. Let me see who I want to raid. You know, let's raid MC Bone. I haven't done that in like a hot minute. Yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Probably start around the same time. But there's something we gotta do first.
Bobby, I want you to meet my colleague, Dr. Hamilton.
And I'd like you to get the fuck out of here.
It's all
Get out of here.
You take care as well.
Get out of my room. Get out of here, bitch. Get out of here.
Get out of here. Boy, get out of here, please.